Gentlemen, Your Excellency, Mr. George Papanastasiou, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the International Conference on the Climate Crisis in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. Before we begin, I would like to kindly ask that you ensure that your mobile phones are switched to silent mode for the smooth running of the event without further interruptions. We are honored to invite the key speaker of our first session this morning to the podium, His Excellency George Papanastasiou, Minister of Energy, Commerce and Industry of Cyprus, for his keynote address.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure being here with you today. I would like to congratulate the organizers for this esteemed event, but also for the people attending from, I understand, from 22 different countries. So well done. I believe I'm going to present, I'm going to give a keynote speech, but at the same time, the speech will be linked to certain slides, if I may, in order to give you a little bit of insights about energy in Cyprus and in the region. I believe this way we are going to give my keynote speech some context so that you can understand what may be happening and how this links to the climate change. I don't know, do we have the slides in the back? We are ready? Okay, thank you very much. And the other thing which is I would like to have is instead of me going through the speech, I would like to have some interaction. And if the time allows from the organizers, Dr. Malas and Papa Nicola, please allow this, and it will be of beneficial for all parties. I mean, myself and for the audiences as well. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I address this conference on the climate crisis in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region. And I would like, at the outset, to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present Cyprus' plans for decarbonization. Allow me to also welcome to Cyprus all of you who have traveled from abroad and to wish you an enjoyable and fruitful stay. We are all witnessing in our everyday life the profound effects of climate change: floods, fires, extreme weather conditions. Some regions are already facing the dire consequences, and expert predictions show that the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region is in the process of turning into a climate hotspot. At the same time, according to the World Energy Council, the Mediterranean offers unique opportunities to build an energy model adapted to the challenges of the energy transition, transforming the region into a green energy hub that will link EU and non-EU countries. Materialization of this concept involves a complex interplay of energy policy and development of necessary infrastructure while addressing environmental challenges and facilitating international cooperation. The envisioned green energy corridor will also enhance energy security between the interconnected countries and diversify their energy mix, mainly because of the wide range of available technologies and renewables potential in the region, including, but not limited to, wave and tidal energy, as well as offshore solar and wind energy. To this end, Cyprus, in coordination with all other Mediterranean EU member states, has set at the core of its 2024 Med9 presidency the joint ambition to transform the Mediterranean region into a green corridor for energy transmission between EU and non-EU countries. All related aspects of this shared vision were discussed during the second Med9 Energy Ministerial Meeting, which was hosted by Cyprus in Larnaca just last Monday, September the 23rd. Ladies and gentlemen, Cyprus' energy system is small, with high dependence on imported fossil fuel and without any interconnections and with continental Europe or any other country in the region. These, of course, are all characteristics that inevitably lead to high cost of energy and high vulnerability on energy prices and the security of supply. As a result, our country's comprehensive energy strategy focuses mainly on reducing electricity prices, enhancing security of energy supply, and expediting energy transition. At this point, I would like to take a break from the speech and explain a little bit of what you see here. For some of you, may be a little bit complex. For some others, if you have a little bit of technical knowledge or engineering knowledge, it shouldn't be. Do we have a pointer, please? Although the pointer may not be working on these screens. I don't know. Is it working? Yeah. Yes. είμαι σίγουρος ότι δουλεύει. Το πάνω το κουμπάκι. Okay, let me just explain a few things here. What you see, the yellow line, never mind. The waves is the sea, is the separation of the shore and the offshore and onshore. What you see on the right-hand side, first of all, let's try to explain the Cyprus EZ, which is natural gas, its exploration. It's also the Israeli EZ and the Egyptian EZ. The market, as you can see, it's the top side, which is the electricity consumer in the niche market of Cyprus. We have certain power generation, which is conventional power generation, and on the left-hand side, we see the solar and the wind power generation. The system of the conventional, which is what I just said about natural gas, is fed from natural gas from one source mainly. That's the plant, which is the left-hand side, which is what we mentioned here, ETIFA. That one is an FSRU. The FSRU will be regasifying the unit, the LNG supply, which is the incoming flow, regasification, via DEFA, which is the public company for natural gas, and then the regasified natural gas is burned into conventional power generation. It's given to the transmission systems operator and then to the electricity consumer. This is not as yet in place. That's the plan in order to get natural gas into the system. By the way, the system, because it's a niche market, you understand that it does not justify the investment on the right-hand side. That investment is pipelines coming from the offshore, which is the exclusive economic zone of Cyprus and the neighboring countries. But the quantities that needed for this niche market, they are not enough in order to justify the investment. So in order to justify that investment on the right-hand side, you need something else, which is FLNG, floating liquefaction or onshore liquefaction, in order to get the product to the export market, as well as to the small market of Cyprus. The most important part here is the solar and wind, and later on in the speech we will talk about the interconnection, which you can see here, but also on the storage, which is the storage of in the grid of green energy. So natural gas, as we said, plays a key role in achieving these goals, enabling, for instance, our green transition as a bridge fuel, in fact, as we remain fully committed to reducing greenhouse emissions and increasing the share of renewables energy sources in our energy mix. We believe that natural gas will facilitate the smooth transition from liquid fossil fuels to neutrality. In the case of Cyprus, the import of natural gas is expected to allow more independent electricity producers to start operating and competition to be created in the electricity market. Moreover, power generators using natural gas will be able to offer the necessary flexibility in conventional electricity generation to cover intermittent production from renewables. Of course, I must point out here that the first natural gas to arrive in Cyprus for power generation will not be from the Republic's exclusive economic zone, which is what we see on the right-hand side. The previous slide, please. Previous slide, please. I mean, the one that we showed at the beginning. This one. This is the offshore. This is the import of LNG. So it will be imported as liquefied natural gas, which is the left-hand side, as part of the regasification terminal project at Vasilikos area. Aiming to strengthen our country's security of energy supply and enhance its energy self-sufficiency, we have been hard to work together with all other competent ministries and authorities on accelerating the deployment of renewables on the island. Cyprus' revised Natural Energy and Climate Plan for 2030 calls for at least 33% of renewable energy sources share on the gross final energy consumption, around 38% renewable energy sources contribution in the electricity sector, and 54% in the heating and cooling sector, and 17% in the transport sector. You can rest assured, of course, that in charting our country's energy future, we are taking into consideration the fact that increasing the penetration of renewable energy sources in such an isolated system requires an adequate guarantee of system stability, storage capacity like batteries or pump hydro, smart grid technologies, and distributed micro-generation. At this point, I would like to show the old grid and the new grid, which is one of the slides. This one, thank you very much. What you see on the left-hand side, although we titled it as energy storage, on the left-hand side is the traditional grid, which is fossil fuels power generation on a transmission system that gets electricity all the way to consumption, which is the households and the industry. That has been the traditional systems in all countries, not just Cyprus. What we are trying now, in this old system, not old, possibly not that smart system, we are trying to introduce on the right-hand side some variables, and the variables we are introducing, as you can see, is renewable energy sources, either from wind or from solar. You understand that whilst we are doing this, you understand that the power generation is coming from many different sources distributed in the system. This requires a different grid, which is smart, at least smarter than this one, in order to understand where the power is coming from and where it needs to be distributed. Because not always where it is produced, it is where it is consumed or where it is needed. So you need a smart system, which is on the basis of this schematic diagram there, that introduces wind power generation, solar power generation. It introduces batteries, as you can see, which is the chemical storage. It introduces possibly pump hydro systems, moving water at higher levels and releasing it back via power in order to generate power. And then you try to reduce the power generation that is coming from conventional sources like the power stations. Ideally, it's good if we can have a full system, a system that relies totally on green power generation. However, this is the ideal. It's not always possible. Always conventional power generation will be needed simply because the volatility of renewables. You understand that we have solar power generation. Despite introducing batteries or other storage, let's say, systems, still we rely totally on the sun. The same with wind. So conventional power generation will always be needed, and we will try to do our best in order to use fossil fuel, which is releasing the less emissions possible, and this is the transitional product, which is called natural gas. Of course, aiming to strengthen our country's security of energy supply and enhance its energy self-efficiency, we have been hard at work together with all the ministries. I think I mentioned that, about the 38% RES contribution in the electricity sector and 54% in the heating and cooling. Cyprus had been a pioneer in heating and cooling using solar, and 17% in the transport sector. Cyprus has initially allocated 41% of the funds budgeted for the Cyprus Recovery and Resilience Plan to the transition to a green economy, while the vast majority from EU and national funds for the period until 2027 will be allocated to implement the following reforms and policy measures. The expansion, upgrade, and digitization of the electricity network, which is what you see here, including the mass rollout of smart meters and the establishment of a supervisory control and data acquisition, the so-called SCADA systems, as well as an automatic distribution management system, the so-called ADMS. The digitalization of the renewable energy sources permitting process by introducing the digital one-stop shop platform and the simplification and acceleration of administrative procedures for renewable energy sources licensing. The promotion of distributed production, i.e. photovoltaic installations, with net metering or net billing in households, industries and agriculture. It is worth noting here that support schemes for the promotion of the installation of photovoltaics for self-consumption have led to an important increase of renewable energy sources in Cyprus during the last couple of years. By the end of July 2024, almost 63,000 households and small enterprises had installed photovoltaics with net metering for self-consumption, compared to 45,000 in July 2023, leading to a 39% increase in just 1 year. The implementation of several support schemes for the energy upgrading of households, enterprises, the public sector, and municipalities, as well as of support schemes promoting hybrid storage systems in combination with renewable energy source projects and public charging points for electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles. The promotion of the electricity interconnection between Cyprus and Greece. We are now in the process of assessing the cost-benefit analysis submitted by the project's promoter in order to decide whether the Republic of Cyprus will participate in its share capital. Over here, I would like to say a few words about the Great Sea Interconnector, previously called Euro-Asia Interconnector. There was a change of a project promoter in October 2023. The project promoter currently, it's IPTO, the Independent Power Transmission Operator of Greece. And the project is what you see on this simple map is the connection, the interconnection between Cyprus and Crete is 879 kilometers, We are talking about 2 cables, in total 1,000 megawatt. It's 500 and 500 megawatt. And at the tail of this interconnection, we have also the connection of the Middle East with another 329 kilometers, which is back-to-back on the technology 1,000 megawatt. Now, this interconnection is very vital because it connects the Middle East and the potential flows of electrons from places like Jordan, like Saudi Arabia, potentially India, and this is an important part in order to connect that generation to the consumption of Europe, because already there is a connection between Crete and mainland Greece, which is another project which is called Ariadne. And this is back-to-back again on technology based on what we have designed for this piece here. The project Middle East, Israel, Cyprus, Crete is a project of common interest, means that it is supported, it connects 2 member states, which in this case is Cyprus and Greece. It is supported with 657 million euro by the European Commission, and another 100 million from the Resilience Fund of the European Commission again. So in total, the subsidy received that this project receives is 757 million euro. The total cost of this project, we're talking about Cyprus to Crete, is 1.9 billion euro. Initially it was 1.5, but because of increases of materials, the Ukraine war, pandemic, there was a sudden increase of the cost of this project from 1.5 billion to 1.9 billion. The connection Israel to Cyprus is now being discussed. It is something which is in progress. However, you understand that the important part is the Cyprus-Crete, because we are talking about Cyprus-Europe. And the policy that the European Commission is in the process of implementing is to have a single electricity market in the whole of Europe and interconnecting all member states, including the Republic of Cyprus, which sits on the very east corner of the Eastern Mediterranean. Ladies and gentlemen, each country in our shared region has a different starting point and renewable energy source potential. The creation, therefore, of a green corridor based on a tailor-made Mediterranean energy strategy can lead to a win-win situation for all the parties involved, contributing not only to peace and prosperity in the region, but also to efforts to combat the global challenge of climate change. At the same time, we need to ensure that carbon neutrality will be achieved through optimal cost coupling between supply and demand, whilst minimizing decarbonization costs for the society. The latter is a particularly sensitive point, since it calls into question the public acceptance of the energy transition and requires adequate efforts in ensuring that there is sufficient human capital, especially in terms of skills and reskilling, to preserve economic growth and socioeconomic development during the transition. That's it from my side. At this point in time, I would like to take any questions, if there are any questions. Otherwise, I would say thank you for your kind attention. Any questions? Unless I was so clear. All right, thank you very much, and I will be for some time with you in the room in case that someone wants to ask me anything. I will be at your disposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Papanastasiou. We will now proceed with the continuation of Session 3 on impacts and adaptation pathways. Today, cultural heritage and the challenge of the urban environment will be our focus. We welcome to the podium Professor Nicolas Bagirtzis, the director of Andreas Pita's Art Characterization Laboratories of the Cyprus Institute, and Dr. Anthi Kaldelli, Archaeological Officer at the Department of Antiquities in Cyprus, who will convene this panel focusing on cultural heritage.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, good morning. First of all, we want to express our thanks to the organizers of the conference for the opportunity to address a very important dimension of the climate crisis, its impact on cultural heritage. Rightfully, UNESCO has characterized a region of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East as ground zero for our precious heritage and the direct threat of climate change. We simply need to act, as its loss has devastating implications. We think we can all agree that, waiting for the images, we agree that yes.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. We can agree that images like the ones we see on the screen, rising sea levels in Alexandria, for example, or forest fires in ancient Olympia quite recently, and flooding in Petra, have become icons of our collective anxiety about the changing climate. And why is that? Because our natural and cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, is the bonding law with our past. It defines our social and cultural identity, and it is a connecting tissue that keeps societies and communities together. Already challenged by serious dangers, our region's cultural wealth is directly affected by climate change, which is effectively amplifying pressures to the preservation and protection of heritage. Some of these impacts may be irreversible, especially in the examples of monuments and sites which are directly exposed to climate impacts, conditions, and phenomena. In this pressing context, actions for the protection of cultural heritage remain limited, and we can only persist in our efforts to promote its significance for our future. This is something that we can all do together. We've seen increasing attention to the matter. Important global initiatives by UNESCO, the European Union, Economies, ICOM, and bodies like Europa Nostra have been addressing the problem, offering recommendations and guidelines for mitigation and adaptation measures and action plans. These calls are being picked up and have been recently highlighted in COP meetings and high-level groups and committees across the world. Our region is behind in terms of coordination, but there are already efforts to engage the challenge at different levels, all the way down to that of local communities. It's important to understand, as well as to underscore, the significance of the locality as the core element of the intricate mosaic that is cultural heritage. In this context, the words of Professor Monitz yesterday, that a one-size-fits-all approach to the climate crisis does not work, ring very true to us.
So, this was actually hearing this from Professor Monitz really resonated. We had a very constructive preliminary workshop on Wednesday. We already reported on this, where we discussed responses and actions aiming at strengthening cultural heritage resilience. A priority that emerged in our discussion has been the need for action plans that would build on mapping vulnerabilities, risk assessments, and the downscaling of research focus towards the closer study and monitoring of cultural and natural heritage. Another salient point is the integration of cultural heritage and its management in green economy planning and developments. Moreover, expertise from very different fields converged on a series of priority areas which we would like to share with you. Interdisciplinarity, collaboration, and synergies were identified as very, very important to meet the needs of the task. Awareness, communication, public and local community engagement was another area. Education and training, which is very much related to the above. And then a very important area that was discussed was the area of tradition and heritage values, being able to promote a cultural shift that can highlight the role of cultural heritage as a vehicle for climate action and an agent for adaptation. So we are honored to have in this morning's panel 3 distinguished speakers who have devoted their careers to the study and protection of cultural heritage. They bring with them different experiences and perspectives, which we feel will help you to begin understanding the complexity of the task at hand and the urgency to combine climate science with cultural heritage if we are to effectively safeguard it for the next generations. We will begin with Ms. Androula Vassiliou, who studied law and international relations in London. She practiced law for 25 years and was elected twice member of the Cyprus House of Representatives between 1996 and 2006. In 2008, she was nominated by the Cyprus President and subsequently appointed by the European Union to serve as Commissioner for Health, and in 2010 was reappointed as European Commissioner, this time responsible for education, culture, multilingualism, and youth. She retired from the position in 2014, but remains active, serving in various key roles. She is the Vice President of the Board of the University of Cyprus, member of the Board of Trustees, and member of the Executive Committee of the Cyprus Institute. She is the Vice President of the European Organization of Europa Nostra and Chairwoman of the Europa Nostra Nicosia Hub, which has been recently established. For her work and contributions, she's been honored by the governments of Greece, France, and Spain, as well as the International Olympic Committee and many national organizations. Throughout her career, Ms. Vassiliou has been dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage in Cyprus and abroad, and we are very happy to see her at the forefront of efforts to meet the challenges the climate crisis poses to our heritage. Ms. Vassiliou.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. This is indeed a great pleasure to address you on this topic which is very close to my heart. The effects of climate change are visible in every corner of the world, and the scope and speed of this phenomenon are even more evident and alarming. This is particularly the case in Europe, the rich and diverse landscape of our continent, and also deeply intertwined with cultural heritage, be it tangible or intangible, urban or rural, inland or coastland. Climate change consequently affects the people and their living and working environment alike. As a Vice President of Europa Nostra, I am proud that our organization has recognized climate action as a key priority in our policy agenda, and as an active member of the Climate Heritage Network, we have contributed to the UN Climate Summit's work. We applaud the strong commitment of the EU to place the European Green Deal in the very heart of Europe's socio-economic recovery. The EU leaders and institutions can count heritage in as an indispensable ally in this challenging endeavor. In this effort, Europa Nostra has many important allies, such as Economies, the International Council for Monuments and Sites, and other members of the European Heritage Alliance, as well as the European Investment Bank Institute. The EIB is the bank of the EU. It is also the EU's climate bank. The EIB intends to increase its finance for climate action and environmental sustainability to at least 50% of its finance by 2028, and to support 1 trillion euros of investments in the current decade. The EIB Institute has also been active in this field in the last 2 decades through its partnership with Europa Nostra. In the 7 Most Endangered program, they put their expertise of retired EIB staff, engineers, and other experts to safeguard heritage sites in danger, and they also supported the paper on the European Green Deal and cultural heritage because they share the belief that cultural heritage has the potential to provide the missing link between the Europeans and the EU Green Deal. The EU is a world leader in research about the impacts of climate change on cultural heritage, but there is a lack of knowledge and which kind of measures for adaptation are suitable, and thus deficiency in implementation. The EU should strive to become a world leader in this aspect too. To achieve this cultural heritage should have a place in the EU's climate legislation. Policy progress has been achieved in EU member states in the past few years, most notably regarding energy efficiency in historic buildings. However, it is not sufficient to make heritage more energy efficient, but how to make heritage climate resilient. Emphasis should be given on how to adapt against extreme rainfalls, flooding, heat waves, droughts, high fluctuations of temperature and humidity. We had a recent example a few years back in Cyprus, in Nicosia, with the buffer zone of Nicosia, which is one of the most endangered sites, when the extreme rainfall of that year had as a consequence that demolition of 2 very old churches of the 13th century. So you can imagine how important it is to protect these monuments. It would be very beneficial if the European Commission would recognize the need to channel more funds to heritage towards adaptation. Additionally, through policy regulations, to request from member states to update the Commission on the condition of heritage. At this stage, I wish to say that a great number of initiatives are taken at the international level, the UN and the EU. Last year, at COP28 in Dubai, this topic was extensively discussed at the high-level meeting of the Ministers of Culture, and their declaration was included in the so-called Emirates Declaration. But there is also a need to include greater cultural content in future COPs, including a joint work group on culture and climate action. I know that host of COP29, Afghanistan, will organize a cultural ministerial on 15th of November. But the goal is to have culture in the work plan of the framework of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. The aim of this is to happen in COP30 in Brazil, because Brazil has shown a great interest in Dubai last year. At the EU level, there have been many initiatives. However, the problem is that responsibilities on the subject are fragmented, and at least 3 DGs were involved. It is still not very clear how responsibilities will be allocated to the new commissioners. It is obvious, however, that positive results will not be achieved unless there is an understanding and coordination among the number of DGs that will share responsibility. Regions and states have also shown interest, and we can mention 2 initiatives of our region. One is the initiative of Cyprus, which was presented a few years back. I remember Professor Papanastasiou was involved in Sharm el-Sheikh, where the president of Egypt and Cyprus president presented the initiative, as well as the Greek proposal, Addressing Climate Change Impacts on Cultural and Natural Heritage, which was launched with the supporting partnership of UNESCO and the World Meteorological Organization during the UN Climate Action Summit in 2019. NGOs are also very active. As I mentioned already, Europa Nostra published in 2021 the first paper on how to put heritage at the heart of the European Green Deal. The paper proposes a series of concrete recommendations, both for policymakers and cultural heritage stakeholders. Europa Nostra has established several hubs in various parts of Europe, and climate change and cultural heritage will be one of the priorities of the hubs. I will speak later more on the subject, especially about the Europa Nostra hub in Nicosia, of which the Cyprus Institute is one of its founding members. Ladies and gentlemen, in concluding these introductory remarks, I wish to stress that climate change needs the attention of each and every one of us. We need to mobilize the citizens and work from the bottom up, for if we fail, the effects will be detrimental to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vassiliou, for this overview of the frameworks and the efforts to raise awareness and act and move forward. We will now have the chance to look closer to, I think, one of the most iconic places and cities which we can all understand how they are directly affected and threatened by climate change. We have with us, we're honored to have Professor Mona Hagag, who is Professor Emerita of Classical Archaeology at the University of Alexandria and the current President of the Archaeological Society of Alexandria. She's also an elected academician member of the Euro-Mediterranean Academy of Arts and Sciences. She has received several prestigious awards, including the Alexandria University Award for Scientific Distinction in 2010, the Hypatia Prize for the Hellenic Association for Women Scientists in 2017, and the Egyptian State Award for Excellence in Social Sciences in 2017. She's an expert in Hellenistic Alexandria and a seasoned excavator of Hellenistic sites in and around Alexandria, including the recent excavation of the site of the Shatbi necropolis. She's also the author and editor of numerous related publications on aspects of the monuments and heritage of Egypt of the Ptolemaic and Roman times, with a special focus on Alexandrian tangible heritage. Her leadership in the Archaeological Society of Alexandria has been a beacon in efforts to preserve and protect the heritage of the city, which is at the frontier of climate change impacts. Thank you.
Well, let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this very important conference, and especially those who were behind choosing me to participate with you, which is a great pleasure and honor for me. Although the research on climate change is not a novelty, climate change as it relates to cultural heritage is a relatively new area of exploration. The space allotted in this conference for cultural heritage is an important addition to the ways of addressing climate change threats to monuments of heritage. In Egypt, monuments and archaeological sites are facing a variety of climate change-associated hazards with a wide range of cross-sectoral impacts. It was found that the tangible cultural heritage sites in Egypt, accounting for more than 300, are exposed to specific or combined levels of climate change hazard depending on their geographical settings. Up to 2065, 25% of the archaeological sites are susceptible to combined high to moderate temperature ranges and humid conditions as a result of climate change. Egyptian climate has taken preliminary actions in this regard. In 1994, Egypt ratified the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. In 1995, participated in the Kyoto Protocol. In 2005, participated in the United Nations Framework Convention of Combat Desertification. In 2016, signed the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. Egypt decided to develop a national strategy which addresses climate change at two levels. The first level is concerned with adaptation to climate change, and the second is about mitigation and minimizing of the potential adverse impacts of climate change. However, cultural heritage is not yet included directly or indirectly even in such a strategy. Coastal areas are the most affected by climate change. Alexandria is one of the highest world's coastal megacities that are at risk from sea level rise, and coastal surges, which constitute the biggest threat to cultural heritage and render the city more prone to the damage climate change may cause, both in the short and long terms. The city has a waterfront that extends about 60 kilometers. Surveys have shown that Alexandria's seafront, represented by the narrow coastal strip, lies on a raised limestone barrier ranging from plus 2.5 to 11 meters above sea level. Although this barrier forms a natural shield against sea encroachment, there are areas at a lower altitude that may risk being submerged as a result of rising sea levels, or incidental events such as earthquakes, high waves, and extreme events accompanied by hurricanes and tsunamis. Research on sea level change in relation to Alexandria has noted a significant rise over the last 2,000 years, equivalent to approximately 1 to 1.5 meters, with land subsidence claiming around 5 to 6 meters. From 2080 to 2100, average sea level in the Mediterranean Sea is predicted to rise by 1 meter due to the melting of the ice sheets and glaciers, the UNESCO estimating the submergence of at least 136 heritage sites in 2100. Variations in sea level, land subsidence, and the change in rainfall rates and areas, in addition to wind action, have cooperated fundamentally in the submergence of monuments and their associated facilities. Alexandria's coastline has also been affected by several massive earthquakes, destroying major sites and monuments, including, most famously, the Pharos Lighthouse. Pre-existing vulnerabilities deriving from physical, social, and cultural features increase the potential for cultural heritage to be adversely affected by climate change. Since 1975, a series of industrial and agricultural changes in Alexandria led to a remarkable increase in the ground level. According to our recent investigations in the Hellenistic cemetery of Shadbi in Alexandria, of course, in the frame of the project carried out by the Archaeological Society of Alexandria in cooperation with the Cyprus Institute and funded by Leventis Foundation, the monuments have suffered physical and chemical changes that led to changes in the morphology of the site. Subsoil water levels are due rise due to sea level rise and heavy rains led to a decrease in the carrying capacity of the bedrock in which the cemetery is carved. Moisture caused cracking and peeling of rock surface layers and the formation of salt erosion that affected wall paintings and layers and resulted in their disappearance. The case is even worse at Amfushi Cemetery and other archaeological sites in Alexandria. What are the appropriate potential solutions, management, plans, and recommendations to mitigate the effects of climate change in Alexandria and safeguard endangered coastal and underwater sites? First, digital documentation of cultural heritage and cultural assets is one of the priorities. 3D models of sites and high-quality scans of paintings and of museum collections should be implemented. Increase the awareness of climate changes in the city and enhance community participation at all levels to prepare programs to inform and educate citizens to coexist and adapt to the effects of successive climate changes. On the other hand, decision makers and stakeholders must be aware that while there are costs associated with this multitude of actions, the cost of inaction would be higher. Monitoring, assessment, and follow-up using archaeological indicators, including submerged sites, in determining regional sea level curves to act as prime indicators of areas that are likely to be further affected in the near future. Taking precautionary measures and strengthening early warning systems, especially regarding sea level rise, coastal surges, and erosions in order to reduce their dangers. To work on the implementation of environmentally friendly projects to mitigate the risks of climate change in the region. In order to systematically deal with the aforementioned approaches to such current and future threats to cultural heritage, my humble suggestion is that there should be an institution to carry out joint investigations and high-level research projects for developing inclusive and resilience strategies and innovative solutions to protect cultural heritage and cultural landscapes from climate change. Such an institution has to expand the scope and scale of top-quality research efforts in areas of education and future professionals for the future professionals and provide training in necessary skills and competencies. The formation of such an institution should gather members with international expertise in the field, on the one hand, and on the other, representatives of the national related ministries, city authorities, and other decision makers and stakeholders. Such a composition would be apt to help introduce better laws, facilitate access to funding, and improve knowledge sharing and on issues relevant to climate adaptation for preserving and conserving cultural heritage sites. It is to bridge the gaps between what ordinary educational institutions offer and the requirements for tackling future threats to heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Hagag, for sharing your knowledge on the city of Alexandria and beyond, of course. So our third speaker is Dr. Anne Bourges, who is a conservation scientist at the Center for Research and Restoration of the Museums of France. She holds a PhD in geoscience from Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich and an HDR in material sciences from the Gustav Eiffel University. She previously held positions as conservation science expert specializing in the conservation of stone and raw earth at the Getty Conservation Institute and at the Historical Monuments Research Laboratory. Anne Bourges is Secretary General of ICOMOS France and leads the Climate and Heritage Working Group, as well as contributes on cross-disciplinary platforms for the holistic study of heritage assets. Dr. Bourges also participates in the French Association for Normalization group, leading the standardization of cultural property, specifically inorganic porous materials constituted cultural heritage. His study of the impact of climate change on the materiality of sites and monuments has provided pioneering perspectives on how to harvest past knowledge for a sustainable and green future. Anne, thank you.
Well, thank you, Nicolas, for this very nice introduction. So good morning to everyone, and I'm very pleased to be with you today. It's really an honor to be with you in this session, also for this colloquium. So as Nicolas also presents me, I have two hats also, so the conservation scientist, the material scientist, and also the hat of HICOMOS, so the non-governmental organization for protection of monument and site. So I will try to introduce these two aspects also in my presentation today. So first of all, as we are not, and I am not a climate change expert in terms of real climate, but it's the same approach that we have in cultural heritage conservation. It's a multidisciplinary approach, and it's the same for climate change, actually, goals. So in this term, what I want to present you today is that working on cultural heritage in this view of climate change impact is also to integrate the climate change in a panoptic view. So the three most important points that we want to underline in our research and in our focus also is, first of all, to measure. And it has been also showed just in the previous intervention, that we need still to measure the impact of climate change on cultural heritage, not only on cultural heritage, but also on natural heritage, so of kind of heritage that we may have also all over the world, and to be able to evaluate changes and predict, and to be aware of what is happening, and to put some conservation tools in our hands. And then the second point is also to develop and invent new solutions for conservation and adaptation. It's what I want to show today, also this morning, and to insist also that we have some effect also, that we can act also, and we can act through the cultural heritage, which can be also a window of innovation also, and to find new solution and adaptation for face to climate change. And the third, but not the least, because if we miss this one, we miss a lot, actually. We need to train, to form, to diffuse to professional, to young experts, and also to experts which are already in the field, to be able to change also habits and to change uses. So for the first point, which is measurements and monitoring, so we know the impact of sea level rise. This is mapping, already mapped, and the impact of sea level rise on World Heritage sites are very well identified. And you can see it in Europe and also around the Mediterranean Sea. And even with the low effect, the low increase of temperature, we have already a large effect on these sites which are along the coast. Okay, but this is not the only effect. There is not only the sea level rise, which is one of the effects of the climate change. We have the increase of temperature, we have increase of frequency of humidity, we have many different also changes which may impact our cultural heritage. So what are the effects of combined events, which is really the main point also today, to have this combination of different events, and what are the impact on this cultural heritage along the world. So this is not known, actually, and we still don't know today what are these impact on our heritage. So for that, we need to do now downscaling, and to downscaling effect of climate change through site monitoring. It was very well explained also in a previous intervention. So we need to fill the gap between point 1 that you see, which is site monitoring, and point 3, which is predicting model of climate change. There is a gap between what is happening at the bigger scale, which is climate change, and what is happening really on the site, what are the effects of the materials, how will react our site, which is not only archaeological site, which can be museum also, and artifacts inside museums, which can be paintings, many different subjects also related to cultural heritage. So we need to monitor. We need then to have specific models and to develop specific dynamic models which is related to the site and to the climate around the site, this microclimate, and then to link it to the predictive model which is already in place for the climate change. And this methodology will help to do some preventive conservation plan and to know how to react and to conserve better our heritage space to climate change. And then it's always a shame when you see a lot of European programs actually which are at the end of the program is not accessible anymore. And what has been done is not lost, but it's not really open to everyone, and so we have a difficulty to access. So what we need also, when you do this downscaling, when you do this new modeling, which need to be interactive also to have new data implemented year after year, we need to have an open access to these models, to be able to open the models, but also the approach to everyone and to the end users. The second point, which is very important also, it's to find a new way for conservation and adaptation. And I will say that in relation to the next actually session, which is on urban spaces, and especially with this example, which is really relevant for energy renovation. When we speak about heritage, most of the time we said, well, heritage is a bad conception of energy because they are old and so they are not efficient in terms of carbon saving. So we should renovate them, or even more, we should sometimes destroy them to make new building, which is more relevant face to the energy saving. So this was the case actually with this very nice district, which is in France, in North France, close to Paris actually, built at the beginning of the 20th century. It was actually classified as a historic district because it was the first garden city model which has been built in a city with 800 homes in the garden city. So you see this concrete building, yes, but surrounded with vegetables and with trees and with vegetation, yes, and with a lot of green spaces, which also allowed to have evaporative respiration and to have a cooling down of the area. So this district was under risk of destruction because it was not according to the norms, the today's norms of energy saving. So ICOMOS actually has a great mobilization to save this district, and it means that we don't know really well our heritage also. It means that we don't know how to diagnostic our heritage and the possibilities that offer also our heritage face to carbon saving. So this come back to the idea and to the ICOMOS mobilization also to enhance our vernacular architecture and to show that our heritage can be also a proposal of new, not new actually, but common sense, and how we knew how to build and you knew how to protect ourselves from climates also, and sometimes from extreme climates. And that architecture can help also to give some solution. And this is a nice example of a house, which is a Provençal house in south of France, which used to be very hot in summer. And the way it was built also, it's according to the sun orientation, is what you have in the sketches, which is right below. And the role of the vegetation, and not the vegetable this time, the role of the vegetation also to protect the house also from the sun and from the wind, so that the house is implanted in a landscape. And the landscape and all the, which is surrounding the house and the building has also great importance. So that you need, when you do also energy work also on the building, to see not only the building, but to see surrounding the building, and to do some upscale actually in this case for energy diagnostic, to see well the role of the vegetation or the urban spaces around the building. So the building is integrated inside the landscape and has a big role. It can help to understand how to build also, but it can help also to understand heritage, how to live. And we know also, and this is a great example from the Mozambique house also in north of Africa, despite the fact that this house is built in mud, so which is a really great actually materials and ecological materials to protect themselves from heat actually. But despite this fact, the way it's built and the way the people are living inside the house may inspire also a different way of living, because they use the space, the living space, in another way during the year according to the season. So it means that they introduce the idea of an internal nomadism inside the house. So the living room is not always the living room, and the living room can be in the different spaces on the different level of the house, depending of the season and of the weather, the outside weather. So it can be also a way to deliver new idea of living in a space. So that's why it comes with the idea and with the aspect that we need to know, to better know, and to better understanding also the past, which is not sometimes century past, but it can be few years past actually, few decades past, our heritage to build the future. And it can help really and to give a message and to give a window how to build for, and to give new idea for innovation. So I really like this sentence from a great architect, which is Philippe Ham, which is from Switzerland, and he also teaches in Versailles, and the architectural school of Versailles. And he shows that architects create climates since centuries. We build to protect themselves from climates, from rain, from heat, from also animals, but we build to protect themselves, ourselves. So the architect must still draw climates rather than geometric forms. So we need to use architecture also to innovate in terms of protecting from climates. And you have this very nice example of natural ventilation systems, which are the wind tower in Egypt or in Iran also. And we can also be inspired by these techniques with these low-cost technologies. So we come up with the idea to build an interactive Economies atlas of bioclimatic architecture to be able to better know our heritage, but also to give a message and to deliver a message that we can also find new way to build and to innovate for the future. And the last, which is training and diffusion to professionals. I think we have many different standards all over the world, actually, and normalization of everything. Everything should be revised today in the view of ecological transition. So we should, and it's what we are doing actually for Europe, all the normalization which has been done in a framework of cultural heritage, but it's applied for everything actually. Should be a review also in ecological transition point of view. And we have also, we start to gather how many training we have in France, for instance, and we saw that we have 40 training in France talking about ecological transition or climate change. Okay, well, so it seems to be a lot, but they are very spread. They are very not very well known, actually. They are for few professionals. So we need to also gather all these trainings and to have something which is more transversal also, and with an offer for everybody, and for also for the school, and so for the training at the lower level. So what I will summarize in this last also images is the 3 points. So we need to downscale to the effect of climate change to know and to better prevent the risk on our heritage. We need to upscale for energy diagnostic to take into consideration all the building and also which is surrounding the building, which is very important. And we need to keep the idea that heritage is green already. We don't need to destroy, because destroying and rebuilding is even worse in terms of carbon. So we need to save first our heritage and then adapt and show that it can be a source of innovation and of training also for the young professional. And I will finish to say that it can be also a message of peace, because in this hard time also that we all know, heritage can gather people also through their difference and their culture. So it can be also a way to deliver some message of peace. Thank you very much.
We thank our distinguished speakers for their insightful presentations, which have provided us with an overview of core issues in our struggle to safeguard the heritage from the impact of climate change. We heard by Mrs. Vassiliou that it is of paramount importance to actively include policies in our actions, and by Mrs. Haggard that we need to encourage innovative and holistic integrated approaches in endangered sites, and by Mrs. Bourges that we need to have concrete scientific responses, and also that heritage, that final remark, that heritage can comprise an inspiration in achieving circular economy and resource efficiency. We only have time for a couple of questions as we're running a bit late this morning. So we're asking the audience if there are any questions to our speakers. No?
Thank you very much for the last presentation. It was really interesting. What I really recommend, because it's something that we really need to have in our new global condition with climate change. I saw the presentation, and I think that certain codes should be developed, not only for the developed part of the globe, but also for the southern part of the globe, because if we look at China, India, and the southern part where we have a heavy, dense population, and the understanding over there is like we would like to increase our standard of living towards the European standards or the Northern Hemisphere standards. And if we go there with the current energy requirement and code of design, etc., then we will end up with, I think, an overwhelmingly energy needs and etc. Therefore, I think that there should be more work with the engineering syndicates about the coding in buildings and some other development, technology, innovation, etc., to increase efficiency, but also in the northern part, are we also willing to reduce our demand? Because what we see, the need for heating, the need of cooling, and the urban environment, again, we raise the standard, we raise the bar so much, and we need probably to lower it a little bit down. Thank you.
It works? Yes, it works. So you're totally right. So this was I will say that yes, we need to also reduce our wishes also to and the way of we live also, and so that's for sure. And materials can help also a lot. I mean, we should. That's why also there is this idea also to go to innovation. I mean, everybody is going to also to innovation, and we have new materials also that we can understand better and develop. But heritage also shows that we know how to use simple materials. So, I mean, stone, earthen materials. Well, we cannot build in earth everywhere and not in big cities also, but it can be used also in another way. So it's not the time here to show that, but there is a full way of development in terms of research to use the materials that we know since the past and that we know since many centuries, and how to go to innovation with these materials. So it's not only to use the past as it was, actually, but it is also to take the best and go to innovation, and so where we can go with these new materials, actually, and improving the materials. So because yes, you're right, in big cities, we won't build in mud and in bricks in big cities, and it will not answer to the question of population. But the properties of the material can answer the way of living of the population, and so we can come back to how to use these materials in a proper way and to answer to the big city models. So,
if I may add, I think it would be very useful if we have an intergenerational partnership, because, for example, old architects or engineers or even craftsmen, I think it's very important that the old skills and crafts are passed over to new generations. So the new specialists should learn from the past, and also vice versa.
Transfer of knowledge, of traditional knowledge, which is something very important, and cultural heritage plays a role. Yes, we see another brief question as we have to close the session.
Thank you very much, Manfred Lange. Thank you very much for the interesting presentations. However, I must say, at least a little bit speechless. I understand that you are promoting all sorts of innovative solutions, although I wasn't sure to understand what exactly you mean by that. But on the other hand, we have to face the fact that some of the impacts of climate change are almost unavoidable. And here I'm talking particularly about sea level rise. And we know that the Nile Delta, including Alexandria, is a particular point in case. So I think one of the challenges we have is to convince decision makers and the public alike that cultural heritage assumes the, say, proper attention, the proper place in adaptation with regard to, or in comparison to, protecting the interests of the public as a whole. And so I wonder how you are going to go about doing that. And I hope I made myself understandable. I think that's a particular challenge that I see, and I don't know, I don't have a good answer to that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's not a matter of individual activities or contributions. It should be an institutional work, a collaborative work of different disciplines, that they would press upon decision makers in order to create new laws for the protection of heritage sites, to allot a certain part of the financial resources for climate change, its impact on heritage sites. These are policies that has to be taken under the pressure, or let's say under the clarification of an institutional body in each of our countries. And as well, the world entities should push towards something like that in order not to depend upon individuals or this country or that.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Hagak, for the reply. And we believe that this is the most suitable closing remark, as we have to close the session, because we have to overcome this fragmentary situation apparent in cultural heritage in general. Mrs. Vasiliou has spoken about the fragmentary environment of the DGs on a European level, for example, and we see that on a scientific basis also, and concerning our policies and actions and responses. So that it's very important to mobilize local communities as well, set priorities, and fully harness the power of our cultural heritage to achieve sustainability through safeguarding its values and its role in social life and in future. Nicolas. Thank you so much. We can. Sorry. Antonia, the Commissioner would like Commissioner of Environment question.
I would like to make a small addition. We shouldn't forget that one of the threats for the monuments, and not only, of course, are the conflicts. And the conflicts, wars that are taking place in the Eastern Mediterranean and, of course, in other parts of the world. And I would make a suggestion to the very smart proposals of Mrs. Mona Hagat. I'm not sure about the pronunciation, where you have put as a proposal to launch environmental friendly projects. I would add to that environmental and monuments friendly projects that includes also the materials, the natural materials and traditional ones, but also add to this that the international organizations should be catalyzers of avoiding conflicts, because monuments suffer nowadays as much as because of the environmental and climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Chair Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bagirtis, Dr. Kaldelli, Mrs. Vasiliou, Professor Hagag, and Dr. Bourges. The topic of the second panel of session 3 is the challenge of the urban environment. Now, I would like to welcome the convener of this panel, Professor Kostas Kartalis, Professor of Environment and Climate Physics at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens in Greece.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation from the Cyprus Institute to moderate this panel. I would like to ask the panelists to come along. Professor Isaac Meir, Professor of Civil and Environmental Engineering from the Ben Gurion University of Negev from Israel. Professor Didier Roux, member of the French Academy of Science and Academy of Technology, and chair of the Board of Directors of the Cyprus Institute. And also Professor Roberto San Jose, Technical University of Madrid, from the Technical University of Madrid, and an expert in high-performance computing and modeling, especially for cities. Beforehand, I would like to place the framework of this discussion. As you can see in this slide, there's a strong correlation of the urban environment with the so-called the 3 U's, the urban green, the urban form, and the urban fabric. And these 3 U's differ from city to city, and they affect in a different manner the local climate and the interaction between cities and the urban environment with climate change. So a critical aspect is how differently do these 3 factors influence the relation, both with respect to mitigation, that is the emission of carbon dioxide and other gases, and also with respect to adaptation. And this has to be taken on board. But if you think about it, urban form and urban fabric are mostly the constructed environment. And we have to also speak about the functions of the city, the mobility, the people, the neighborhoods, the local scale. We have to avoid thinking the cities as an agglomeration of buildings. The city is a living organism. So in this sense, we have to listen to the city. I have seen many adaptation plans which are very sophisticated, but they fail to understand the fact that the city is a living organism. And once you apply them, they are not successful. They don't understand the vibe of the city. Geneva has a very different vibe than Athens. Barcelona, a very different vibe than Cape Town. So you have to take this into consideration. And say this, I would like to show you a video which was prepared by the New York University. We have a collaboration with New York University, which shows exactly the vibe of a city. So this is New York. You can see Central Park, and you can see different columns. And at the bottom of the picture, you can see the time of the day and the month, the day of the week. So I will just give the vibe of the city. This is how the city breathes, day to day, hour by hour. And when we go to Saturday, the city will start sleeping. And then on Sunday, it will be just an easy city to go around. So we have to take this into consideration. We have to be more constructive once we speak about the urban environment. Okay, saying this, I would like to invite the first speaker, who is Isaac Mayer, who will speak about the city in general and the buildings, and will give us a very good understanding of how things can be detailed. Sakis.
Thank you, Professor Kartalis. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and a pleasure to be with you this morning and addressing you. Right, that's okay, that's okay. Excellent. Right. So I believe I'm in a somewhat endangered minority here in this congregation, being an architect and town planner, and I don't think there are many of us. So this presentation may be a little bit different from what we had during the previous 2 days. And I'll be talking about rethinking buildings and cities in times of climatic uncertainty. That's where I've been living and working for the past 40 years, so I think I know a little bit about climatic exacerbation. Global population is growing, and by 2050 it's going to be almost 10 billion. And alongside that, the urban population is growing both in absolute and relative terms to be 2/3 of the world's population by 2050. This is the environment we've chosen for ourselves as our ecosystem. I don't think it's very inducive in terms of health and creativity, but that's where most people want to live. The urban heat island has been addressed a number of times during the past 2 days, and what I'm showing here is 4 decades of measurements of thermal discomfort on the left-hand side in a rural station in the south of Israel, in the desert. On the right-hand side in the city of Beersheba, which is about 250,000 people. And as you can see, as we move from 1967 towards 2006, we get more hours per day of medium heat stress and even severe heat stress. Our prevailing wind is the Mediterranean breeze. And despite the fact that the distance is about 100 kilometers, we have a continuous rise of the minimum night temperature, we have a continuous rise of relative humidity, and we have a continuous drop of the maximum wind speed at night. This translates into thermal discomfort. This translates into more energy used for night air conditioning, where we could have, in the past, night ventilation for cooling. So the challenge is, can we really green and ventilate our cities appropriately? Now, buildings, it doesn't really matter what the question is. For an architect, the answer will always be a building. But buildings in the OECD countries are responsible for about 50% of the overall energy that we use. We often hear the number 40%, which is the operational energy, the heating and cooling, lighting, escalators, elevators, and whatever we have in our buildings. And 20% is the embodied energy that goes into the extraction of raw materials, they're turning into building materials, transporting them to the site, building the building. So buildings are responsible to a huge extent for the exacerbation of climatic conditions, because 50% of the energy is about carbon emissions, it's about climate change, it's about what we do to our environment. Another issue that has to do with people and buildings has to do with the fact that we think we live in the environment, but our natural environment is buildings. We spend about 90% of our lives indoors. We are building animals. And therefore, what happens because and inside of buildings affects our daily lives, well-being, health, and productivity. Now, we have to develop appropriate tools, and I'm showing here a platform that was launched maybe 2 years ago by the Israel Ministry of Environmental Protection, which deals with calculating vulnerability, which equates to the exposure times the sensitivity over the adaptive capacity. What does that mean in real terms? This is the Tel Aviv proper area, the urban heat island, the elderly population density, a mapping of socioeconomic level and population density, and how that translates into potentially risk groups being affected by extreme events. And if we can do that for the urban heat island, we can do that for flooding, and we can do that for other exacerbated environmental events. So it's a fact that it will get worse, and therefore the challenge is to work on integrated solutions, appropriate planning that deals with flood-proof cities, green filters, reforestation and afforestation, urban heat island mitigation, walkability and public transportation, appropriate design that has to do with low embodied energy materials, but also low operational energy buildings, maximum renewable energy sources utilization, locally stored, locally developed for local use, weatherization of building stock, zero and positive energy communities, good indoor environment quality and indoor air quality for our buildings, climate, weather, positive open spaces. That should translate into resilience and survivability, which will have to do with the climate change, the climatic exacerbation, and not least with other challenges that we are facing in this part of the world. And not least, we must have a feedback loop. We've been working on isolated, single-use designs and plans. We never go back to learn from our mistakes, therefore we keep repeating them. If we do not feed back into the planning and design processes, we will never be able to meet the challenges. That's what we need to have, that's what we need to do. And just before I complete this presentation, I would like to say that for solutions to be appropriate, to be adapted, to be useful, they have to be site-specific. They have to be culture-dependent and responsive. One size does not fit all. Thank you.
I would like to invite Professor Didier Roux for the next presentation, which is going to be mostly concentrated on the buildings.
Okay, good morning. I will come back on some of the numbers given by the previous speaker. And it's obviously very important challenges for cities in the future. First, the first number is the amount of energy, it has been presented previously, which are used in buildings. In Europe, this is a number for Europe, 42% of the energy is used in buildings, residential and non-residential, compared to transportation and industry, which means that most of the energy we use is in fact for heating or cooling our buildings. And this has to be kept in mind that the saving that we can do in terms of energy and CO2 emission is certainly very important when we deal with constructions. The second is for new buildings, most of the developed countries are made a lot of progress in terms of regulation. This is the evolution for France, but this is the same for many countries in Europe and also USA, which means that the amount of energy which is spent for heating or cooling the buildings in new building is now very small compared to old buildings. The problem is that most of the buildings in these countries are old buildings, and this affects only around 1 or 1.5% of the buildings every year, which means a very small number of the buildings are new. And the consequence is on the average number, it has just a little effect. Coming back to the population, and this is very interesting that we agree on that, the evolution of the population and the repartition between the urban and the rural population was in 2010, for a population of 7 billion of inhabitants, around 50-50. The prediction is that it will be around 10 billion in 2050, and the interesting thing is that in terms of cities, in terms of urban population, it means that before 2050, we have to build, in terms of building, as much as buildings which have been already built in cities up to now, which means that it's a huge, obviously, challenge. It will not happen everywhere. It will happen mainly in Asia and Africa, not in developed countries. But nevertheless, we have to realize that the construction is something which is a big challenge for the planet. It means also that we have very different issues between the developed countries and the fast-growing countries. In developed countries, the main issue is obviously renovation of old buildings, which have been built in a time where energy was not a problem, and that we have to obviously think about the renovation. For the fast-growing countries, obviously, they have to deal with, as explained before, with new buildings. So we have really to keep in mind that it's not the same for two kinds of population in the world, whether we are living in an old country or in a fast-growing country. Some innovation, obviously, we need innovation for these buildings. For new buildings, it's really a question of having lighter and more CO2 efficient materials in order to decrease the impact of the CO2 during the construction of the building, since we know how to build a quite efficient, energy efficient building now, a new building. For all countries, it's more the question of insulation, as it was explained, and this is a big challenge because obviously we have to renovate a lot of old buildings. There are specific challenges in hot countries. I have always been surprised to see how much countries are not thinking that insulating buildings in hot countries is very important because of the extension of air conditioning. And this is a big challenge because very often we put air conditioning in buildings which are not well insulated, and it's obviously a lot of waste of energy. And there is, as mentioned before, the urban heat island challenge, which is very important everywhere in the world. So just in terms of insulation, I will just show a couple of innovations, and that will end my presentation. So classical materials are just having air inside a material which is very light in order to have the air not moving and staying, which is a good insulator. But there are new materials which are quite interesting, especially for innovation in all countries, which are the vacuum insulating panels, which are extremely efficient. For example, the heat conductivity, as it's shown on this figure, is much better for a vacuum insulating panel than what it is with classical insulating materials. Obviously, it's more expensive, but the efficiency is much higher. Also, another innovation which is quite interesting is the fact that we have now windows which can change color with electricity, which means that when there is a lot of sun, it can become dark, and when there is no sun, it will become transparent. So this is something that you can tune by electricity, and it's another example of innovation for new building or even existing building. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor Ferrou. Professor San Jose, you have the floor to present tools and practices that seem to be promising.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much to Professor Kartalis for inviting me to be here in this very nice conference. Well, you know, in this case, we are talking about climate change and urban environment. So for me, it's a unique opportunity to present €7 million European project. I'm the coordinator. We are in the 2 year and a half. We have 1 year more to go. We have 30 partners and 17 countries. So we are developing a tool, a system for helping the cities, policymakers. There are different types of cities, very small cities and very large cities like London, Madrid, Athens, etc. So the tool is going to help all of these cities, but also regions, also areas of interest, and country level. At country level, the IPCC and the European Commission has done a lot of work, a very important work in the last 10, 15 years. But now we are talking about more for the small cities. If you ask the small cities in all Europe or even in the world, what are you doing for the climate change, or what can you do for the climate change? Of course, they know about climate change, but they have difficulties to apply in their small or medium range cities. They really do not know how to attack this problem, even from the adaptation point of view or the mitigation point of view. So in this project, we are developing a protocol and a decision support system to help all of these cities, regions, hundreds of thousands, millions probably in Europe and outside of Europe, in a website, to go there and to follow a simple protocol. Unfortunately, the problem is quite difficult. Problem is no linear, because atmospheric science are no linear. No linear means that in our brain we think that if we increase the emissions, we will have more pollution, which is not true. And it's very difficult to explain from the scientific point of view to the policymakers or the end users. And that is why this project is helping. We have another 2 projects, 2 sister projects, and the call 2 years ago had about 24 million euros. So the project is called Descender, and I will give you in these few minutes just an ideas about this project. I just explain a little bit. First of all, we have to think that when we talk about the future, from the IPCC and from the reality, the future has different futures because it depends how the socio-economic areas will develop in the future. And there are different scenarios. So IPCC decided a few years ago, in fact, 20 years ago, decided to follow different pathways, different scenarios. In our project, we have to consider these scenarios politically for the future of the Earth. And then some of you or some policymakers have completely different ideas than the other about what will be the future for the city or the world, because they are part of the world. So we have scenarios, we call it now SSP 1, 2, 3, and 5. The SSP 4 is just in the middle, is discussed by the IPCC at this moment. So we have selected for our project 2 years ago SSP 1, 2, 3, and 5. We have social scientists in our project, we have economists to evaluate the economic impact, and we have modelists, as me, for instance, or as Costas, you know. Costas is doing a fantastic work with the urban heat island, but also we have people for water modeling, University of Frankfurt, we have people from energy modeling in Portugal. So we, in 30 partners, with 5 case studies we have, and 5 followers, cities, regions. We have the country of Austria as a country, but we have a city, a small city, around 80,000 people, 90,000, Guimarães in Portugal, all the way. We have the region in the northeast of the Netherlands, and we have also the metropolitan area of Turin. So we try to cover with some examples how the DSS is going to be applied. When the project finishes next November, next year, then the visitor of the city will see the exercise we have done in 2 years for these examples. It's not easy. It tries to be simple, but it tries to help to all of you. So you see that we have developed this, we have applied these scenarios, and then we have all the downscaling. I think it was mentioned before in one slide in the session previous. My background is physics. We come from the physics using supercomputers, downscaling from global modeling to go to very small areas, even areas with the actual CFD models, which can have a resolution of 5 meters and even higher, 1 meter. It consumes a lot of computer power, but today it should not be a problem to apply these models. Then we can see a picture of the future depending on the scenario. And I can tell you that if you see your city, this very nice area of Larnaca, for instance, with a few kilometers around, when you see the impact of the future for the next, let's say, 35 years, our future in the project is 2050, then you will see a strong difference depending on this scenario, but also a strong difference at the spatial resolution. It will be quite different because in some areas temperature will go down. It's not true that temperatures will go up all the time for all the places. When you go to local scale, you will see very big differences. Not talking about the vertical resolution for cities, for large cities, the changes will be enormous. Even today, the vertical resolution, when you go to up to 100 meters, for instance, or 50 meters, the differences are very, very high in terms of ocean pollution or NOx or something similar. So in this slide, we try to show that. So we have in the project, of course, an integration of adaptation and mitigation, because at the end of the story, we will have a DSS in the internet that the policymaker has to answer a number of political questions corresponding of the number of indicators associated to the area they live. In the example we have for our project now, we have 26 indicators just released 1 month ago. So they have to answer 26 questions. What do you prefer? Do you prefer to build a wall for a flooding or build more hospitals because you have a higher impact on health about the air pollution? This is a political decision. So they answer about the percentage. If they give a 100% percentage to the water flooding or 100% to the other or 70-70, depending on this political decision, click the button and get a ranking of strategies. In the example we are working, we have between 50 to 70 strategies per case study. Austria was. Also, we have a case study called EURAF, the European Federation of Agriculture and Forestry. This represents more than 35 countries. This is an area of interest, and they are represented for the Iberian and Portugal area, for the DESA. DESA, you know, with different types of trees, in cattle, pigs, etc. It's a special area in all Europe with two countries, two different legislations. Okay, this is just an example of the pictures you can come out. When you go to the high spatial resolution, you can run the next 35 years and get pictures every hour. This is hundreds of pictures, but of course we can average them and produce these for the policymakers. So technology today is doing a fantastic role, but we have to use it in an efficient way. This is just some examples in vertical slices or horizontal slices. This is just a picture of our project with the contributors, the different cities which are in our project. And this is the distender team. As I mentioned, we have people from all the areas. It's a big project, but difficult to manage, I have to say, but very, very efficient at the end today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Roberto. Thanks to all the speakers for the very interesting information they have provided. The floor is open for questions and remarks from the audience. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Gideon Bechar from Israel. One of the main risks of our region, which is developing, is sandstorms and dust storms. This is really a major issue that will become a disaster for the region. It's already happening and will increase with implication on our health, our buildings, etc. So I would like to ask you, in your opinion, what can be done in the urban regions or in the way that we'll build buildings in order to protect ourselves from this emerging threat? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. It's an issue that we've been trying to deal with, and I think it's twofold on two completely different levels. One of them is creating green filters around the cities to minimize the intrusion of dust into the cities, which in a desert environment is of course a big challenge because you need a lot of water for that. And the second has to do with the buildings themselves. We need to start working on more airtight buildings so that during extreme events we can keep the dust out, part of which is microscopic dust. And as you probably know, in the last few years there are always warnings on the radio in Israel for risk groups, pregnant women, old people, people with cardiovascular diseases and breathing problems, to stay indoors, not to go out. So it's the windows and the green belts around, on which we've been working in Israel for the past 120 years.
Yes, please. Back.
Manfred Lange. Well, thanks very much for the interesting presentations. I have two remarks. One to Professor Meyer. I think your point about old buildings and old parts of cities is very well taken. However, I wonder, how do you incentivize and how do you convince the owners of buildings to really engage in retrofitting and in renovating? I'm living or I'm staying at a hotel inside Larnaca, so every morning I drive to part of the old city of Larnaca. And I must say, I wonder how these buildings that I see will ever be changed. So again, the challenge and the question is, how do we go about really pursuing retrofitting of old buildings? The second remark to Professor Rooks, I think your point about insulation is most well taken. However, I'm sure you're aware that there are many other things that could and should be done in terms of the energy budget of buildings. And I just mentioned a few: orientation of buildings, just a second, the ventilation, the the shading of buildings and last but not least coatings. And I was reminded of a remark that Professor Burgess did in the previous session, saying that better understanding of the past to build the future, I think is in this regard very well taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so very quickly, how to convince owners to spend money in improving old buildings. There are many issues about that, and all countries are facing ways, regulation, but also trying to convince people. And the main thing which is working is really a way to increase the value of the building because of the work you are doing in it. That's probably the main incentive for the owner. It's not the saving, usually it's not the saving that you are doing on the spending you are on energy in the future, because it's a very, very long-term feedback, usually 15, even 20 years. So owners are not very concerned about that. But clearly, having a way that their building will have more value if they do the work that they have to do in terms of energy saving and improving the building, it's probably the best way. It's the same kind of investment that you do when you increase the size of your building and so on. It's not easy. It has been done in Germany. It's on its way in France, but it's something which is not easy. But that, for me, that's the best way to convince the owners. For the second question, in fact, you're right. There are many other ways than just insulating, or even you have to insulate, but it's not the only way you can improve the buildings. In fact, I like very much the previous talk about the fact that building in the past, when we were not, and we did not have so much energy that we have now, have been extremely clever in having ways to have comfortable building without energy or with very little energy. And in fact, many of the new solutions which are developed today some are inspired by the building of the past. And it has been shown by the previous panel that effectively our ancestors were very clever in developing interesting solutions.
Professor Malas.
Yeah, thank you. For all the apologies. Yes.
Just allow me a reply on the refurbishment of old buildings. We've been able to show, both with simulations and actual pilot projects, that the payback period of renovated and refurbished buildings is relatively short, and the technologies are very simple. So that can be done. And then, I apologize if I sound paternalistic, but it has to do with carrots and sticks and education. And the higher the price of energy, the easier it will be to explain to those with fuel poverty that it makes sense to try and invest whatever they can and whatever they have in minimizing the operational energy of their buildings. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you for all the very interesting points by all three of you. No, the urban environment, it's a very complex ecosystem in itself for human beings. And life has shown that it's probably the worst environment for people to live. There are stratifications of the impact on people. Now, and indeed, Didier, you mentioned about buildings of the past. Of course, buildings of the past, which are indeed showing us a way, they were built not on a very complex urban environment. So the key here is the de-urbanization. In other words, dispersal of people. And now that with the communications and so on, people do not need to be actually aggregated in big cities. So a key element towards climate mitigation and adaptation, I would say, better adaptation, is to give massive incentives so that de-urbanization will actually bring the cost of living much lower than it is today. We see it in this country, we see it in many countries, that if you're clustering people in an environment, you're increasing the cost of living because, first of all, you're assigning specific areas of habitation, the cost of living goes up, and with all the consequences. And I indeed believe that the way forward is not necessarily to correct insulation with materials that are not environmentally friendly is not really the way forward, I would think, but is to really look at how we construct the future aggregation of people.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah. So, just a comment. A few years ago, we have done in our laboratory a lot of work with the Energy Plus model. Energy Plus model is an open source model from the Department of Energy in the US. It's a complicated model, very complicated, I have to say, because it requires a lot of data. Some of the data was presented about the thermal conductivity, but we focus on toxic pollutants, not CO2, because you know CO2 is not toxic. It's a greenhouse gas effect, but we're talking about ozone. If you have a printer in the office, for instance, what will be the impact in the workers? When you run this model in indoor areas, you have a very, very detailed, talking about centimeters. And then we have analyzed the impact on the health of the different workers, even with some publications related with the family, different members of the family, what will be the impact when they are in the house, when they are doing the dinner, cooking in the kitchen, the emissions are terrible, terrible. You can't imagine the impact of the indoor pollution as we read today, that 90% of the time we are in the indoor pollution. But talking about the house, but talking about the office, a university, for instance, we have printers, we have a lot, for instance, in my laboratory, we have a lot of computers. So when we talk about the dust, for instance, so this is a very challenging area for the next years. Now computer models are capable to run. I mean, it was not part of my talk, but it's really part, because if you go to a very high spatial resolution, then we discuss this. So this is really very challenging, and I agree with my colleagues have said, of course. But my message is, we have tools today from the modeling point of view that we can analyze in very much detail what will be the impact. And you can connect this with the climate change in the future, my models, as I presented, because the outdoor environment influences the indoor environment because of the infiltration processes in the walls, in the building, you know, for instance. Okay.
Yes.
Good morning. I am Mary from Jordan. I am concerned about, don't you think it's the time to have a special code for the buildings everywhere to be friendly with the environment? Like years ago, I have a big house, big windows. Then I found out it's too much energy, too much waste. But when I give for somebody to build the house, I don't understand all the details, but I feel it later after it's too late. Now I think we need, my daughter now is, you know, after she studied this in the university in Arizona, she did a lot of projects to be friendly with the environment. And now everybody is going to the greenhouses. Don't you think it's the time to make awareness by the municipalities, by the people who is building, doing the big instructions, how to build a house, not too much wasting of energy? And we use like the burning chimney in the houses, and this is too much pollution, I think, everywhere. And the second thing, there is too much waste for the good land for the agriculture. We just, anybody build wherever, I have this land, I own it, I could build wherever I want. Don't you think it's by the law we could force the people to respect that this land is to growing food, not for stones? We had to change the system if we want a better place to live in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, well, first of all, my daughter is living in Arizona, in Phoenix. And by the way, they were living with a husband in downtown in last year. And then the building changed the windows colors, as you explained. And the environment, but they were model. I mean, it's expensive, I understand it. Even for American standards, energy is quite lower than in Europe, the price is lower, but they are very concerned about that, So my answer to what you said is, first of all, I agree with you, but the answer is we need more technology to prepare the buildings before, I'm from Valladolid. Valladolid is a city to the north of Madrid. I'm working in Madrid, but my hometown is there. In the 80s, I ran a project, because I was a professor in the architecture school at that time. I ran a project to build a group of houses to optimize the use of energy, but before building the houses. And they managed to build the houses what they call it a chimney, process. You have a wall, a wall which heats the water, but going to the north wall. But you have to build this tube before building the houses. And the project was very successful because they built it in 1 year, but the project started, they ran it for 3 years, and at the end we managed to confirm that the saving of energy in terms of the energy on the 80s, was more than 25%. Just building this chimney, but you have to do it in advance. You cannot implement it in a building which is already built.
Thank you. I want to connect to two of your words, one that has to do with modern buildings, contemporary ones. And my group and I have been working on skyscrapers for the past 10 years, even a bit more, which I consider disasters. Disaster for the urban environment, disaster energy-wise, disaster for the people inside them, whether these are residential towers or office towers. And we have measurements, and we have simulations, and we have measurements of the outdoor environment along the height of the building and around the foot of the building, and it's bad. So this is one thing that has to do with how modern architects design modern buildings and how developers go for more money and architects go for a bigger ego. And the other end has to do with bioaggregates, and you talked about agriculture. There are huge amounts of agricultural waste which can go back into construction for building materials. We've been working on hemp, we've been working on straw, there's cotton, there is mandrake, there's huge amounts of agricultural waste that can be tapped in order to create better building materials with very little embodied energy and beautiful results as insulation. Thank you.
Well, I have done some negotiations with the organizer for extra questions, but the negotiations have failed. But still, I think that the derogation can be applied. Professor Papanikolas?
Wonderful session, eye-opening, shows that we have the solutions, the technical solutions. But taking the facts you presented, I see the big problem. We'll have to expand the building stock in a tremendous way. We have to renew and refurbish the old stock at a massive scale. But where are these going to be built? In areas of the world that are really poor. Poor people, poverty, we know, energy poverty is abundant even in rich countries. these people live in really bad, non-insulated habitats, and are the people that have no money to refurbish a house. So the technical solutions are there, amazing. I mean, the progress is eye-opening. Nevertheless, it looks, and you made it implicitly evident, that the barrier, the way I take a home message from this, is that the barrier is not technological, it's not scientific, it's how it's socioeconomic, which I just not repeat. It has to be implemented by people that don't have the resources to implement it.
Anybody wants to comment? I guess everybody.
It will be short. Here comes the government, here comes the decision maker, here comes the body that allocates public funding, and here comes public housing. Back in the good old days after World War II, there was an abundant construction of public housing for that time of excellent quality. Minimal, but good quality. And I think that until governments realize that there is a new need for good public housing for the less affluent parts of the population, we still will live in this kind of problem of energy need, energy fuel poverty, and of people that grow their kids, raise their kids in terrible indoor conditions.
This is exactly of my presentation. You see, the decision support system goes to the policymaker at the end to take a decision according to the resources they have and the plans they have in mind. So it's the perfect combination about the technology and decision making. I agree. But they have to take the final decision according to. Of course, one of the solutions is that decision making decision makers at country level, they can impose some rules to model before building the houses. This is for me the critical point, but something to be discussed from the political point of view. Technically, it's quite clear. The solution is there. But that is in the policymakers' arena.
Professor? No. Okay. I think how the discussion has evolved demonstrates a strong political dimension as well. Last year in Dubai, there was a meeting of the mayors, and they made the declaration that no decision on mitigation or adaptation will be taken by governments unless the cities are first asked and they agree with respect to the measures. And that was a very strong message, and this year is going to be repeated in Baku, which practically gives the, let's say, the challenge, who takes the decision? Is it the ones that are closer to the citizens, or is it the governments that practically control maybe the cities? So it's not just science, it's not just technology, it's many more things to accommodate in order to find the solutions. Thank you very much for the attendance, and thank you very much for your presentations.
Thank you, Professor Kartalis, Professor Meyer, Professor Roux, and Dr. San Jose. We now continue with our next session on Decarbonization Pathways, which is comprised of two panels. I would therefore like to welcome the convener of the first panel, titled The Decarbonization Pathway as a Transformative Opportunity for the Regional Economies, the Role of Climate Enabling Technologies, Dr. Fabio Montagnino, Chair of the Governing Board of the EIT Climate Kick.
I'm fine. I'll do my best. How do I show this there? Okay. So, good morning, everybody. Thank you, the organizer, for asking me to convene this session. It's for me like a follow-up of the work we did with the Climate Change Initiative, and it's an expansion of that work of 2 years ago. So this panel was designed to be a conversation among stakeholders of the innovation ecosystem. So it was supposed to be a no-slide conversation, so with exchanges and discussions. But I decided to show this single slide because I think this is the way to wrap up what I saw in these 2 days of intense discussions about the, let's say, the present situation we are trying to phase out and the future we are trying to build. And especially in the center where these two, let's say, paths are clashing, we have the situation we are facing today. So where we have many proposals, we have many technologies, we have many suggestions, we have a lot of doubts, we have a lot of pressure, we have also U-turns, so we set up policies and then we try to fight against them. So this will be the main, let's say, content of the discussion. So before a structured introduction, I want to present the panelists, because we put together 3 different stakeholders and 3 different points of view. I will start with Antonia Theodosiou, who is the Environment Commissioner of the Republic of Cyprus, but her name is linked to the successful conservation of the Akamas Peninsula, which is an hotspot of conversation between conservation and local development. So she has been authoring the strategic plan to bind the protection of the peninsula with the community development. Tan Tam Lee is representing EIT Climate Kick from, let's say, the executive level. So he is the Director of Impact and Performance of Transformation at national and subnational level, and he's focusing also on the region. I have personally to thank Tam because he has been sleeping 5 hours in the last 48 hours because of many commitments around Europe. So a special thank for being here and sleeping so shortly for joining us. And we have Thomas Andersson, who is the chairman of ICED, which is a think tank based in Sweden, but he has many engagements in the region. He has been an advisor of the Iran Republic. He's for half of the year based in Oman, and he's specifically working on nature economy and finance to support, let's say, positive nature economy. So I said this was supposed to be a round table, but this is, let's say, will be our, so no slides, but this will be our background for the session. Because we see that in the center we are, let's say, clashing. We have the past and the future, and this is specifically and highly relevant in the region. I mean, this region is characterized by its underground energy resources, not for what we see and what we want to use, but for what we are exploiting from the underground. So the clash is particularly tough. We have here an economic and moral challenge, because as this is the hotspot of oil and gas industry, we should phase out. We are at the same time contending with some of the most severe impact of emission-induced climate change. So on one side, we are exploiting and we are generating the problem. On the other side, we are mostly affected by the problem, and this is an hotspot. And this is not only an economic issue, it's a moral issue, because we are somehow creating the damage to ourselves. And also we have a fast demographic growth. So I could have been seen a better conclusion of the previous panel, because the previous panel is showing that this is another incredible pressure on the region. So there is a commitment to ambitious emission reduction targets. We have been discussing about new technologies, processes, business models that are emerging, but emerging as innovation niches. So we are here We are experimenting, we are trying to accelerate, we are still in this area. Whenever something is raising up, it's going to clash because it's a matter of switching models, forgetting investment plans, moving huge investments, and most of the system is locked. So there are strides in the adoption of climate-enabling novel approaches. We see that there are significant investment in renewable energy, in specifically solar and wind in the area. There are carbon-neutral desalination plants that are under study, and there is a scaling up strategy somewhere. We have also an hotspot of hydrogen. So green hydrogen could be made in the region, and some countries are trying to shift the experience, the past experience in hydrocarbons into hydrogen with significant attraction of investment. Probably we will have the largest spot on hydrogen in the region for the future. Also, and this is something linked to this session because of the work that Thomas is doing, there is some work on positive economy concept and business models connected with socio-ecological models are bringing to the design of financial products that should help us to fix in nature CO2, so help CO2 sequestration while we are regenerating nature. But this is not the mainstream yet, so we are not out of the process, out of the clash. We lack holistic and systemic vision. We miss regional plans, so the climate change initiative and whatever will be the follow-up is very welcome because there are no boundaries for this kind of processes, but we lack regional plans, actions supporting the new technologies and the new approaches to emerge. We have fragmentation because we have geopolitical conflicts and the news are quite bad in this sense. And we have huge resistance from incumbent actors. So there are elephants in the room we have to talk about. And sometimes the elephants are adopting the climate narrative into greenwashing initiatives. So it's even harder to bring the voice of what we want to make whenever the narrative is moving somewhere else. But on the other side, we have huge opportunities to reduce the demand of energy and materials. The previous session was spotting on that. We can change the building industry without new techno fixes because we have already solutions that can be applied there. So the message is that we need both imagination and realism. Just one of the two will not work. We cannot have only realism, we cannot have only imagination. We have to mix them, and those are the good opportunities to bring the two voices together, to define policy frameworks that can maximize the positive impact of this transformation, and they can mitigate the negative ones. So the issue is that we have to gain the support of people, and in Europe especially we are facing this problem that the support of people is moving away from what we want to do. We have to gain the trust of the investors, and we need finally the commitment of the policymakers. So this is the reason why we put this panel together, because we think that our panelists would be able to go through these three dimensions and try to give us, in this short time, a picture of the situation in the region and of the priorities we have to address to move forward. So my first question to the Commissioner, to Antonia, is to tell us from her perspective something about the resistance. So how the resistance can be overcome, where the resistance is coming from, and how we can play with these sticking points, with these points that are, making the system so resilient to the transformation we want to bring in.
Thank you for the to my experience, I had no resistance, so I'm sorry to disappoint you.
No. I mean, it's not your resistance, it's the resistance of the system I think you are fighting against, and somehow you have a position to play on that side.
But I would like to add to your very smart comments that we also need to start from the small to go to the big, and to the solutions we propose to listen to the earth and to have common sense. Many times we think that the solutions are very high above us and we need big studies, and we don't listen to our traditions and to the earth. But anyway, to answer directly to the questions you've raised, and thank you for them, I would like to use the paper I wrote as a help. I think that using actual experiences and examples helps in discussions like today's panel. Drawing from the Agamas Peninsula, which was mentioned before, we learned that the community engagement and trust building are crucial to overcome resistance, any resistance. This trust between locals, stakeholders, and state actors was a key challenge. But early engagement, transparency, and scientific support helped address concerns and involve the community. Capacity building also played a key role. We organized meetings and seminars to equip the community with knowledge on integrating sustainability with their traditions, fostering environmental stewardship and economic resilience. Decisions were made through a bottom-up approach, which is very important, where I acted as a liaison between the communities and the government, providing consultation and presenting innovative ideas. Open communication and inclusion of local voices are crucial to reducing resistance. We co-developed solutions that respected the community's needs and traditional assets, promoted cultural heritage, while proposing sustainable income opportunities like ecotourism, crafts, and nature conservation initiatives. This approach not only engaged communities, but also provided economic alternatives rooted in their connection to the land and ways of life. People need to understand that a green transformation is a win-win situation. Earlier this year, when I was assigned as a commissioner of the environment, my office approached the community complex of Diliria, which everybody thinks in Cyprus that is the most difficult region, which it was proven that is not. They requested me to assist them in becoming a carbon neutral complex of communities, taking into consideration what we've succeeded in doing in Agamas. After reaching an agreement with local authorities, we organized a workshop as part of the process, engaging both the authorities and residents in discussions about transitioning to a climate neutral and green economy and green communities complex. Presenting the example of Tilos Island in Greece, the first energy autonomous and net zero waste island in the Mediterranean, most probably as an energy autonomous island maybe in the world, we showcased how this transformation in Tilos not only boosted local revenue, but also improved the quality of life for its inhabitants. Next steps include, in collaboration with the Cyprus Organization for Standardization, we started already with that, for the development of a standardization deliverable guidelines to support the transition of cities and communities toward climate neutrality. I need to mention here that the European Union has goals regarding the climate neutrality, but has no practical guidance. So we are going to do this for Cyprus at least, and we are going to present it to the European Commission. Demonstrating successful projects of small-scale green initiatives can overcome skepticism and illustrate tangible benefits to local communities. For fossil fuel-dependent regions, similar approaches can provide viable alternatives that promote sustainability while maintaining economic stability. Prioritizing equity is crucial. Decarbonization is more likely to succeed when benefits like green jobs or revenue from carbon taxes are redistributed to vulnerable communities, ensuring a socially just transition. Policies must ensure that underrepresented groups such as women, low-income individuals, and minorities benefit through targeted support programs. For example, our government's scheme offering financial incentives to encourage the use of renewable energy sources and energy-saving technologies, particularly photovoltaic installations and energy upgrade of buildings, has been very well received by the public. Resistance often stems from a lack of trust in policymakers. Governments and the private sector must collaborate with strong leadership guiding the decarbonization efforts. Clear communication and trust building, combined with early community involvement, are key to maintaining social acceptance as well as for purposes of transparency and accountability. This is especially important, e.g. when selecting sites for photovoltaic parks. While we could choose the roofs of the buildings, I strongly believe that engaging citizens in planning and developing energy projects is an effective strategy for transitioning to a post-carbon future while ensuring economic stability and social acceptance. Currently, we are promoting a regulatory framework for energy communities, when I say we, I mean the Cyprus government, that will enable citizens, alongside private and public entities, to actively participate in energy production, distribution, consumption, and storage in collaboration with local authorities. This approach enhances civic engagement and empowers communities to shape the energy transition. In conclusion, as governments, we must educate and highlight not just the environmental benefits, but also the economic and health advantages for a green transition, such as job creation, improved life quality, etc. Furthermore, to invest in reskilling programs for green jobs, in compensation funds for lost jobs, and to provide incentives for businesses to invest in green technologies, and in general to promote research and innovation in this field.
Thank you so much. And then I would move to Tantam Lee. Tantam, can you address from the huge activities that are running under the climate kick, the way we are approaching the regions and the sub-regions, and we are trying to create what Antonia was suggesting, so this kind of conversation among stakeholders. I think that this is a key activity that is then boosting the scale-up of innovations.
Indeed, so I think you almost tempted me when you discussed imagination and realism. So imagination would be that I build on the very enlightening remarks we've heard this morning, and not least the ones you just gave. But I'm a bit underslept, so realism is that I actually use my notes, so I will try to mix the two. But, so yes, indeed, I mean, EMME, as you know better than me, because I'm not from here, even though I deeply love this region, is at the forefront of climate change. It's been said the region is facing climate challenges, which are what we are now starting to experience earlier than predicted in the west of Europe and Central Europe, but it's also shared with many other continents. So green solutions validated here have not only relevance to the place, but they also have real potential for scaling up and out with proper processes, of course, of adapting to specific context elsewhere. Also, the regional conditions, which are challenging, because they can also stimulate original innovation. An example is that the combination of sun, seawater, and CO2 in the Red Sea makes it uniquely relevant for the development of proteins with multiple properties that you can't achieve anywhere else. So the partnerships, let's start with the entrepreneurship angle. So the partnerships between regional clean tech hubs and international initiatives can be very fruitful. In Climate Kick, the CLIMA Accelerator program has been supporting place-based organizations, for instance, in Cyprus, Chrysalis Leap, in accelerating thousands of startups on all continents. They got, of course, advice on business development, but also, most importantly, insights on how the climate change will impact future markets. And conversely, it's important to notice that the technologies with potentially positive climate impacts span a much broader range than is usually thought of in relation to climate. So it goes from fintech to biotechnology, agri-food, or urban design. And much of the progress in climate action is actually not primarily driven by climate objectives. So climate tech must not become a new silo, a new siloed market segment, but it has to collaborate with sectoral hubs and build up their capacity on climate-relevant innovation. But of course, technology is massively important. You will never hear me oppose technology and not technology. I think too many people are doing that in the world, and it's a real concern. However, climate change challenges will not be solved by single miracle solutions, or not even by the mere juxtaposition of technological breakthroughs. So IPCC reports are actually often misquoted. Implementing existing technologies alone is not sufficient to achieve carbon neutrality. And solutions like carbon capture and storage are important options, but they won't suppress the urgent need for more energy sobriety and a larger share of renewables and for social justice. So not only is the deployment of such solutions very far from being scalable at the level needed, but there are multiple reasons why the existing technologies are not delivering their full potential theoretical climate impact. And that involves other levers which are just as important: policy, finance, business models, production skills, behaviors, usages. They're all key levers to achieve climate targets, and their interdependencies are fundamental to act upon. So in Climate Kick, what we have been doing is working with cities, regions, or countries, seeking to work on whole systems, so whole place-based systems. I know everybody's using this terminology now. When we started, it was not so well accepted, and when people use it, what do they really mean? You mentioned greenwashing. I think that's also a case where we should be very, very careful. So it's about an integrative and multi-levered approach, from framing to portfolio design, implementation, learning, and scaling. So the curves we've seen before about urban design, for instance. Deep demonstration programs, for instance, support Slovenia in moving from having a series of front-running circular economy pilots to becoming one of the first quasi-circular economies in the world. It's a massive step forward. In Ireland, the agri-food sector wants to decarbonize itself, and they have asked us to help them work with the government, several ministries, but also, of course, with farmers' organizations, with scientists, to do that in a structured way and in a systemic way. And that is real work. I mean, you say there's no recipe to decarbonize. There is a reason why there is no recipe, but it's not a reason not to work on it. So talking about that, in fact, there are flagship initiatives from the Horizon Europe missions, so the Cities mission in particular, the Adaptation mission, which are trying to go in that direction in a more structured way. So Climate Kick is leading two of them, Net Zero Cities for the Cities mission and Pathways to Resilience for the Adaptation mission. So Net Zero Cities in particular supports 10 cities, I think, in the EMME region, and 112 overall, to access those solutions that are necessary for an accelerated carbon neutrality by 2030. I know what you all think, but the target is interesting in itself. And so each city has to establish a climate city contract, which is not properly a contract, but it's kind of moral contract, but also an operational one, which includes a portfolio of interventions to deploy the action plan, an ambition, of course, and an investments plan, which is, as we all know, very far from obvious. So city contracts, if they are recognized as sufficient quality by the European Commission, give access to a technical and financial advice from Net Zero Cities, but coupled with the European Investment Bank. So the environmental challenges in the EMME regions, particularly when they affect the nexus of energy, climate, but also urban sprawling, peace or war, energy diversification, they would certainly require this kind of integrated and bold systemic initiatives. And they must be grounded in local context. Somebody said there's not one size that fits all. That's something we strongly believe in. But also it should embrace the physical and socio-economic dependencies that cross the boundaries in the region. And for this, there are more innovative approaches that are appearing and they should be used. For instance, pre-commercial procurement. You don't think of it, but that's something that's going to be deployed across Europe for a better use of Earth observation services to serve the needs of river basins deeply affected by climate change. So let me emphasize, and you already said a lot about that, but I really want to emphasize as well the need to involve and empower the civil society to achieve the full potential of innovation roadmaps. Simply put, sustainability is not only financial or physical, it's also social. And effective deployment of technologies depends massively on how the users understand them as relevant to their needs. And if pathways to climate neutrality and resilience are steep, they are not unique. So the ones that will succeed will rely on societal choices, on lifestyles, on priority aspects to protect accepted risks, social justice, cohesion. So reaching and maintaining climate neutrality and resilience on the spiraling effects of climate change cannot be done under profusion of massive subsidies into simplistic solutions. Even less, I would say, in regions like this one, which are affected by a complex web of societal and political tensions. So just to conclude for now, involving the actors in your community should not be limiting to consulting them on macroscopic orientations. You must give them a real license to experiment, coupled with a responsibility to make choices and attribute values, and to test various portfolios of solutions, not only for the technical performance, but for their relevance to the future they want in a context of finite resources and time. So thank you for inviting me, and it's a great pleasure to be in this panel.
Thank you so much. And just to remark that you were spotting on the city mission and the zero energy city mission, and we have an example in Cyprus, which is Limassol, and I think we are getting the idea of how a systemic intervention on the scale of a city connecting the different levels should be structured, so combining the support to innovation and technical innovation to emerge to the capacity of the community and the society to absorb and invest on it. Thomas, what about the experiences of specific technologies that are getting into the pipeline and they might emerge in this part of the world, and why some of them are moving up and some of them maybe they are left behind?
Thank you, first of all, Fabio, for the invitation to come here and to the Cyprus Institute. It's a pleasure to be back, and also to see this kind of initiative that Cyprus is taking to create a little bit more of a linkaging and joint agenda for this region, including the East Mediterranean and the Middle East. So I'll make some comments on technologies, as you say, and about business models. Obviously, we're covering a lot of space here, so this will be a few of the many aspects that are relevant. Let me first emphasize that we know since many years that technology is extremely important for economic growth. And it's not just the level of growth, it's also the orientation of growth. Now, where technology is taking us is far from given. It's a question of, for what purpose we develop technologies and for what purpose we're putting them to use. And these two things are connected. We cannot push technologies that are at hand and have that work out very well. Technologies have to be pulled by the needs that we are confronted with. And that means also that many different kinds of technologies and kinds of competency and knowledge go together. Today we have, of course, information and communications technology being around for quite some time. We have AI, circularity, new materials. There are many kinds of technologies that actually link and bridge. And the question is how we can pull them for resolving the issues that we're confronted with. So now in this region, as has been said many times very well and presented in this conference, there is a real crisis happening. We're only seeing the beginning. Whatever we do, the crisis will deepen. And the challenges of mitigation and adaptation will continue to intensify. When you look at the technologies and how you put them to use in response to these challenges, you are situated in a region that, in a sense, unfortunately, is very fragmented. We're talking about one region here, but there is a very strong tendency for each country to go its own. Personally, I've been quite engaged in the GCC countries, several of them, and I'm based in Oman part of the time. So these countries exchange quite little sort of experience and very little efforts doing these kinds of things together. Everyone competing and then trying to link with other parts of the world. So that makes it difficult to have a platform that allows for scale where you are. But the challenges are very much the same. So heat stress now, of course water, the energy transition. There are other kinds of, of course, very important issues connected with these things. Health, for instance, have been pointed to. And the buildings, architecture. There are many things that are common. Now, so to make a few comments on then some of these areas. In the case of energy, and this has also been very much discussed here, renewables obviously are on the way up, and costs are coming down on solar and so forth. Now, taking advantage of the renewables very much connects with managing the grids and the storage. In these various areas, we have regulations and we have rigidity and conditions that really make it harder than it should be to take this on. So removing obstacles and allowing for new solutions to come up. Procurement was mentioned as an important vehicle here. We know in the battery field, for instance, that Europe is right now, and much of the rest of the world, losing out to China. But there are also other, not least new materials-based solutions that are on the way up and that are being experimented in various kinds of contexts. So here it's about allowing more of that innovation to come through, and some of them will be big scale, requires big sort of markets to go through, but others are more niche-oriented. And working together between university and industry, and in the light of the challenges you have, opportunities you have, is key to making that succeed. Now, water systems, we know as well, are going to become more and more challenging. And again, here it's a kind of almost holistic approach. Water relates to, of course, farming, agriculture, food, health. And we know in many of these areas that there is quite great concern of where we're heading. So water management and connecting that to solutions in these other areas and getting into kind of developing niches where you can get value added is very important. I can't help mentioning one particular product that we are trying to launch a little bit in the Middle East, which is the sort of Dutch Graces water box, where you plant trees in a different way, using very little water, just a few % of what you use with conventional irrigation. But in that way, you get the trees to develop their root systems naturally, and you actually have very high survival in very dry climate using so little water. And it works with the native trees in that kind of environment because they know how to economize water. Adapting that to the local conditions and the very major challenges you have in dry regions can offer very interesting opportunities. Not easy, because there is a lot of resistance to trying these things. There is a lack of patience and those things. So that takes us back to the business model, which I comment on in a minute. Of course, IoT, smart solutions around that is very important for optimization and going into different kinds of niches and meeting also with various kinds of user needs. Now, buildings have been commented on quite a bit here, and the construction sector is one of those that has been the slowest, if you put it like that, to adopt sort of smart solutions around IT and so on. The construction sector is very heavy, very large scale, very capital intensive. Construction waste, it's been commented also, is very extensive. And of course, concrete building materials are very CO2 intensive, high carbon footprints. Again, there are solutions, not least based in material science, with new materials that are coming available, and it's more of giving them a chance, opening up niches and experimenting, and a lot of things going to happen there. But there is so much resistance in that sector. Okay, so on the business model side, it's not, again, not easy. When it comes to environment and addressing the challenges we have here, there is this odd situation that you have to make some investment, you have to take some risk to try to go into, what's green, what's really, demanded broadly. But the benefits of that investment will, they will flow in all kinds of directions. They are direct, they are indirect. They are not only benefiting our present generation, the unborn are going to be the biggest winners, and they are not around. But the costs are concentrated when you undertake them. So when you go into, as a business and innovator, entrepreneurship, and also, of course, authorities that are trying to promote that, you have to try to find a way of getting to the paying customers, connecting with the stakeholders. In the European projects that you mentioned, there is a very extensive nature-based solutions research and innovation agenda in Europe. There are about 80 mega projects that have about 5 to 10 cities involved in them, and the resources pushed by the European Commission to those projects are in the several billion euros. It's in a way a kind of empowerment for experimentation and collaboration at local and regional level. And so there you are trying to find out the ways of how you can get the stakeholders to work together, and how you also can promote innovation and nature-based enterprises. So in that work there has been some mapping on trying to draw lessons and diffuse those lessons about what works in terms of such enterprising. And you find that the entrepreneurs, the individuals, are very important in this area. The drive to the passion, have to connect with professionalism in running a business. And there are many examples around, but that really requires a lot because the environment is not easy. And when you compare the European situation with what you have in China, for instance, or in India, or is in Silicon Valley, it is much harder to grow a business and to have a favorable policy environment. There is a lot of rigidity around. So more need to be done to work on those enabling conditions and to give these entrepreneurs and innovators a chance. Again, their ability to connect with stakeholders and also the internal organization in terms of creativity and being able to have the skills, different kinds of competence, combination of competence, very important. Now on funding, we're running out of time, so just have to stress these things. Blended financing is very important in this case. And it shouldn't be used as a way for government to bend business in that direction, which is what we have a lot of. But it has to be offered on more favorable terms. But it is a way of trying to give more back on the public and social returns to enterprises that can bring in funding for what can more work as a business case. So blended funding, finance, public-private partnership, and then probably I wanted to end with just a few comments on the carbon credits and also biodiversity credits. So we have a situation going back to the Kyoto Protocol where policymakers basically concluded worldwide that they cannot manage the challenges we have with sustainability without allowing business and private sector and finance to have market instruments. And the carbon credits, of course, is an attempt to monetize the benefits that we're getting when we are sequestering carbon, taking it out of the atmosphere and so on. And there has been the discussion also, and there is some action also on biodiversity credits to also compensate for that. Those efforts by policymakers were actually disliked, even hated by part of the non-government organization from early on, which saw them as a kind of bad excuse for the big polluting industries, not to cut their carbon. So there have been resistance all along. And of course, you've got the Paris Agreement overturning the conditions. And there have been a struggle to try to improve the conditions for the carbon market that have not been successful. So we have worldwide an extremely fragmented market when it comes to compensation for carbon mitigation. I don't know if you're aware, but in the European Union, you get about perhaps between 70 and 80 euros today for cutting, taking down a ton of CO2. The turnover of the European ETS market, European Trading Systems for Carbon, is about 300 billion euros annually. So this is a very big market now. And it's actually expanding at this time because more and more industries that were previously exempt are also taking in under this umbrella. The Chinese market is 5 times as big as the European in terms of CO2, but it's less value of turnover because the price is lower. Now, if you get 80 tons in Europe, how much do you get on the ground today in Asia, in Africa, in Latin America, where you have an enormous need of actually channeling funds to the ground for these kinds of projects? You might get about $1 US dollar per ton. If you register and trade on these, using the certification mechanisms around there, which are gold standard and Vera and so forth. So you have an arbitrage between 1 and 80. Now, what kind of opportunity for business that does create? Yeah, enormous. Now, at the same time, it's a very frustrated market, and there is a lot of bad publicity out there. So everyone in that market is extremely nervous of how to act on it. But again, I'm coming back to where I started. The challenge is growing, and there is more and more need of offset. I see it in the big energy sectors in the Gulf. How they are craving for finding ways of offset. And so things have to go here. Now, if you are connected in this market, if you know how to bridge and link and you are connecting with stakeholders and so on, there is a lot of opportunity. But the information system is working out very poorly. So this comes back to Fabio. It's very important to link the technology here and the business models, and that we can go more cross-border between different competencies, different actors, and that we can collaborate more effectively together using the opportunities and countering these challenges.
Thank you, Thomas. I will make a wrap-up comment on the paper I've been sharing with the panelists during the preparation of the panel, which has been published on Science about 1 month ago, which I consider, a milestone in the discussion about the decarbonization policies. It has been led by the Potsdam Institute. They've been analyzing 1,500 decarbonization policies all around the world, including let's say emerging markets, including global south markets. I don't know how many of you have been going through this paper. The successful policies are just 63. So 63 policies out of 1,500. So it's 4%. And why? Because the policies are missing of a systemic approach. They are not combining the different factors. They are not adapted to the specific context. So substantially, if you make a policy on prices, for example, of electric cars, and you don't make a policy on the development of, out of time? You don't make a policy on the market availability of electric cars? No way. So I think that the fil rouge of the 3 talks is about bringing systems together and try to take care of this kind of, let's say, as Antonio Gramsci was saying, you know, where you have a clash of the present and the future, you have monsters. And we have to try to, as Bruno Latour was saying, to take care of the monsters, to love the monsters. So try to find a way we can tackle this transformation and bring this transformation to somewhere. It seems that most of the political, the policy frameworks, they are not taking care of the monsters. They are taking one part, one piece of the system, but they are not taking the overall. Last highlight is the engagement of communities. I think that in the 3 talks, it has been highlighted that we have to work with people and including people in the discussion from the very beginning. So we will boost acceptance, we will combine the different impacts. So it's again something that probably in part of the debate is still missing, and here it has been very well addressed. I've been told that we are out of time. I would take, let's say, 1, 2 short, very short questions, and then we will be over.
Thank you for this, allowing us to ask some questions. Yes. Well, actually, my question is to the Ms. Commissioner. I was wondering, actually, from being in the region, you know, wondering actually to illustrate the point, like for all the COP, you know, we really sent in the region, or most of the world, the Minister of Environment. I'm not sure if it's the right profile for the person to represent such an important climate change, is really the Minister of Environment. So I'm wondering in terms of in Cyprus, I mean, you're the Commissioner of Environment, and there is a Department of Environment and the Minister of Agriculture, right? I understand. Can you explain to us actually how much purview and authority you have actually to impact things on the climate change in Cyprus versus the Minister of Environment, Minister of Energy, Minister of Agriculture? I mean, how actually, I mean, you need to be able, somebody to actually give these decisions, right? I mean, or the president has to take all that decision.
Well, I don't think that we are much different than the rest of the, let's say, European Union countries, because the issue of the carbon neutrality is a horizontal issue. So even if we had, it's true that in Cyprus we do have a Ministry of Agriculture, Agricultural Development and Environment, and there is also the Commissioner for the Environment, and I'm going to come to this. Maybe in other countries there's a clear, there is on one Ministry of Environment, and I don't know if it works better, if it is like this. So my assignment is to work for the environment horizontally and help out with the policies referring to the various environmental issues. So there are no limits in my office, but I'm limited only that in the sense that whatever I propose has to be adopted by the relevant ministry or deputy ministry, because we do have ministries, we have deputy ministries, and we have the commissioners. Okay, you don't need to, do you need me to tell you historically why is this? Yes? Okay, because we have the constitution, the Cyprus constitution that was adopted in 1960, and we cannot change this constitution one-sided, because the country is now approximately 36% of the country is occupied, and there is no participation of the Turkish Cypriot community in the governmental sectors. So if we do change the system that is foreseen in our constitution one-sided, it's a problem. So this is why the Cyprus government trying to adopt to the contemporary circumstances has created for specific sectors the deputy ministries and the commissioners' offices. So trying to help out with a specific topic, I participate in a group of 4 consisting of 2 ministries and also the deputy minister under the president and my office. And my office has the task, because we have requested this task, to create policies regarding carbon neutrality. And this is where we faced the fact that the European Commission has not a practical guide of how to measure the carbon neutrality. More recently, in approximately 2 weeks ago, we started participating in a circle of discussion within the European Union as a Commissioner's Office, alongside with the Standardization Office of the government, in a consortium within the European Union, how to help out the regions to become carbon neutral and not to create new directives about the targets of, as it was mentioned before, of 2030 and 2050, and how to measure the changes that are not only referring to the energy production and consumption, but also to all the sectors of our development, agriculture, transport, etc. Parallel to this discussion that has been launched within the European Union, at the national level, we create a guide which we are going to present both in this group and also to the Commission.
Antonia,
and it's quite difficult.
Sorry, we have really to close because we are getting, late with the previous sessions. But I think that it will be, I think, for the coffee break, the next question. So thank you, dear panelists, and thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Montagnino, Commissioner Theodosiou, Professor Anderson, and Dr. Lee. We will now move to the second panel of session 4, entitled Plans for Mitigation and Adaptation of Relevance to the EMME region. And welcome to the stage Professor Thanasis Kazilakos, Adjunct Professor at the Cyprus Institute, to convene this panel.
Kalimera. Yesterday we heard the President of the Cyprus Republic saying that he will be reviving the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative. In its first phase, between 2019 and 2022, we had 13 task forces, about 240 scientists from all 17 countries who worked to analyze the climate crisis situation in the region and culminated their work with a regional action plan. And on the political side, this regional action plan was adopted in COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh, with a declaration by several of the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East countries. And now we'll have some questions. What do we mean by a regional climate action? Remember that regional has 2 meanings. Sometimes it means part of a country, and sometimes it means many countries. Why is a regional action plan, what is special so that we have a special session in this conference? This is question number 1. And let's see. How do I do this? Yes. The second thing is, why do we need regional climate actions? We have global climate actions, we have national, we have city level. Yesterday I was presenting a poster on the Lemesos city climate action plan, which is one of the 100 cities in Europe that have promised to become climate neutral by 2030. We even have personal plans and behaviors. Why do we need another level? Why Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region? Then, if we answer this satisfactorily, the third question, and questions are important, you know, it's questions that set up the agenda. It is questions that are important. The answers just illuminate them. The third question is it realistic? Is it realistic in a region where half of the countries do not talk to each other, where we have military occupations, where today we're missing a member of our panel because of the war? Is it realistic to talk about this thing? Just because we scientists have a common language and we usually understand each other, and we have decided and shown that there is an existential threat that has a peak in our region, and we call it the climate crisis hotspot. Can we just call the policymakers for regional climate cooperation without being foolish? We heard Ernest Monique yesterday saying that the distinction between visionary and crazy is easy to cross and usually decided a posteriori. If we want our call for regional cooperation to be visionary and have impact beyond nice conferences and declarations, then we need to discuss preconditions and create a roadmap for the implementation. We need to actually talk with the policymakers, convince them, listen to them, adapt our regional action plans and our roadmap for the implementation accordingly, and stay by their side to make the common vision reality. So these are the questions that we would like to discuss in this panel. And let me start just by giving the answer that we gave in the first phase of the EMME Climate Change Initiative about what do we mean by regional actions. So we were talking about those adaptation and mitigation activities that only make sense in a transboundary regional scale, or at least have a multiplicative effect, hopefully an exponential effect, an added value when designed and implemented at a regional scale. With that, I would like to ask Gideon Broberg to talk about the eco-piece with my personal favorite example of what a regional activity would be. Gideon is a determined person. For 30 years, he's been working for ecology and peace in a region where scientists have decided that we're declining ecologically, and peace we know that we definitely don't have. So, Gideon.
Thank you very much, Thanasis, and the Cyprus Institute for organizing this event at this time. Because I think this panel, this session, is all about the elephant in the room. Why cooperate? That's a question that at Ecopiece we have been asked every single day of our 30 years of existence. And when I say asked to 70 staff, Palestinian, Jordanian, Israeli, in 3 offices as equals, with 3 co-directors that decide by consensus, with a single board of 4 Israelis, 4 Palestinians, 4 Jordanians, an Arab majority that also reflects the region, that's also an Arab majority. And we're not scared by that. And therefore, when we come at this time, in the middle of war, and ask this question, I do ask that you show sensitivity to us. Because every Palestinian, Jordanian, Israeli, Lebanese in this room is in the midst of deep trauma. We are suffering. Yet we're here. Why are we here? We're here because we believe that the status quo is completely unacceptable and that we can be part of that change. That is the theory of ecopeace. To the question of why regional cooperation on climate, well, it's not instead of global cooperation. And it's not instead of national and municipal cooperation, but it's needed in addition to, because the climate crisis doesn't just impact us at a global level or at a national level, but it actually impacts a particular region in a particular way. And therefore, if the region doesn't respond in a coordinated fashion, then we are likely not to meet the challenge. It's important to have national strategies, but totally insufficient if we haven't coordinated. And we're not saying this out of theory, we're saying this, that's exactly what Europe did. That is the European Green Deal. It's a European strategy which is regional because Europe understands that it can only survive and prosper following, as a result of the climate crisis, by acting nationally but also coordinated. And that's why at Ecopeace, we're just an NGO. We represent no one. We are condemned by everyone, even though every Palestinian, Jordanian, and Israeli at Ecopeace are the most loyal nationals to their countries, because they understand that the only way for us to survive the climate crisis is to indeed implement plans like the Green-Blue Deal. And what do those plans consist of? One example, again, learning from European experience. So we're not talking just about theory, we're talking about practice that's been implemented and has brought results. We're not the only conflict. We're not the only part of the world where we continue to kill each other every single day. And I say this with great pain because at Ecopeace, it's not just the suffering of our own national. Every staff person has lost someone, and every staff person knows the person that the other staff person has lost. So the suffering is truly traumatic. But despite that suffering, we advance programs such as the Green-Blue Deal and draw the lessons, a key lesson of Europe after hundreds of years of bloodshed, understanding that the 2 most important natural resources of the European continent at that time, coal and steel, can be the nexus to promote peace and prosperity. And we simply ask the question, what's the coal and steel of the Middle East in the midst of the climate crisis? And a study, and the German government, and credit is due, funded a study for us, and our study concluded that the coal and steel is the harnessing of the sun and the sea. And guess what? There's comparative advantages. That Jordan has the that's what our study found, that Jordan has the comparative advantage of vast desert areas to produce renewable energy at scale and at price that Israel and Palestine could only dream of. It doesn't mean that we don't insist on renewable energy throughout Palestine and Area C of the West Bank also be allowed to produce renewable energy, together with Israel producing as much renewable energy as it can. But we understand that Jordan has a comparative advantage, and it can, for the first time perhaps, sell something to its neighbors. And on the other hand, Palestine and Israel are on the Mediterranean coast and have the comparative advantage to desalinate, to harness the sea because of the advances in technology and produce the water desperately needed to meet the adaptation needs of our region, because the Mediterranean, whether in Israel or in Gaza, remains 100 kilometers from all of our main population centers. And therefore, it's critical, to meet that challenge, to incorporate the purchase of desalination, desalinated water for the Mediterranean, not instead of Jordan also building its own desalination plants in Aqaba, so that it has its own measure of water security, as Palestine and Israel need on energy security. But in addition to, and in that way we take the coal and steel and we turn water and energy into healthy interdependencies. Healthy interdependencies are transformative. It's not about, and I want to answer also the third and fourth questions, but I'll come back to you. It's not about managing the conflict. There's a relationship between the climate, how we're dealing with the climate crisis, and how we've failed to deal with the peace process. With the climate crisis, we've identified a clear goal. We have a mitigation strategy which tells us we mustn't reach. In the peace process, we must also have a clear goal, and that's 2 states. We must meet the aspirations, the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people to live in dignity in their own state. And we must meet the legitimate aspirations of the Israeli people to live in security. But it's also not good enough, because Israelis and Palestinians don't live in isolation. We're part of a region, and therefore we need integration. And when I get the opportunity, I'll expand on that, but I don't want to take much longer.
Okay. Let's leave it here. This is, I said, my favorite example, using the sun in Jordan to get water from Israel, to put it in the Jordan Valley, and financed by the Emirates. I mean, it's a full plan. Let's go ahead, though, because if Gideon is the determination, ELMME is the psyche and history of the climate change initiative in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. And it's interesting to listen to your view about the questions. And I would ask you, if not now in the second round, to focus on what should we do in order to go beyond the conferences, declarations, and acceptances in order to realize the slogan of COP27, which was to implement?
Thank you, Thanasis. Just to remind everyone that with the announcement of the continuation of the initiative now by the President of the Republic, the Cyprus Institute is continuing as the secretariat of this initiative, and together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment, we will be able to identify the countries that are interested, in the states that are interested in the region, and those first projects by which we can start this initiative. We have already completed the scientific work, as you mentioned. We had 13 task forces working with specific focus, each one of them. And we have a regional action plan that actually identifies measures that are specific for our region. And that answers your question also, why regionally? Because you do not choose as a country where you will be positioning geographically. So you need to actually take action in order to survive, essentially. So that means that cooperation is essential for dealing with this crisis in order to survive, essentially. Now we will be starting again the process of identifying the projects and the countries that they're willing to collaborate. Of course, we're talking about transboundary actions, and of course, we're talking about collaborations that they will be focused in the areas where specific countries are interested, and we are not expecting all countries to cooperate in all projects.
Okay, so we have determination, we have the history, and now we have the bridge. Hans is the bridge between the science and the policy, having been for years the director of the European Environmental Agency, but before that being not a policymaker but an academic. So perhaps you can answer these questions focusing on how do we make this connection. How do we not only make the policymakers listen to us scientists, but also we listen to them so that we have something implementable?
Thank you, Thanasis. I will speak standing up because I don't know about you, but I speak better when I stand up. So, okay, well, what can I say? After those two previous colleagues, I feel humbled because A, I'm not from this region, and B, I think humbled by the commitment and the fact that people from this region, regardless of all the difficulties, are working together in the way in which they are. So take my comments as an outsider's perspective, but with some experience in regional integration and in how we can deal with climate change at a regional level. I will start with the need for a regional action plan. Well, I think the past 2 days have been all about that. And it's clear that climate change impacts, vulnerabilities, and risks are not limited to one specific country. They are global and also regional, and that has been very well illustrated. Climate change solutions, as has been talked about, also require infrastructure, investments, analysis, knowledge, governance that is regional. So by definition, yes, a regional action plan would make a lot of sense, not only for mitigation, also for adaptation. I've heard very little about adaptation in the last 2 days, and I think that is badly needed as well. And I think with the formulation of the action plan, which I read in preparation of the conference, which was agreed then or officialized at COP27, you're actually in the lead. But you can also say that if you're leading, but nobody is following, you're just taking a walk, yeah? And I assume that you are not in it to take a walk. So the question becomes, how realistic, and that's then number 4, how realistic is it that this is happening? Well, as an academic, having studied regional integration and working with the EU for many years, but also with ASEAN, one has to be very frank. I mean, the basic conditions for strong regional cooperation are not present, yeah? And I just name a couple. Peace and stability. I mean, we're of course all focusing on what is happening now, but if you look at the map of the region, I mean, and you take the last 3 decades, there is almost no place where we haven't seen violence or war or civil war. So that is highly destructive as an environment. Of course, another element is trust between and within countries, not only between, also within countries, yeah? I mean, trust in public and private institutions. And for those who have an interest in this field, just go to transparency or corruption indices and look at where many of the countries in the region are. This is not fertile ground for collaboration, yeah? Recognized and stated joint interests, yeah? Where are they? Often that is a serious question. But more fundamentally, I think, and it was mentioned a little bit by some people, is that this region is actually at the heart of the current fossil fuel world. Because we live in a fossil fuel world. It determines that this region is important and relevant. It determines power relationships. It determines a political economy. It determines financial flows. And this region is at the heart of it. So if you want to change it and be part of this post-fossil fuel world, I mean, this is a really, really big challenge. Now, I'm not a negative person. To the contrary, I tend to be a very optimistic person, at least in my own life. So where can you start then? What is realistic to start? When you look at the plan, I think, first of all, science, analysis, transparent data. And that's where, as the head of the European Environment Agency, we worked together with UNEP MAP and with the Neighborhood South initiative to create a common platform for transparent and credible data. It's almost unbelievable that that is still not the case, yeah? And of course, you can work with satellites now, partially, and you can do all sorts of things, but if you can't even agree on a common understanding, it becomes very difficult. So I would really emphasize that work, and quite a number of colleagues here were working on that. Then also, as was suggested, start with feasible projects between players that are interested to work together, and they can be public or private, and that have at least a chance to survive the next troubles that might be there, yeah? And that may mean some infrastructure in some places, but probably not some infrastructure in other places, yeah? So that is something to be said. Now, if I also reflect on the last 2 days, and I've been taking frantically notes here, I find the discussion rather technological and managerially driven, yeah? As if societies are not part of the region. And I think that is lacking. If we don't discuss issues of distribution, of justice, of citizenship, yeah? We're not only consumers, we're citizens. And there are numerous countries in this region that have sort of primary citizens and then secondary and even tertiary citizens, if you could say so. I mean, those are essential elements. If you don't have your society with you in what is in essence a fundamental social change, more than shifting a technology in and of itself, I think it will become different. The other thing is truly systemic approaches. This is all about fundamentally changing systems of provision that link resources to what societies need: good food, a decent house, mobility, education, those things. And that requires a much broader approach than a managerial, technological, and IT mitigated approach, which we see. I would also emphasize what we should stop doing, what we should phase out. And that includes fossil fuel subsidies. Yeah? It took until COP28, 28, before in the final text we mentioned fossil fuels and they should be phased out. The blocking coalition was primarily coming from this region. I mean, that's the global politics of it. So if we want to change that, that's an elephant we need to address. So stopping fossil fuels, which is a big, big issue. The IMF, which is not exactly a left-wing green NGO, yeah, calculated about 7% of the global economy going directly or indirectly into fossil fuel subsidies. The World Bank is calculating that we need about 2 to 3% per year to pay for the global transition towards a climate-neutral society. How come we are capable of spending 7% on something that we know is destructive, but we think it's impossible to spend 2 or 3% on something that is dealing with what we now know is an existential crisis? Because we are moving towards a 3-degree world, yeah? And we don't need governance to adjust to a 3-degree world. We will be in a different world, yeah? And so this region plays a critical role in all aspects of the current world and will pay a heavy price, as we have seen yesterday from several colleagues, in the impact. So I think those are important elements. Finally, we live in times of climate acceleration, and we spend a lot of words on saying we should speed up and scale up solutions. And if you read the preambles or the first page of global conferences, they bring tears to your eyes, quite frankly. Yeah? And then we go home and we stick to our compartmentalized, project-based, little budget projects. Yeah? The goal is not to add a pillar of sustainability or climate projects to what we are doing and then thinking that things will change. The goal is to fundamentally change unsustainable systems of production and consumption. And this is a really difficult part of the world to deal with that, but there is no other choice than to face it. We are in a sort of basin where the water is, you know, getting higher and higher, and we have $1,000 in our pocket, and if we have to pay $30 to turn things around, we say, no, we can't. We are counting on growing out of this. Well, natural ecosystems have put a ceiling on that growth. So we can't grow out of this anymore. We have to change what it is we are doing. And I read quite a bit of that in the action plan. I have to bow my head to you because you are doing this in incredible circumstances that I can't even imagine having to work in. So I've got a lot of respect for what you are all doing. And I can only hope that we, and maybe Kurt Vandenberghe will say that this afternoon, we don't need the first option, because he probably will say that we have two choices. We will either change by disaster or by design. Yeah? And as a scientist, I choose by design. Whether the social forces choose that, that's another question and not a scientific question. Thank you.
Do we have another 10 minutes? Okay. Rather than questions, how about objections and comments?
Thank you so much. Manal Shahabi from the University of Oxford. I just want to start by saying that I'm a very big proponent of regional cooperation, and I think one of the challenges that the region has in terms of reaching its climate and energy policies is the fact that it is very fragmented. And if you look at the big regions where there's a lot of development, whether it's China, the US, the EU, they're able to have access to all the resources available and maximize the use of the resources, et cetera, so that obviously they're able to achieve more of their targets and their really better management of resources. And of course in this region, we can't because it's fragmented. But there's and I love the idea of, you know, using water and all the resources that you mentioned again in the beginning. But there's a huge problem with the fact that this is not the EU, because the three parties you talked about are not equal. When it comes to water resources, for example, there's a huge inequality of power, right? And power imbalance. So the parties are not equal. When the sources of the water are controlled by one party, that it can cut off all the water that goes into the other parties, that is in itself a huge problem, let alone the fact that, again, these are not really, I think the analogy that you made with the EU is frankly not applicable in this case because of the challenges of the equality of the parties. They're just not three equal parties coming to the same table with equal power. So that by itself, I think, not to say that the work you're doing is not important, it's just on reality and on the ground between the parties and the interactions of governments, it just pretty much doesn't work really. So there's a systematic problem. And then let alone there's the issue of the occupation and all that. So then, again, if you don't solve that, none of these issues are necessarily going to actually be realistic. And then what is also needed are agreements that parties can adhere to. And even in the past when it came to water, there's also evidence that Israel as well did not always adhere to agreements when it came to the three parties with the Dead Sea, et cetera. So there is, again, an issue of equality, systematic problems that are also very structural, and then as well as how do you ensure that the parties would really live up to their commitments when it comes to their agreements. So that's my long first point. My second point is to answer.
We need to respond to that rather than add a second point. And then, so before I let you, I want to tell a personal story. About 25 years ago, I was representing Greece in a committee of the Council of Europe, and it was meeting in Strasbourg. So I took the Lufthansa plane from Athens to Frankfurt, and then there was a bus from Frankfurt to Strasbourg. And as the bus was going, at some point it went a little bit slower, and it looked like some abandoned buildings were around the road. And we continued. And this was the bloodiest frontier of Europe, where the French and the Germans had been fighting for centuries. And now it was nothing. We just went through. So there are solutions. And the coal and steel was signed after a war that had winners and losers, but it was signed and went forward.
Thank you, and that's exactly the point. That when you look at most conflicts, if you think conflicts are run by equal powers, then you're not learning the history of conflict. There is almost inherently unequal power in all conflicts that are being operated. But that doesn't take away the importance of giving agency. And that's what the water energy exchange is about. It's about giving Palestine agency to build its own desalination plant on Palestinian territory in Gaza, not instead of getting a fair deal of natural water resources, but as a means to improve its reality on the ground now, immediately. And we can do that through, again, a transformative fashion. If we've gone through 5 horrific wars between Israel and Gaza, Israel and Hamas. If we just, again, talk about rebuilding, then we're going to see another war. We need to be transformative. We need to make sure that it's not just Israelis and Palestinians involved in the rebuilding of Gaza. We need to make sure that it's not just donations, but a building of a 200 million cubic meter desalination plant in Gaza means that water, meeting the urgent water needs of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, can be improved, but then Gaza can be an exporter of clean water also to Jordan, not instead of Israel, in addition to Israel. And that creates an economic engine. That means that rather than the desalination plant be built by donations, we can involve the private sector, the Saudis and the Emiratis that are keen to be involved, but then provide a level of security, because we need to not only meet the geopolitical realm and the climate realm, we also need to meet the economic and the security realm. And why hasn't a large desalination plant been built in Gaza? Partly because the Israeli side is saying, well, who's going to guarantee that those pipes are not going to become missiles? And we have examples of that, of all sides, weaponizing water. We need to stop that. We need to try and stop that. And when the investment in the building of the desalination plant becomes part of Jordan's water security, and the investment is by another actor, the Saudis and the Emiratis, that have an inherent interest to make sure that every part works for its purpose, then we truly have a transformative change where we're fighting for peace, but we're also recognizing that we have spoilers. We have extremists on the Israeli side that want to defeat the two-state solution. We have extremists on the Palestinian side that want to defeat the two-state solution. And we're creating transformative change where we're working together to defeat those extremists. That's the opportunity that we have before us. And I think that the climate crisis and the role of the scientific community is that time is not on our side. We claim to love the land that we're fighting for. There will be no land to love if we don't operate immediately, now, in a transformative fashion. That's the incredible contribution that scientists bring to the table, that the Cyprus Institute does in this regional fashion. That's why we need to cooperate, not for the sake of cooperation, but for the sake of transforming the interests and the actors so that we build on the common interests.
Just to corroborate what was said about the preconditions, that peace and security have to be there in order to have any prospect of success, I would like to mention that when in my introductory remarks I mentioned the buffer zone of Nicosia, which was the first site that was declared one of the most endangered sites in Europe, and I mentioned that some of the churches there fell apart because of the rainfall. We asked permission to get in and restore them and maintain them, and we were not allowed because of the presence of the Turkish military. Even now, after 10 years, we didn't manage to get permission to go and look after these monuments, which are really very precious. So yes, peace is a precondition for success.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Mr. Gadam, for this great support when you mentioned Jordan. To answer these 4 questions, to change the climate, it needs to change what we have inside, our vision for the future, what we are going to do for the new generation, which have no they have not in charge for our mistakes in this life. So in Jordan, everybody knowing the King Abdullah II, he is nationwide known as a king of peace. He tried to stop all this nonsense in the war in the region, because in the war there is no winner. Everybody, he think he's winner, but he's going to lose in somehow or some way. And you know, in Jordan, we pay too much as a result of the conflict in the region. You know, most of the refugees in Jordan, we are one of the poorest countries in the water. So we need this project very bad, because the war right now is for land and for different things. Within 10, 15 years, it's going to be a war for water. Because people, if they don't have water, there is no border line between the countries. Everybody wants to reach to the water. So I wish, and thanks for the people who organized this conference, because they give us seeds. Seeds, it means if I have it in Jordan, in Israel, in Palestine, or anywhere, it needs love and care and nutrition to grow, but it's going to give a good flowers, the same in everywhere. So I wish everybody think, when we take these seeds, how to keep it green, how to make it exist in life, because we get tired of war. We get tired of not having peace in the region. I wish everybody have a responsibility to answer this question with open mind and feel that he have responsibility to let seeds of peace grow in his mind and in his heart. God created us pure with love. Why we damage the whole things that we have in this nation? Thank you.
Thank you. And in closing this panel, could I have one sentence from each of you? It can be a slogan, it can be a wish, it can be an advice, whatever you would like.
I think vision is the most important aspect of what we are discussing. We need a vision that allows us to go beyond what we are currently experiencing, because science tells us that we need to find a different way of operating.
We do have the technology, the knowledge, and the money to solve this. I think in the end, it's all a matter of ethics and values. And we all look the same when we get up in the morning and we look at ourselves in the mirror, more or less the same. I think if more of us would question on the basis of which ethics and values we are actually going to work after we have brushed our teeth and put on some clothes, the world would be maybe a little bit of a different place.
So my word is leadership. Leadership is up to us, and not to wait for the failed leadership that we've experienced in the last 30 years, in the last 100 years of the conflict here in the Middle East. And what inspires me in leadership is the climate diplomats, Palestinian, Jordanian, Israeli, that continue to oversubscribe in the middle of the war. We have more applications of young people to learn about the climate crisis and what they can do and how they can use the climate crisis to not only overcome the crisis of climate, but also how to advance peace. So my request to you is help us. Help us build and continue to generate those young people, Palestinian, Jordanian, and Israeli, that are committed, remain committed, and don't want to be alone. Don't leave us alone.
Okay. So in closing this pre-lunch session, I'd like to come back to the comment about the difference between the visionary and the crazy that Professor Moniz said when he was referring to Kostas Papanikolas and the Cyprus Institute. And I think that a fundamental difference is attention to the detail after you have the vision. So this is what we should have in mind when we want to implement these plans. Thank you. Καλή όρεξη.
Dear all, thank you. Thank you, Professor Hatzilakos, Mr. Bromberg, Professor Bruining, and Ms. Sophocleous. We will now take a break for lunch. Please make sure that you're back in time for our afternoon session, as it includes panelists who will join us online and will start sharply at 1:30. There is also a minor scheduling change. So instead of starting the afternoon with our keynote speaker, as your program says, we will start with a panel and we will have our keynote speaker at 2:15. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We now continue with the session entitled Removing the Barriers to Decarbonization, which will include 4 panel discussions. The first panel focuses on financing, adaptation, and mitigation measures, and will be convened by Professor Stavros Zenios, Professor of Finance at the University of Cyprus and member of the Cyprus Academy of Sciences, Letters, and Arts. Welcome, Professor Zenios.
So I'm glad to see the brave souls after the lunch joining us for climate finance. Be aware that those in the audience appreciate that climate finance is key to addressing the problem of climate change. I understand Dr. Monitz yesterday in his plenary talk highlighted the role of finance. So I will just give a couple of comments to introduce the panelists and highlight the importance of this topic. If I can get this to work. Okay. So the first thing I want to say is that for the first time, many years of discussing climate agreements, in the Paris Agreement, Article 2 made the point after A and B that relate to the importance of keeping global temperature below 2 degrees and the ability to adapt. The third point was make finance flow consistent with a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. The Committee of the Parties recognized that climate finance is the key to achieving the first 2 goals of the Paris Agreement. Of course, what is missing from this slide is, yes, we divert finance to achieve our goals, but there are significant effects on our ability to do so. What is missing from this slide are the damages from climate change, are the costs for adaptation. So there is much more going on behind this slide. What are we talking about? We are talking about various estimates. For the EU countries, they estimate 1.5 to 1.8% of GDP per annum until 2050 to achieve the transition goals. Globally, it's 3% of GDP per annum until 2050. We talk about huge investments that need to be channeled to finance the transition. And these do not include, let me repeat, the damages that are coming from climate change, from hurricanes, from floods, and do not include the cost of adaptation measures. How well are we doing? Well, unfortunately, not so well. If you look at the EU Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation that requires funds to be classified according to their disclosure of sustainability, there are 150,000 funds globally. 24,000 funds fall under this directive. Only 11,000 funds fall under Article 6 and 8 that requires the funds to report what are they doing on sustainability, and only 900 funds under Article 9 that requires them to actually invest in sustainability. So there is a problem of 200,000 funds, only 11,000 pay attention, and only 1,000 pay attention correctly. So we're here with a distinguished panel, Professor Thomadakis from University of Athens. He's been a leading scholar in finance with a very active career, but also experience. He was the chairman of the Hellenic Capital Market Commission. And then we have Professor Angelo Ricaponi, who is joining us live from University of Siena, where he was the rector of the university, and his interests relate to governance of sustainability. And Professor Milidonis, who is my chairman in the Department of Accounting and Finance at the University of Cyprus, who has published work in leading papers in finance and insurance. So some of the challenges that our panelists will address the next few minutes: the banking and financial system, how they can help in channeling this 3% of GDP that Paris Agreement requires. What about sovereigns? Sovereigns are hit by a double whammy. They have to spend We all expect them, but at the same time, their ability to borrow is getting worse. You see that nice picture as an academic from one of my papers, of course. It shows that a country like the UK, its debt goes on the blue bar, nice and stable in the long run, but when you consider the transition cost, it blows up to the red. Research and innovation, how can the private sector participate in climate financing? The insurance markets for new and systematic risks. And as we hear from our distinguished speakers, I would like us to keep the question of what's special about the Mediterranean. So without further ado, I would like to call Professor Papanastasiou to the podium to give his intervention.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction. I'm very happy to be here, and even happier that the Cyprus Institute and the Academy of Cyprus is working on this very important regional initiative. Many people think that that climate policy is a matter of science and technology, and it is. But the same people sometimes think that finance of the actual measures is an easy thing. You just have to convince governments. However, finance is not an easy thing. You got a taste already from what you heard. So I would like to share with you some reflections, which have a political economy dimension as well, about the institutional state of finance and what needs to be done to go further from here, in my opinion. Global mitigation and adaptation policies are founded, of course, on international cooperation, which must entail credible commitments and must rule out free riders in order to succeed. Optimism is necessary in order to convince societies to support governments in these endeavors. It is a driver of global climate action, but unfortunately, in my estimation, it has weakened recently. Present time, there are political and social reactions to the burdens of climate policies. False beliefs, short-term interests, and geopolitical antagonisms stand in the way of coordinated climate action in an era of fragmenting globalization, a difficult era. Geopolitical antagonisms especially create negative outcomes. They subvert international capacity to overcome crisis. Funding of capital investments for green transition and adaptation, few trillions required every year, or you saw the percentages of GDP, are now competing with defense and national security sectors, which threaten to crowd out climate funding priorities. That is an important and interesting problem. Industrial policies in very large jurisdictions, USA, China, EU, are of course encouraging. They support investment via a combination of public and private resources, recognizing something that is fundamental, that neither the public nor the private sector can solve the climate crisis on their own and by themselves. You have to have partnerships of these two. It is, of course, not at all coincidental that the jurisdictions of large industrial policies are also jurisdictions with very large, deep, and sophisticated capital markets, which can attract capital from everywhere. Even as mitigation succeeds, climate calamities will persist, piling economic loss and damage and crises, for example, water crisis, that also promote frictions between neighbors. Because even if we manage to stabilize the temperature of the planet, where the Paris Agreement originally said, of course, climate phenomena and extreme climate phenomena will continue for quite some time. Therefore, a long-term need for durable and adaptation projects with regional dimensions, I say, will persist. A condition for the political sustainability of adaptation actions includes three premises, in my opinion. First, that politically and socially, the primacy of climate as a public good will be reinvented, and perhaps more than once. Secondly, a new focus on regional policies of cross-border adaptation investments will invigorate neighborly coordination in an orderly manner, rather than, if we do nothing, an anarchic bottom-up type of adaptation where everybody will work on his own, trying to protect themselves from climate difficulties. And thirdly, you need the creation of resilient infrastructures that also pursue increased productivity, lighter burdens on everyday life, and stronger bonds with neighbors, which can turn adaptation policies to development tools. If mitigation is literally a matter of changing the atmosphere, really, which has clearly a global dimension, it's a global public good. Adaptation is a matter of the ground and the underground, a local and regional dimension. The contours of climate risks and catastrophic events do not necessarily contain themselves within national borders or coincide with national borders. Rather, they depend on geographic, geopolitical formations, biosystemic features, and pre-existing locations of the human construct. Therefore, regional coordination can add considerable scale and value and stability to adaptation by exploiting positive regional externalities. Again, waters and rivers management is a very important example. In regional schemes, as EMME admirably has pioneered, the jump from cooperation to coordination is, in my opinion, a big institutional step that's required right now. It increases financeability. I'm mentioning a term that Professor Moniz was talking about yesterday evening, by resource mobilization from several jurisdictions rather than just one. Observing, of course, that capital markets and banking systems in the EMME region vary a lot in depth, structure, and regulation, and considering that homegrown expertise in complex financing designs is costly in regional markets, it is desirable to jumpstart the process, and one possibility is to create an expert public agency of coordination and facilitation of financing in regional and external markets. Such an agent could be a development bank, a multilateral development bank, with 4 attributes. First, own capital capacity enabling a high credit standing, high credit rating. Second, know-how and technical expertise to navigate regional regulatory regimes, and especially the promotion of novel instruments such as green securities, quote unquote, and relevant certification processes. Thirdly, a technical capacity to capture benefits of what I call extensive learning by doing. Learning by doing is very important in this venture. Learning by doing both over time and across borders. You know, extreme climate events present new parametric attributes and unexpected frequencies, so learning by doing is very important as uncertainty unravels. And fourthly, of course, this agent should have independence and continuity of governance. The type of agency corresponds to a multilateral development bank dedicated to climate investing in EMME. Have I covered my 7 minutes?
You got a little bit extra, but this was well covered. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, this can network with peer institutions, multilateral development banks, and other development financial institutions in the region and abroad. This type of player can supply not only capital, but expert advice, guarantees of quality, and coordinated implementation of multi-jurisdiction projects, which have both technical and administrative quality requirements, and public-private partnerships. The coordinates of feasibility and success of such an institution must, of course, be carefully researched, evaluated, and communicated. It seems to me, and I have finished, that the only other thing I would like to add is that we should all be viewing investments in climate projects, mainly adaptation, but also mitigation. We should all see it in the regional dimension, not as a means, a very important means, of gaining a very great economic good, which is peace, instead of having war among neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Thomadakis. And let's move on to the next speaker, Professor Angelo Ricaboni, joining us from Siena. If we could please have the screen, great. Angelo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stavros. Thank you very much, the organizers. I would like to thank Kostas for his invitation. So I'm very pleased to be here with you at such a high-level initiative and panel, and I'm very pleased that you are talking about a very important issue.
We lost you. We lost it.
You cannot hear me? You cannot hear me?
And now we hear you again. Yes, we hear you.
Yes. I was saying that thanks for your invitation. I'm very pleased of this event where you are focused on a key issue, which is the role of finance. In my 7 minutes, I will talk about the role of the private sector. I don't need to tell this high-level audience that we have an important compass to deal with the challenges of sustainable development, which is the Agenda 2030. After the Agenda 2030 was approved, then everybody learned and understood that the private sector had a central role in the implementation of the agenda. And there were very clear, good signals. I refer to, for instance, the letters sent by Larry Fink in 2016, and the awareness that finance had to have a very important role. But also very important in 2019 was the start of the implementation of the European Green Deal, and then the regulation that everybody knows about, non-financial disclosure, finance disclosures. Many studies were published showing that sustainable businesses are more successful. Sustainability became a buzzword, okay? So what happened at the end of the story, that even if this happened, regulation, especially in Europe, was very clear, not much changed. I mean, as we know, challenges are still very difficult. We are not on track in the achievement of the Agenda 2030 goals. So we need to stop now. We need to stop, and we need to think what we have learned, how we can do better, because otherwise it's impossible to go in the right direction. So what we learned? Certainly we learned that sustainability is really multidimensional and interconnected with other social themes. There is not one-fit-all solutions. There are many trade-offs. And we know there are political and social tensions which influence politicians, which have to regulate, which influence consumers, regulators, investors, and businesses. We know that businesses don't like tensions, do not like uncertainty. And now we are in a very, very complex geopolitical situation, not only because of the Ukrainian war, but also because of the tension between the global north and the global south, but also because we have a tension between cities and suburbs. We have also intergenerational tensions. We have also negationists. We have those who talk about fake news, catastrophes. So all these make uncertainties, and this is not good for business. So if businesses do not invest or are not doing the right job in sustainability, it's also because of political and social tensions. But I am a business professor, so I'm more interested in organizational tensions. And there are clearly organizational tensions. Tensions between the environmental and social aims and the economic dimensions. There are tensions between big firms, which are often aligned with SDGs, and small, medium-sized enterprises. Cyprus is full of small, medium-sized enterprises. The Mediterranean is based upon small, medium-sized enterprises. So they are not that keen on sustainability because they don't have the structure, the organization, the vision to go in this direction. But also there are problems in terms of consumers' behavior, in terms of willingness to pay and freedom to choose. So it's not is another key issue in this scenario. We have also an unfair distribution of power along the supply chain, where the big companies, the big buyers are strong and our small, medium-sized enterprises are weak. Also, there's an issue of equality of data. We need to certify our disclosures. Certifications are not that spread among our businesses. So there are social tensions and organizational tensions, and these make everything more difficult. So what we need to do, I will devote the last 2 minutes on what we need to do. First of all, maybe we have made a mistake in terms of narrative. We need a narrative which highlights that sustainability is and must be coupled with competitiveness. We cannot have one agenda for competitiveness and one agenda for sustainability, or even worse, to see that sustainability is an enemy of competitiveness. We need to show and to demonstrate that if you are sustainable, you are more competitive. This is the key issue. We need good practices. We need to show that if you are sustainable, you are successful. If you are sustainable, you create jobs. If you are sustainable, you create value. This is the new paradigm that we need to introduce. And then you have other actions that I think are very important, and I will take 1 minute to talk about them. First, we need to say that also in other regions and countries out of the European Union, there are sustainability initiatives and regulations. Otherwise, the private sector believes that only the EU is working on sustainability and it is giving burdens to our companies. Secondly, we need to involve, we need to support business, not to blame business for sustainability. Third, we need, and it was mentioned before, we need a strong European mechanism supporting businesses and valorizing good practices. We need major investments to support business. Fourth, we need reciprocity. We need that rules about sustainability are respected also by products and services coming from out of Europe. Fifth, we need to better understand what is the meaning, which is the meaning of technology neutrality towards the decarbonization, because there are different solutions, but we need to be more aware of the meaning of different solutions. And last but not least, we ask for more deep and more rigorous impact assessment about the new regulations. So these are clear tracks that, in my opinion, among the entrepreneurs I know I work with, are requested. So it is true that the private sector can do much better, but we need to couple sustainability with competitiveness, and we need to introduce some changes, and those that I presented, in my opinion, are the most important. So I stop here and thank all of you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rigaboni. Thank you for putting the narrative of the sustainability. I think that's an important verb to use. And now the floor is to Professor Andreas Melidonis.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor and privilege to be here at this joint event. So today I will try to, using an example, so I have prepared some slides as a motivation for what I will say. I will try to offer some input with respect to, can financial markets help remove, or let's say share, some of the risk that comes from natural hazard events that could be the outcome of climate change. So can financial and insurance markets help with that? The short answer is, it depends. So certain conditions have to be satisfied to be able to send a risk to financial markets. You don't want the risk to be manipulated by behavior. That's a key component. But at the same time, we need to understand what this risk is. In other words, if there is a way to quantify the risk, then we can propose contracts or financial solutions or insurance solutions that can help us, let's say, reduce any adverse effects coming from these natural hazards. The question that remains, though, is how can you reach the individual person with insurance or financial solutions? So the short answer here is that given that these events are covering a large area of, well, several countries, so let me start with this slide. So what you see here is the amount of, let's say, I will just call it dust, okay? I don't want to get into too many details. In a region north of the Sahara Desert, also impacting India from other deserts, of course, and China. So this is, let's say, particles in air quality that affect our health. So the question is, even if I do offer a contract, even if I have a way to price this and offer a financial contract or an insurance contract, can, let's say, my mother buy it? The answer is probably no, because she will not understand the need. So it's probably the time for policymakers to come in and jointly work, similar to what Professor Thomadakis said, the public-private collaboration. So what is this? What is the impact of desert dust storms as we do in this paper? What you see here is the number of deaths, daily deaths in Cyprus from desert dust storms events happening simultaneously in Israel, Cyprus, and Greece. As you see, red lines are the desert dust storms. Black lines are the spike in the number of daily deaths in Cyprus. So we do have the analysis. Actually, you can read that in the paper. These are the conditions to send this risk to insurance markets. I will not go through them. I can talk about them during the Q&A if you have questions. I can use some time there. But this is what this specific natural hazard is and how it affects not one country, not the European Union alone, but also the Middle East and potentially India and China, okay? So how do you manage this risk? Even if I can estimate the probability that this will happen, if I can estimate how severe this is going to be, even if I know that on average, the number of deaths on a daily basis increases by 3.5%, or the number of hospital admissions on a daily basis increases by 6.5%, that just tells me that desert dust storms have a cost on society. So what we do in this paper, we propose solutions for governments, or let's say a regional collaboration to address this. Let me give you an example. Sometimes we might have a dust storm in Cyprus, more in Cyprus, less in Italy. So that could be a risk-sharing mechanism. All this is in the paper, by the way. How do we observe this? If you focus on the red dots, these are the rural background stations in Southern Europe. This is how the literature, the experts from the Cyprus Institute, but also my colleagues from the Environmental Engineering Department and the medical school at the University of Cyprus are doing this. So this is how we could, let's say, track how this dust cloud moves over regions, and this is how we can see the path and give a 2, 3, 4-day warning when this happens. So in this paper, we just used Italy and Cyprus. Italy, only 4 regions that have these rural stations that are not close to, let's say, human activity. Okay, and these are the results. This is showing you the number of daily deaths in Italy as the level of dust in the atmosphere goes up. So the higher the dust in the atmosphere, the more the deaths. So these are quantifiable measures. The question is, how do you bring this down to the people? And this is what I'm hoping to discuss today. If you care more about the paper, you can just scan this and download the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. Thank you very much. Okay, thank all the speakers. I think Andrea put in front of us a very interesting example where collaboration and insurance is needed, and challenges for the markets. Professor Rigaboni made this important point of a narrative for sustainability that has to be put on the table together with a narrative of efficiency or competition. And Professor Thomadakis laid a very nice architecture, in a sense, building on the challenges of the next 2 speakers, of what would need to be done institutionally to be able to finance. I have many questions that came out from this. We could have a long debate, but I think we should take a few questions for the audience. Now, I see that the chairman of the conference here. What time is the next session? Because we start a little bit late, so. Yes.
In Europe. They are scheduled to start exactly at 14:15.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes. So you have 4 minutes. So what I will suggest, to maximize, it has been a brilliant conference, although very dense, too much information. So to stay with the spirit of too much information, one of the reporters in the audience asked me before coming here, would you suggest any solutions? I said, my dear Georgia, in 3 minutes, I'm not going to suggest any solutions. However, I want to maximize the information. So I'm going to take questions from the audience. Please make it 1 minute, no more than 1 minute, just to hear your opinion in form of a question. And then we will listen to the next speaker. Well, Dr. Vassiliou, 1 minute, please. You know how I respect you.
Very simple question. You spoke about sandstorms. Is there a way to prevent sandstorms, or just precautionary measures to protect the population?
Okay, let's take a few more questions, and then maybe there is some time to get replies. Good question. What else is on your mind? Yes?
I have a question related to justice, because we've been talking a lot about public-private partnerships and financing, but I think financing in the end is also an issue of justice. So what are your recommendations? Who is going to pay actually for the transition, and how can we make it just?
Okay. One more question here. And then say something, Andreas.
Thank you. This is a little bit more open-ended. So there's a saying which says, if it's not profitable, it's not sustainable. Now, how do we make it profitable for the private sector so that it is sustainable?
Yes, answer. Okay, so let's, Andreas, first to Mrs. Vasiliou.
Okay, quick answers. We are at the point that we need to address the risk. We don't have much time to prevent it, but the specialists on that field, which are the environmental engineers, would have the answer to that. So I cannot really give you a full answer on that. I would like to give an answer on the third question, though. There is a scheme. So insurance companies are hesitating to insure, let's say, to take on natural hazards that have unpredictable outcomes. We have seen several examples of how the insurance market in the US has either failed or decreased quite a lot because the profits were not there. So one proposal that is out there, both in the US and Europe, is governments can offer tax-deferred accounts for insurance companies, which means what? It means it allows insurance companies to time diversify the risk. It gives them more time to realize losses before they tax them on any profits they have. So this is already happening in Europe and in US, so there are tools that help in that dimension. Thank you.
Stavros?
Well, I'm informed I have about 55 seconds or something.
53.
So my answer would be what I mentioned in my talk, namely that private-public partnerships are a very important instrument, a very important practice for facing precisely what you mentioned, namely that sustainable is only if it's profitable. No is the answer, that's not the case. And that's why we're talking about public-private partnerships. But this is not an easy thing to engineer. It requires a lot of care, administrative stability, and tools like government guarantees, low interest rates and so forth. So public-private is the secret. The private sector cannot solve the climate crisis precisely because of what you said.
So I'm afraid you have to wrap it up, and I'm going to just epigrammatically, the way I see the challenge, starting from the last question and the last comment. It could be that if it's not profitable, it's not sustainable. I mean, as a society, as an economic organization, we cannot sustain something that's not profitable. But at the same time, if it's profitable, it does not mean it's necessarily sustainable. I was joking over lunch with my colleagues here that we are here to discuss the problem we made. And someone said, who is we? The people of the money, the finance. Is the pursuit of profit, for which I'm 100% in favor, that ignore the externalities that brought us to this mess. So thank you all very much for being with us. Thank the speakers for keeping the time, and thanks the organizers for inviting us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zenios, Professor Milidonis, Professor Ricaboni, and Professor Thomadakis. We now welcome our distinguished speaker, Mr. Kurt Vandenberghe, Director General of the DG CLIMA at the European Commission, for his keynote address. Mr. Vandenberghe has held various positions at the European Commission for over 2 decades, including European Green Deal and Health Advisor in the Cabinet of European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, Director for Climate Action and Resource Efficiency at DG Research and Innovation, and Head of Cabinet for European Commissioners in charge of Environment and Research and Innovation. As the Director General of the European Commission's Directorate General Climate Action, he leads a substantial team of people, and their goal is the design and implementation of EU climate policies so that Europe can become the first climate neutral continent by 2050. Can you hear us, Mr. Vandenberghe?
I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for not being able to be with you here today, but I'm very grateful for the opportunity to address you online, and I really would like to congratulate the Cyprus Research and Educational Foundation for organizing this conference and devoting it to the climate crisis in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, because it is indeed a crisis and a growing crisis that we face. We just learned this week, thanks to Copernicus service, that summer 2024 has been again breaking records and has been for Europe the warmest summer since we kept temperature records. And we all know that the Mediterranean is one of the hotspots in these rising temperatures with all the problems that they bring. We already know that the climate change we have seen until now has led to permanent GDP losses of 1.1% in the Middle East and in Northern Africa. We will also face growing risks from climate change in Europe. Earlier this year, we presented the first ever European climate risk assessment, a science-based assessment of the risks that we will face from climate change. And from there, it appears very clearly that Europe is warming at double the global rate of warming. So that means that in the best possible circumstances, Europe will have to learn to live with a climate that is 3 degrees warmer, and we are not prepared for this. This will not only lead to extreme weather events, as we're currently seeing already in Central and Eastern Europe and Italy, but also in the wildfires in Portugal. It will also increase social inequalities and hamper our prosperity in the future. We have seen research that said that for every 1 degree increase in global temperature, the world's GDP will decrease by up to 12%. These are all figures that are hard to really grasp, but it became very clear and tangible to me when I met with a couple of diplomats from Mediterranean countries just before the summer. And they told me that they were dreading to go back for holidays to their home countries, but because it was going to be so unbearably warm and hot. And they actually said, well, we would prefer to stay for a holiday in Brussels, where it is a bit more tolerable in terms of temperatures. And when I asked these diplomats if the public at home make the link between heat and climate change, they told me that probably not, certainly not for a majority of people. So we have a lot of work to do to explain to people what is happening and what we can do about it. And we can do something about this. What is very clear is that it is imperative for Europe and all other countries in the world to stay the course on climate action. This is no longer only an ecological, existential issue. It becomes more and more also an economic imperative, as the whole world is on a race to net zero, but also very clearly a security agenda and a security imperative. I would like to invite everyone to see the European Green Deal as an agenda for modernizing our economy and our industries to make them much better fit for the future. A future that will be warmer, a future that will be less secure, and also globally more competitive. And as a matter of fact, when we look at the European Green Deal, we design and implement this Green Deal as a growth, innovation, and investment agenda. It's an investment and innovation shock that our economy and our society needs to modernize. And this should not only be the case for the European Union, but also for the neighborhood and the global community at large, because we want prosperity for everyone. We want everyone to live well. But if we want this, we need to do it in a way that we stay within planetary boundaries. And that this is possible, we are demonstrating with the European Union already, because since 1990, we have systematically decoupled our emissions from economic growth. We have reduced emissions by 37% by 2023, while our economy grew by close to 70% at the same time. And now that we are continuing the implementation of the Green Deal, we see that unemployment levels are historically low in Europe. Investment rates are picking up. We have seen a tripling of investment in clean energy over the last 5 years. We see that our trade surplus is back to very high levels as before the COVID pandemic, and even our manufacturing index doesn't compare badly with that of the United States. Where we have an issue and a serious reason for concern is the future of our energy-intensive industries in Europe. Those who produce very energy-intensive products like steel, cement, aluminium, but also chemicals, glass, paper, and pulp. These sectors have a hard time, and we will need to devote a lot of attention in the next 5 years to make sure that those industries also have a business case for investing in decarbonization in Europe. So we, from the European Commission and European institutions, together with our member states, we will now focus on implementing all the policy frameworks and legislation that we have agreed for reaching our targets by 2030. It's a lot about implementation, not adding rules, maybe simplifying where we can, but definitely implement what we have agreed, with a special attention to industry. That's why President von der Leyen has called for a clean industry deal, helping industry through this decarbonization transition. We will need to foster and mobilize a lot of investments. That is also what Mr. Draghi has called for in his recent report on competitiveness. And Mr. Draghi puts it very well when he says that Europe can and has to make decarbonization a driver of competitiveness and a source of growth if, and that's the condition he adds, if all policies are aligned to this effect. And that's exactly the work we have ahead of us, to make sure that all policies align to this. And that includes the international dimension of our work. This is not only about the European Union, this is about Europe in the neighborhood, including the Mediterranean, and in collaboration with trading partners across the world. And you probably know how important and vital the Mediterranean neighborhood is for the European Union as well. That's why President von der Leyen has decided to nominate a European Commissioner for Mediterranean, and will set up a new service in the European Commission, DG MEDI, to really look after our relationships with the Mediterranean countries. There is no doubt that regional cooperation in climate action, both for mitigation and adaptation, adapting to a changing world, is very much what is needed. And we already have a couple of platforms to that effect, like the Eastern Mediterranean Climate Change Initiative, but also the Union for the Mediterranean Climate Change Expert Group. What we need to do is to use these platforms, maybe create other channels for cooperation so that we help create in the Mediterranean region new sectors, new industries, new technology developments that also bring new jobs. And obviously, the Mediterranean has a fantastic potential to become one of the world's leading hubs for renewable energy. And there's already a lot happening there. But I think we need to go further and also see the Mediterranean and the Middle East as a region where, thanks to the regional renewable energy endowment, it can also be a hotspot for producing the green products that the world will need in the market. And I think that the EU's market, the European Union's market, will always be open to products as long as they are green and contribute to our decarbonization goals. So we need to foster, develop new industrial partnerships with countries and regions like the Mediterranean and the Middle East that are committed to sustainability, to competitive sustainability. We will be using the partnerships we already have to this effect, like, for example, the Green Partnership with Morocco. And what we will try to do is to set up green ecosystems and clean tech value chains across the Euro-Mediterranean region. We will have, to this effect, new instruments like the Trans-Mediterranean Energy and Clean Tech Cooperation Initiative, but we will also be developing clean trade and investment partnerships to reach out to countries, including in the Mediterranean neighborhood, and where we will bring together investment facilitation with access for products to the European single market. In addition to that, we will deploy the Global Gateway program to this end. We will look at the infrastructures that will help us succeed in this endeavor through projects of common interests, like, for example, the Great Sea Interconnector, but also using the EU agenda for the Mediterranean, where there is an envelope of 7 billion euros available through the Economic and Investment Plan. And what we will try to do through the European Commission is to make sure that we have a Team Europe approach to this, that it is not only the European Commission, but that we do this together with our member states and that we team up in a coherent and very large effort to this effect. This, ladies and gentlemen, makes that we can make global action an agenda for growth, an agenda for clean industrial development, not only in Europe, but also in our neighborhood and beyond, including in the Mediterranean and the Middle East. But in doing this, I believe we will also have to pay a lot more attention to adaptation, to making ourselves altogether better prepared for the growing risks from climate change. And there, I would suggest that we really look at what are the co-benefits of acting on different levels in terms of reducing emissions, but also adapting by better using nature-based solutions, for example, wherever nature and more nature and better nature can be a cost-effective solution to adapt ourselves to a warming and more cruel environment and ecosystem in the future. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Thank you very much for your commitment and effort to help the global community, us all together, live well in a future that will also make this planet livable for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation, Mr. Vandenberghe. We really appreciate that you could be with us at this conference. Thank you. We will now go ahead and continue with the second panel of this session. The panel will discuss legal and constitutional issues relating to decarbonization. I would like to welcome the convener of this panel, Professor Achilles Emilianidis, President of the Cyprus Academy of Sciences, Letters and Arts, and Professor and Dean of the School of Law at the University of Nicosia, Cyprus. Thank you.
Let me now invite the panelists. I see two of them are already here. So welcome. Yes. So we have So welcome again. Let me welcome our speakers. We have Dr. Odysseas Christou. He's an associate professor at the University of Nicosia. Next to him, we have Dr. Maria Karamanov. She's an honorary vice president of the Council of State in Greece and the president of the Chamber of Environment and Sustainability. Thank you very much for flying and being with us here today. And next to me, we have Professor Raphael Heffron. He's a professor for Global Energy Law and Sustainability at the Center for Energy, Petroleum and Mineral Law and Policy at the University of Dundee. So we will have an initial opening by each of you, and then we will have some discussion. We will take some questions from the audience, and I might also ask you a question if we have time. So let's begin with Dr. Christou alphabetically. And Dr. Christou, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Emilianidis. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation. A question was asked in the earlier panel about justice, and it wasn't quite answered because perhaps it was a bit beyond the scope anyway of the discussion. I hope it's answered now. I will try to be as strategic, as the title says, as possible with my time. I'm timing myself as well, so not to exceed that. I tried to link my presentation to the topic as it was defined on the agenda, which is removing the barriers to decarbonization, in this case through the use of legal and constitutional means. So what I'm going to do is present two strands of my approach to thinking about this issue, and I'm really only going to talk about the one to your right. I'm going to dispense, however, with the first one, the one to the left, as quickly as possible to give some context into what I am discussing. So when I say direct human rights integration in climate policy, this is the third in a long line of steps, in a long chronology of steps in achieving the means to the ends that we are discussing today. The first step along the way is what we refer to as environmental policy integration. And environmental policy integration is the idea that environmental principles are included widely, and as widely as possible actually, within the context of policy formulation and policy implementation. So the second, the offshoot, actually, of that development is what we refer to as climate policy integration. It's a much more recent development, and actually one that is accelerating really quickly in the last few years. So that too reaches quite a high level of maturity. The third one, and it is the one that is currently taking place at an advancing stage, but still I would call a nascent stage, is the integration of human rights and principles of human rights into climate policy instruments. So the question is, which human rights? How are they integrated? To what extent are they integrated? And to what extent, as the idea of policy integration calls, are they transferable to other policy sectors? So that's the framework within which we are operating. The second pillar to the right is what I want to expand on a little bit in the few minutes that I have available, which is the indirect integration of human rights through the jurisprudence of climate change litigation. And this is an area that has been advancing really quickly, accelerating constantly. Anyone that follows these developments knows that bulletins on climate change litigation are now received on a daily basis around the world, of course. And it is the vehicle through which the integration of human rights can take place and to a large extent takes place. So the questions that I want to ask and answer, to some degree at least, with very limited time, is which human rights are invoked and or are justiciable through specific cases. I'm going to mention 3 specific examples. They are really well-known cases, so those well-versed already have some idea of what I'm going to talk about. Secondly, what policy imperatives does the establishment of these precedents create? So we are talking about, hopefully, a virtuous cycle of policy integration that takes place in the following way: that the adjudication of cases invokes human rights principles and practices and policy instruments, existing policy instruments, in presenting an outcome, and then that outcome recreates the conditions through which policy formulation is going to take place, and you see how the cycle would continue, leading to the third question: to what extent are they integrated in subsequent policy iterations? There are 3 major areas in which we see this extension. So to answer the question, which rights, there are 3 major areas. I'm not going to focus on the second one. So the first one is the right to the environment. This is a development that we're witnessing across the globe. I mentioned the recent and more recently reiterated resolution of the UN Human Rights Council on the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And this has a few dimensions which I'm going to go over really quickly. The second area is procedural environmental rights. I'm referring specifically to the right to participation, the right to access to information, and the right to access to judicial means. They are much more articulated. There are many issues with their articulation, either in the Aarhus Convention or through regional, as in the case of the EU, or national formulations, but it is a much more mature area. So I'm not going to bother with presenting the challenge that presents. So I'm going to focus on the first one, but more deeply in the third one, the so-called human rights turn in climate change litigation. So the right to the environment is a very interesting development, one that is gaining steam. And in thinking about this issue from a constitutional dimension, this is the one area that we have seen articulated, specified, substantiated through a number of constitutional arrangements across the world. There are many good practices, examples, South America, for example, many countries in South America, that is the case. The interesting thing about this is twofold. One is that it allows us to understand the incorporation of human rights, because a human right is fundamentally understood as an entitlement of the individual, of the citizen, whereas environmental protection is understood as an obligation. So in what I call here Hofeldian terms, or in theoretical terms of the understanding of rights, the condition is that human rights create correlative duties to providers, primarily to states, but also to private entities. In other words, they create duties to those who must provide the conditions for the enjoyment of the right. The substantiation of the right takes a very, I would say, normal, straightforward approach, which is that it focuses on a healthy environment. I said clean, healthy, sustainable. The sustainable is a little bit more controversial. The focus on a healthy environment resolves a number of issues, because environmental law in and of itself has reached a level of maturity far beyond climate law, or even more specifically, the means by which we can challenge climate change through a number of ways. measurable, quantifiable ways of defining standards and criteria by which we can combat environmental degradation and provide for environmental protection, levels of pollution, determination of the basic principle of an adequate level of protection, the use of best scientific knowledge, precaution, prevention, etc. The second issue is, so it resolves a number of possible problems. The second issue is that the right is defined as a public good, as a collective right, and not just as a personal right. The interesting thing about that is that it's a good thing and a bad thing at the same time, because the justiciability of the right, on the one hand, need not entail the causal linkage to individual effects. You will see that in the cases that I will briefly outline, and I will also mention the negative aspect of it. And thirdly is the issue, like I said, the more controversial aspect of linking the right to the environment to sustainable development, one that is much less accepted internationally. Now, before I finish with the three cases that I will briefly outline, it is important to note, for the sake of brevity, I will repeat some of these things. I will focus on the structural obstacles to justiciability, and they are in four major areas. Number one, causality. It's very difficult to show beyond doubt the causality of environmental and climate change effects. Secondly, attribution, which kind of follows from causality. Who is to blame for these effects? So what are the causal linkages? Who is to blame? Three, cross-temporality. In many of these issues, and this is something that could take a very long time to get into, but very briefly, intergenerational justice is at the corner, at the base of everything that we are discussing, future generations. But that is something that is very difficult to consider from the perspective of what is happening now or what has happened in the past. And fourthly, extraterritoriality. The effects of climate change are not necessarily understood and experienced at the place, at the site of their origin. I am going to very briefly conclude this by saying that actually it is a good development, a positive development that cases have illustrated that courts will not hesitate to consider these obstacles and then aim to overcome them. Now, like I said, I'm going to look at three cases very, very briefly. Perhaps you already know them. I'm not going to go through the cases, obviously, because I'm just about out of time. I will focus on what's important. Urgenta versus Netherlands establishes the state's duty to take sufficient mitigation measures due to the severity and risk of climate change. And if there's any doubt about the cycle that I said earlier of the interplay between the policy dimension, the legal dimension, and the judicial dimension, these are all the elements of policy that are actually cited by the court in their conclusion. I can share this, of course, and you can look at it in more detail. Milieu Difensi versus Shell effectively does the same, to cut a long story short, but not with respect to states, but with respect to private entities, establishing a standard of care, as I state, to the company's policies, emissions, the consequences of those emissions, and human rights and international regional obligations borne out of agreements. And specifically, the court cites Articles 2 and 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights, the right to life and the right to a private life, family life, home, and correspondence. And lastly, more recently, the case of CLIMA Signorinen versus Switzerland. All three are cases of NGOs against the state or private entities in the case of Shell, where the court decided against the state of Switzerland by invoking Article 8 of the Convention, and most importantly, by making for the first time a linkage between the right to health, public health, and the right to life through the effects of climate change. So I'm already over time, so let me finish with some very brief conclusions. I'll start with the negatives so that I end on a positive note. There's really only one major negative, which is the difficulty of enforcement, the inability of enforcement in many situations. And to put it more specifically, I raise a second point, which is to ask the question, increasingly being asked in the relevant literature, whether strategic, in other words, holistic, collective litigation is actually truly positive, as we seem to think. because it seems that atomistic measures may be much more practicable. Just to bring up the example of the cases that I already mentioned, MIU-DFNC is the only one that has specific measures to be taken by the party, Shell, in this case, whereas the holistic cases are much more difficult to conceptualize and then, of course, realize. But let me finish, like I said, with the positives. Number one, we are clearly on a progressive path of defining the scope of human rights integration in climate policies in an unprecedented manner. Number two, this is, I hope to have shown, and if we had more time, I would show probably more clearly, guided by the increasing justiciability of specific human rights and not just general pronouncements and principles. Number three, the cases do what I already said, establishing standards that can then be used subsequently. In all of these three cases, sort of like the euphoria in their adjudication was that they now represent blueprints for further cases that are going to invoke the same types of mechanisms. And fourthly, we have already witnessed markets responding to these developments, and in anticipation of the consequences of future developments, we've already seen oil companies adjusting their approaches, and we have already seen especially financial institutions adjusting their future strategies in anticipation of the consequences of future cases in the same way. So I will end there and leave it open for discussion further on. Thank you.
Thank you, Odysseas. I think the main issue is the issue of enforcement, as you said, but you mentioned correctly about strategic litigation. The point is that strategic litigation in this type of cases usually is only useful in order to achieve results if it is complemented by a political will. And therefore the question, the real question here, is whether this will indeed be complemented by the political will. Otherwise, litigation has rarely proven by itself as the only victorious in political situations. Professor Heffron, you have the floor. Thank you very much for being here with us and for coming from abroad.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the organisers and all the assistance over the last couple of days. So, in a way, I'm going to continue what the previous speaker has been talking about, but maybe think about this as going one step further. Because we've heard from scientists, we've heard from economists, but really, I think law should be at the top of the conference, because law actually sets the rules of the game. Law determines what is going to be attractive for a society to do or not. So in that context, I'm going to talk about justice principles and also, and significantly, accountability in energy and climate decision making. So just a small bit about myself. I'm a professor but also a barrister at law, and in the top 2% of scientists worldwide in the recent Stanford and Elsevier Index. I've been an EU Janmonnet professor. I'm also an EU Just Transition expert. My research has received funding from the African Development Bank, Asian Development Bank, USAID, European Commission, and a number of other institutions. So when we think of this issue of justice in the just energy transition, if you went to the climate change talks last year, the UN climate change talks, every single government, every single institution, bank, had a statement where they mentioned the just transition or the just energy transition. We've already, in some sense, moved beyond waiting for things to happen in the courtroom, and we've already moved, it has to happen in the policy arena. And if you want to see, you can see that the UN chief said last year, we live in an age of justice. You can also see there's a lot of data available, and later this year at the climate change talks, they're calling for a justice pathway to match the climate and energy pathway. So from this year we have to think, how is Cyprus, how are other countries responding? What is the justice pathway? Again, placing law at the forefront of the climate and energy issue. We can also see it in all the major scientific journals, all publishing on justice. And it's a great opportunity, let's say, for us lawyers. Maybe 10 years ago, energy and climate scientists weren't really interested in justice. Now, 95% of the contributions on justice are written by energy and climate scientists and social scientists around the world. Only probably 5% are written by lawyers, but it's great to have so many other people interested in justice and the law. So when we think about justice principles around the world, what are we talking about? Very briefly, distributive is about the financial system, procedural is about the legal system, the legal architecture, restorative about correcting and preventing injustices happening, recognition, who should be in the decision-making process at a local and national level, cosmopolitan, who should be involved at an international level. So when you're thinking of cross-border issues here in Cyprus, you're thinking about countries of cooperation, that's really around cosmopolitan justice. And we already see countries utilising these principles. The US, very significant. The US, alongside the EU, is one of the biggest lenders to energy projects globally. They're already using it in policy making. Other countries, Colombia in their Just Energy Transition Plan until 2050, and South Africa in their Just Transition Plan also towards 2050. But significantly, we can see in the US, the US does produce a lot of fossil fuels, but you can see down here, they have said, if you want to access state subsidies worth 62 billion, you have to show how you use these 4 justice principles in your project design. So automatically they're changing the system. They're not waiting for the courts to come back and say what should work. They're saying, if you want access to new funding, show us how you're bringing justice into your project. Significantly, they just take the definitions straight from academia, so straight from legal literature. They are going to it and saying, what is the principle? Let's use it immediately. So, again, we think then, let's say, of what's happening at a project level or at a national level, and advancing the issue in terms of the relationship. Whenever we think of how are we going to respond to climate change, any project will be defined by risk, reward, and responsibility. Many people today would say most of the risk is given to governments and civil society. Who gets most of the reward? Well, mostly the companies, and mostly through, let's say, the operation of tax havens. I know that Cyprus has some tax issues, but originally I'm Irish. Ireland is also a tax haven. So we know who exactly gets the reward. And then the responsibility. So when we're thinking of this new energy and climate transition, how do we share this responsibility across these 3 factors? And I just wanted to again point out some recent research that I've been involved in, but this is a global issue, a group of researchers connecting the issue with finance, talking about ethics, which is very much a legal topic. In Asia, talking about just energy investments, looking towards what they invest in at a national level over the last 10 years, and then also for petrostates, how can they employ justice at the forefront of their work? And what we see today is that this is coming into decision-making for the corporate and for the political sector, that you have to show how you're going to employ these principles. And just at the very bottom here, the idea here is the more you show how you've introduced these principles into your decision-making, it's going to reduce the risk of a project, that increases investor confidence, that lowers the financial costs, it means more jobs, etc. for your country. And what we can see, this type of research has already been published in some of the most prestigious journals, in Nature Energy earlier this year. But where a lot of this research and policy making comes from is from this UN report produced in 2022, and the significance of this, and I think it links back with some of the earlier discussion on litigation, is that the idea is this idea of future proofing. that you want to be able to say, let's say we make a decision today, we use the best practice, we use the best scientific knowledge, the best risk management strategy, we showed what the principles of justice were. And the idea is you will no longer be able to hide behind your corporate office or your political office. You too, at a personal level, you can't say, oh, I ignore all the scientific data, the research data out there. It is all publicly available. It should be incorporated into your decision making. So the idea of this is that political leaders, corporate leaders will begin to be held accountable in the courts as part of the problem. And this is already beginning to happen. And that's why, as I said, those selection of countries are bringing in those justice principles into policy design. So I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Heffron. I think your speech also breached with the previous session about finance and entered the question of justice that was asked in this debate. So let's turn to our third speakers, and I think we will also have some time for discussion after that. Dr. Karamanov, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to share with you some thoughts from my experience in the Supreme Court, the Supreme Administrative and Constitutional Court of Greece, regarding the role of law in our ongoing battle against the environmental crisis. I refer to the environmental crisis in general and not to the phenomenon of global warming in particular, for the simple reason that the crisis we are facing today is broader than the climate crisis. The climate crisis is not the cause of our problems, it's one of its effects, one of its multiple effects, which integrate with other effects like loss of biodiversity or the sealing of land, and all together combined produce the environmental catastrophe we face today. Well, treating the symptoms, as we know, does not cure the disease, and this simple principle applies to everything and to climate change as well. I am stressing this point because though it's perfectly obvious from the scientific point of view, it is often overlooked from the legal point of view. In fact, lawmakers everywhere tend to forget it when they set the agenda of their environmental priorities, and judges often do the same when assessing the relative costs and benefits in judicial conflicts, not only among mutually exclusive policy goals such as economic development, unlimited economic development versus environmental protection, but also in legal cases involving conflicts among measures for the environmental protection themselves. To give an example, how far are we allowed to go in sacrificing environmental assets such as forests or ecosystems for the sake of installing renewable energy sources? I'm referring to this example because very many cases like with this subject are brought before the courts in Greece at the moment. The environmental crisis is, of course, predominantly a scientific crisis because it involves the disruption, disintegration, and hopefully restoration of hard systems, natural physical systems, living and non-living. And science so far, and this conference is a proof, has provided us with all the information about what is happening, why it is happening, and how to deal with it. But the problem is that the crisis we're facing today is not a failure of the laws of nature. The laws of nature have proved to be very resilient throughout millennia of evolution. It is a failure of human laws, laws made by man-made systems, ethics, culture, philosophy, economic theories, the market, ideologies, or even personal aspirations. And it is the failure of these laws that produce the problem, and it is up to them to fix it. We should not forget that. It's up to them to fix it, and up to now, we are doing very, very poorly. Because each and every one of these human systems has a different stake at the problem, and therefore views it from a different perspective, depending on its relative position towards it, what it hopes to gain from it or what it risks losing from it. And the sheer complexity of the problem, however, the multitude of its parameters, and the fact that its impacts are disastrous for every aspect of life, makes the environmental crisis a legal problem per se, par excellence. What does it mean? It means that it cannot be left alone to solve itself by self-regulation or by trial and error, and it cannot be left to the hands of those who created it in the first place. It requires external, impartial, and comprehensive intervention and control, and in our legal and political system, this role is entrusted to law. In our system, law is supposed to be able to solve all problems, including the environmental crisis. Well, if only things were that simple. They had seemed simple enough 35 years ago when at the Rio Convention all countries of the world solemnly agreed to amend their laws and adapt their policies to the requirements of sustainability and act synergetically and coordinatingly to achieve this goal. But today we know that we have failed. Law has failed us, or probably we have failed the concept of law, which is none other than the essence of substantial justice. Why? I will not go into the economic and political circumstances that have undermined the authority and the power of law. I will simply point out that in order to do something about a problem, any kind of problem, one must first understand it fully in all its dimensions and parameters, and be prepared to accept the costs involved in any choices. And as we know, law is all about choices. All legal disputes are about choices among perfectly legitimate but contradictory legal values. And although the environmental crisis and all its parameters are scientific facts and not a matter of political or ideological opinion, still today, I'm afraid that we cannot even agree what the problem really is. We see many aspects of the problem, but not it as a whole. There are still those who believe that the problem does not really exist, at least to the extent claimed by scientists, those who see it as an opportunity instead of a disaster, those who hope that by some green technologies alone, we can allow business to go on as usual. And all this confusion is depicted in legislation at the regional, national, and international level. We seem to come up with all kinds of different solutions to the same problem. The EU, for instance, permanently oscillates between two mutually exclusive strategies. On the one hand, to protect the environment, and on the other hand, to be competitive on the international economic arena. To give an example, the Council Declaration of December 2022, which drastically curtails the application of the Impact Assessment Directive and the protection of fragile ecosystems, even those falling under the scope of the Natura Directive, in order to meet the demands of the energy crisis provoked by the war in the Ukraine. To sum up, in my opinion, the environmental crisis has put law before the greatest challenge in legal history. Is it still necessary? Will it continue to exist? Can we count on it for our problems? Or is it condemned to wither away and be replaced by other decision-making fora, unknown so far? In order for law to assert its position and its role, everyone involved in the legal process, lawmakers, implementers, the academia, and particularly the judiciary, should update their way of thinking, should enhance their decision-making capacity, and introduce complex problem-solving methodologies into legal thinking. We know a lot about a lot of things, but still we cannot manage to transform them into comprehensive, sustainable, and effective policies. And these words are another alternative words for substantial justice. There is a lot of discussion today about incentives to stakeholders or about convincing government to adopt the suggestions of scientists. I am afraid that we are beyond this point today. The present crisis has all the features of war, not war against nature, of course, that would be absurd, but war against our attitude towards nature. We must change that. Lawmakers, of course, are not supposed to know everything, but they have to be able to ask the right questions and evaluate the answers given to them by various stakeholders to transform them into sustainable, comprehensible policies. In order to do that, they have to use the available tools. There are many available legal tools. For example, the impact assessment procedure, the principles of precaution, prevention, restorations. We seem to have forgotten them completely or try to bypass them by any means. A law must assert its independence and must reestablish its credibility, regain the trust of the people in the rule of law. We talk a lot about the civil society and public participation, but I'm afraid that so far civil society has the right to speak, but it has not yet the right to be seriously taken into account. If we allow law to fail, the consequences will be disastrous, not only for the environment and for the climate, but also for our political system and legal civilization, in other words, for democracy as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Karamanov, for pointing out the difficulties that exist in implementing the principles of justice into concrete day-to-day work, and how to convince the private corporations and the political parties and so on. I think we have time for discussion. This is good. So let me start by opening the floor first, so that we can have some questions or brief comments by participants. Yes.
Yes, thank you. What we have talked about these days here is about a systemic crisis. Right now, it's not being addressed properly by governments, by business, by finance, by technology, or by civil society, by people, by the education system. The question is, where is the answer going to come from? We cannot wait for traditional policy making, legislative processes. The world is moving very fast, and the fact is, in many, many areas, governments and the legal processes are not driving, they are following. I was with the OECD for 6 years in science, technology, and industry, and we had very extensive work on different sectors and processes of change. You can see in many, many areas, take telecom as just one example. Over 10 years, all the OECD countries went from a situation where they had government monopoly or duopoly into a totally open market over just 10 years. All of them regulated, deregulated and reformed. That was not because of the legal process. That was because of the market. It was because they were forced to. If we had waited for legislators, then still probably women would not have had voting rights. In many, many areas, like take Carson, what she wrote about pesticides, 1962. It's because of people becoming aware and responding and acting that we get things to happen. So while we have to respect the legal processes and of course work with them and have faith to some extent, we cannot leave it to that. We must jointly really take initiatives, and we need a public awareness and action on that side also to play its part. It's not right as it is today, the way that many people desperately are trying to speak out, and they are put to jail, and they are subjected to harsh management.
I think the position is clear.
What I'm saying, we have to work with the system. We have to look at the different actors playing their part.
I got the question. Any other comments, questions for this round? Who wants the floor? Yes.
found the most success that they've had, exciting things, have been with the children's initiatives, taking bunches of rather innocent, sweet-looking people and taking nations and industries to court so that people feel quite cross that these children are being denied a future. Interested in your views whether the way forward is backing children being cross the intergenerationality of the whole thing, or are we dealing with more subtle things of reinsuring industry somehow that they are in another stage of the ESG argument as we go forward?
Okay, thank you. Anyone else who wants to take the floor? Okay, so let's start answering the question. Dr. Karamanov, let's start with you.
Can you hear me? Okay. I speak not theoretically, but from experience. Legal science is perfectly capable to do it, and in Greece, during the 90s, we have actually done it. So I know it can be done. The Supreme Court, had tried hundreds of environmental cases. It was very early after the Rio Convention and the Maastricht and Amsterdam conventions. And so we have managed to produce principles for sustainable development, which had the government adopted them, the things would have been very different. Very practical principles of how to put things together, because the whole problem of law is choices and bringing values, conflicting values together. It is not possible for someone who has a one-sided scope on the problem. It's for the stakeholders, it's very easy to solve it because they have one thing in mind. But there are hundreds of things that should be taken into consideration, and that is the problem. We have produced a jurisprudence that really had to do with everything: town planning, spatial planning, protection of heritage, ecosystems, everything. And what we need is specific principles that were not made by theory, but by applying them to specific cases. So I know that it can be done. I'm not speaking out of theory. They do not want to do it for many reasons. I see you are smiling. But it's not that it's impossible. They just prefer to do it in some other way.
Yeah.
Should I go next? Well, the first comment was more of a question than a comment, but I think it brings up a debate that isn't really fruitful, I think, which is, the reactiveness of courts. Courts are designed to be reactive. There's nothing else to be said about that. So it's not a question of sitting around for courts. It's a question of advocacy. And I think that the second question feeds into that, which is, what advocacy strategies are likely to be successful? Where is the momentum going to come from? It's indeed the case that we see all these aspects of an intergenerational approach flourishing at the moment. This is a worldwide phenomenon that a lot of the anger, as you put it, is coming from younger generations. On the other hand, the CLIMA Signorinen case is coming from, an NGO of old ladies, to put it simply. One might say equally successful, so there's no reason to think that the anger and frustration and being fed up with situations couldn't come from absolutely everywhere from society. So advocacy is the answer. But last thing that I'll say to give the floor to Professor Heffron as well, on the intergenerational issue, for those who study these things over a long term, it's a very positive sign to think that if you went back to Rio in 1990 and told people that today the principle of intergenerational justice would actually be justiciable and not just symbolic, or to put it at best, or to put it at worst, wishful thinking, they would consider that a success. So, on the one hand, that is the answer, advocacy at all levels, but on the other, I think my sort of dire conclusion, which Professor Emilianidis echoed, is that enforceability is the big question here. It is not either the intent or the tools available to the courts, which are becoming increasingly voluminous It's the case of whether there is the political will to actually put them into effect. The three cases that I cited, all of them are kind of inconclusive at the moment for failure to act. So political will to make a difference and the anger being channeled back into enforcing decision-making is really the big question here.
Thank you. And I suppose it's a Friday afternoon, and lawyers always like a good argument just before the end of the week. But I would just say to the previous comment, if we went back to Rio and we thought, you know, law has left us in this position, you know, all these years later where we're facing a crisis, you know, that is the key point, that we are in this crisis point, and the bigger question is, what has law done to prevent us reaching this crisis point? And I was visiting an energy project recently, and one of the engineers made a joke and said, you know, we're putting in a lot of cement, maybe we should put all the lawyers' feet in the cement. And they said, it's the lawyers who are holding us back. There are the technology solutions out there. You know, there is an example, I think, from Spain, where they used solar panels, AI technology, and they were able to reduce people's consumption by around 60%, also the cost of electricity by 60%. But what did the lawyers do? They said, well, you can't have a virtual power plant like that, so it's banned. We're not going to extend it. You know, it's not possible until we change the law. And I would say, in many cases, the legal solutions are there. I would maybe go back to, I'm not sure I agree that putting children center of the initiative is the way to go. You can see the animosity towards many of, you know, towards Greta Thunberg, for example. But I think, for me, the way to go is, there are, I think, 90 multinational companies who are responsible for 2/3 of the world's CO2 emissions. They're abusing taxation systems, environmental regulation, all these issues all across the world. They're producing the majority of the CO2, which is causing the crisis. In law, we'd say that's where the low-hanging fruit is. Tackle corporate behavior of those 90 companies, and you're going to begin solving the climate crisis problem.
Thank you. I think we have a couple more minutes, so just one question before we finish this session, because the title, after all of this conference, Climate Crisis in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. So environmental law has so far developed mainly at an international level, but you also raised the state action, especially of the USA and so on principle of justice. Now, with regards to the regions under consideration, do you think that the way to go would be a regional arrangement or legal framework following the international legal framework, or developing framework at country or state level? What would you think would be the most suitable policy? Because after all, we want to reach some results also about policy, the most suitable policy conclusion out of this conference. The question is for all three, so I will give you the floor first, and then all three can take the floor.
Yes, so I think Cyprus would be, for example, far better off having its own clear policy framework to attract investment within. And then after that, you can grow out at a regional level, and you can grow out being one of the leaders in terms of the region. But I think, you know, today, even if you consider it from a regional to international perspective, investment in this area is a global game. You have to attract investment internally in your own country before thinking about the region and the benefits from the region. It's no good if one of your regional members is outperforming you. you know, significantly the investment's not going to come here. So I think you have to start off what happened, changing the investment environment in Cyprus.
So changing at home first. So Odysseus. Yeah, or I mean, you will both have the floor. You can.
Yeah, I agree with what Professor Heffron said, so not to repeat it, let me focus on something that should be added. I think that the regional dimension from a legal perspective would kind of represent a straitjacket in some sense, because two countries, Greece and Cyprus, are members of the EU, and there is enough constraint in terms of the commitments made within that framework as well. So I think I echo what Professor Heffron said, and I would add that to avoid multiple constraints, a focus on national level with policy-related coordination on a regional level, which seems to be the direction to which the region is going, is better than to think about legal constraints.
Dr. Karaman.
On the same wave, I think also national level for other reasons as well. At the national level, you can be more effective. You know all the parameters of your own country, of your own problem. You can deal with the problem as you wish and deal with all its aspects. And also regional commitments are usually more abstract sometimes, just directions and incentives. At the national levels, you have you are your own master, you can do what you want. So begin from your own level. You have a legal culture, you have a constitution, you have, you know how to go. And other countries maybe are behind in that, in the region. You are on at an advanced level as well. So you can give the initiative, take the initiative and give them the directions how to go.
Thank you very much. I think this was very helpful also from a policy perspective. So let's finish this session. Thank you very much, all three speakers, Dr. Karamanov, Dr. Christou, and of course, Dr. Heffron. So we will proceed with the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Emilianidis, Dr. Christou, Professor Heffron, and Dr. Karamanov. We will now continue with our break, and we will come back in time for our next session, which will start at 3:45 as planned in the program. Thank you. Gentlemen, welcome back. We continue with a panel discussion on climate diplomacy. I would like to welcome the convener of this next panel, Ms. Eleni Apeitou, Head of the Economic, Climate and Cultural Diplomacy Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cyprus. Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon to everyone. This is a difficult hour to have a panel because everyone is rather sleepy and tired. So we decided to make this panel a little bit more interactive rather than presentation mode. And we will try to have a discussion between myself and the distinguished speakers on climate diplomacy. I am Eleni Apeitou. I am the head of the Climate Diplomacy Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Cyprus. And I will let my distinguished speakers introduce themselves.
Okay, thanks a lot. My name is Theodolos Mesmeris. I'm the director of the Department of Environment and the Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment.
Γεια σας. My name is Gideon Bechar. I am a special envoy for climate change and sustainability at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Israel. I've been working on climate change issues for the last 5 years, promoting international cooperation, regional cooperation, but also working a lot inside Israel to create more resilience to climate change, and to make sure that we do our utmost also to become net zero by 2050.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nikos Issaris. I'm representing the European Commission in this panel. I'm the acting head of the representation of the European Commission here in Cyprus.
Hello, everyone. My name is rather complex. It's Haralambos Theopemptou. I was involved since my youngest days in many environmental groups. I had the fortune to serve as the honor, I should say, to serve as the Commissioner for the Environment for the Government of Cyprus. I was a lecturer at the Cyprus University of Technology in Limassol. I got elected in Parliament in 2016, got re-elected in 2021, and now I hold the chair of the Environment Committee of the Cyprus Parliament.
Thank you to all. So this panel is a little bit different from the other ones because it will deal with the politics and diplomacy of climate. What I wanted to do with our interlocutors here is to delve a little bit on the issue of how we turn science into policy and what it takes and where there's gaps and where there's failures to do that and what we as diplomats and policymakers can do to advance the scientific agenda. Since we're about a month before the COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, which is the par excellence diplomatic diplomacy process under the UN, my first question that I would like to pose is what do you see that has been achieved in terms of global progress in tackling the climate crisis since last year's COP28 in the UAE? And what do you expect the main outcomes of COP29 to be in Baku?
Many thanks, Eleni. I would like first to thank once again Cyprus Institute for all work that is doing and also for supporting the government of Cyprus on promoting further the climate change crisis and giving scientific solutions, at least proposal for scientific solutions. It seems that science is not enough to address the climate change crisis because we need decisions. And of course, diplomacy is a key element in order to have the appropriate decisions for addressing this big issue. First, regarding the last COP, it seems that we have taken important decision, especially for the first time the Climate Change Society and the parties send a historic signal for the beginning of the end of the fossil fuel. This is a very, very important decision and a very important signal. Of course, we have taken decisions about the global stocktake, and it's obvious that the efforts that the parties already taken and their initiatives to reduce emissions are not enough. So we have to do more in order to meet the 1.5 goal. So the message is clear that we have to do more, and parties that didn't send the revised approach to reduce emissions, they have to do it as soon as possible. So for this year, we are waiting decisions about the enabling actions, and of course about the new collective quantified goal on climate finance. And this is something that the developing countries will aim to have. At the same time, parties should send the revised approach for further emissions. And of course, we will wait the new revised stocktake about the global efforts to address the 1.5 goal. At the end, I expect that many developing countries will stress for more provisions for financial resources in order to do their effort for emission reductions.
Thank you, Dr. Messimeris. Since you mentioned finance, I would like to also mention that last year's COP had a historic agreement on the fund to be established for loss and damage fund. This process, like all processes in diplomacy, have a political dimension. And here we see the North-South political dimension, the developed versus developing. And of course, we know the narrative that the developing countries say that you cannot take away from us the chance that you had to develop. So this loss and damage fund was created for issues of just transition. So maybe I would follow up with this question to any of you who want to take it, of whether you see climate finance as one of the stickiest points of climate negotiations, and do you see a possible inability to agree on modalities on climate finance as a possible failing factor in achieving progress?
Maybe I can say a few things about climate finance. I like the fact that you asked whether it is the stickiest factor. Definitely climate finance is one component of climate efforts and climate diplomacy. It is a very important factor, but the premise of the question means that we have moved beyond the understanding, the conceptual understanding of the question. I just want to remind that a few years ago there were countries and heads of state that were even questioning whether climate change is a real phenomenon and whether they should take action towards that. Now we have seen that even those countries have moved to becoming investors, big investors in green energy, green industry, and green infrastructure. So I think now it is an accepted truth. The question now is how we are dealing with it. So the how is also relevant for the financing aspect. What I can tell you in terms of what the European Union is doing regarding finance, We try to do our own, to put, let's say, our own houses in good order, so member states of the European Union, but we are doing quite a lot also for third countries. So for our own strategy, President von der Leyen announced that the new Commission will produce a green industrial deal, which means that we will put an emphasis now on how industry is moving towards clean technologies, clean transition, and this definitely needs a lot of financing. We have also discussed agriculture, and agriculture is also a big area where pollution and climate are affected by it, so we want to have a new dialogue in terms of agriculture. We have also invested quite a lot, and a lot of climate financing is going towards risk of disasters, financial risk of disasters. So we are trying also to, let's say, strengthen the capacity of the insurance sector. For example, in 2022, we launched a climate resilience dialogue on how to contribute to climate resilience with incentives and investments. So it was not just a way to raise awareness, but to have discussion and solutions. When it comes to third countries, there are two types of climate finance that we have mobilized. One goes to developing countries, so third countries that need our help to actually invest and to make sure that they can address the climate risks that they face. And there, I must say that we have mobilized more than 40 billion euros in terms of financing these third underdevelopment countries. More than half of it is in the form of grants, which means that we encourage these third countries actually to take ownership of the solutions. And then we have the larger partners, also third countries, but larger partners who are not in this same situation as the countries under development. There, the most important thing in terms of climate finance is to make sure that we have them around the table, that we have them understand what are the mutually beneficial solutions. And diplomacy, after all, is ensuring communication. So I think this is one of the important elements, to have these countries really sit at the table and discuss with us.
If I can follow up on that, the figure you mentioned is the money offered by the EU or plus the contributions of member states? Because I think it's just the EU, right?
Actually, I didn't want to bore with the details of the amount, but 29 billion out of the 40 comes from public sources. Around 12 billion comes from private financing, so we have mobilized private investors to also add to that. And as I said, 54% of this public funding is dedicated either to climate adaptation or cross-cutting action, and half of it is in the form of grants. So it's money that is given to the third countries, and we encourage them to take ownership of the solution, implement them, etc. So yes, it's, I would say, 3/4 is public funding and 1/4 is private funding, but both member state and central.
And the EU. Thank you. Since we're in the topic of Europe, I would like to have a question, a political question, about the landscape of green parties across Europe. I mean, of course, the question can be global, but at least in Europe, we have seen that the last few years, or the last few elections, the green parties have faced dropping percentages. For example, in Germany, we had the Green Party entering the federal coalition a few years ago, and now their percentages really seem to be going down. And that's also a phenomenon in other countries in Europe, and maybe outside Europe as well. Of course, I would address this question to the politician in the group, and I'd ask him how he assesses this change, whether climate change is no longer a political priority within countries, and as a second part of the question, whether climate change is a priority for our citizens, including our youth, because we had a few years where Fridays for the Future and the ecological youth movement was so strong that it seems not to be the news of the day today. Could you elaborate a bit on this?
Okay, thank you. There are many issues. For instance, one of the big issues that Europe is facing is the matter of immigration, and that is related to climate change. We know by the information that the World Health Organization is releasing that we know that immigration from the south to the north will increase. We know from the reports that they issue that we are going to have a huge problem after 2030. So the problem of immigration, the problem that certain countries did not implement the measures that were contained in Fit for 55 properly. For instance, we had the farm-to-fork policy. And the idea was that reduce the use of your pesticides, and I will make sure that you will get an increased income out of that. Now, this is what EU is saying. The point is, this will be implemented by countries. Did countries implement this? The answer is no. And farmers all over Europe, they felt this. We had the rising cost of fuels. So all these, they were taken over, these issues, they were taken over by the extreme right. And this is the reason you see the rise of the extreme right. And it's a failure of each country to actually deal with this. And for instance, in Cyprus, we have this problem. We had a government that was not examining when an immigrant arrived on the country, they were supposed to have people to examine whether they had a right to be considered to be a refugee, or should this person be sent back. We didn't have people to examine. So all over the island, you find immigrants roaming around. Now that we actually have people, they disappeared. But at the point, we had this abuse of the system by the extreme right. And of course, a number of companies were actually abusing the availability of low salaries from immigrants, etc. So it's a complex issue. And on top of that, we had the energy crisis with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, something which is very dear to our heart here in Cyprus, because similar reasons were the reason why Turkey invaded Cyprus. And all this actually came to that. But there is another, something else that I want to say. We talked about helping countries. I was in COP15 in Copenhagen, and I will never forget the issues that African women were raising. And I saw this being raised when I represent Parliament in the International Renewable Energy Association meetings in Abu Dhabi. There, as well as in COP, what they say is that the quote is that everybody knows that a lot of small projects actually help the people, and everybody knows that corrupt governments actually prefer large projects. So I asked her, what do you mean small projects? And she was saying that, you know how important it is to have a solar cooker, for instance? I will never forget this. She was explaining that to have a solar cooker in a village, in a house, it's life-saving. Why? Because of climate change, and because the men in the village will go out to the animals, etc. The women go out to get the wood to actually bring home to use, light the fire and cook, and they go further and further away, and they get raped and they get killed. So to have a renewable energy in the home and a solar cooker, I mean, it's so simple. It's a matter of life and death for them. So we should be looking at helping and financing these kind of projects that actually to go and see what are the needs of the people and try to help them, rather than give the money to a government, a corrupt government, that a lot of this money will end up in bank accounts.
Yes, I mean, this is an interesting topic, and I have to bring it also to our world. When we speak of just transition, we don't only speak of developing world, but of our developed world, some of countries represented here. And it's an issue that is being discussed a lot. I mean, when, at the time of inflation, at the time of unemployment, at the time of energy insecurity, the measures that are being implemented for the transition to renewables and for the green transition are simply unaffordable to people. And this is a debate that's been happening a lot around the world. I mean, it's happening in Europe, where you get financing to get an electric car that allows basically the people that already have the first 20 or 30,000 euros to put in, and then it gives them another, the government gives them another 20,000 to buy an electric car. A working person cannot make that transition to an electric vehicle. Or the scheme that the government has here for the solar, not only panels, for the transition to the solar energy of the houses, photovoltaics. It's still very expensive for the average consumer to do this transition. So I'm wondering whether the just transition to a green economy affects all of us citizens, and it should be made a little bit juster in order to convince people, not only to the basics, like you said, solar cooking stove, but also to the average persons in our countries. But this is just a point I would like to make. Now, to move a little bit towards our region, towards the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, I would like to raise the question of what you think are the main, biggest and immediate threats to our region, and what you think are the most effective and efficient ways to tackle them. I mean, if you could identify 3 or 4, and as a supplement to this question, because this is not only a climatic threat, and of course an existential, but also a strategic and security threat for our region. What are those long-term strategic and security threats for our region? And maybe Gideon can take the question.
You know, we can divide the threats into immediate ones, you know, that can just hit us like that, and to threats that are slowly building up over a long period of time, okay? The ones that are immediate ones are the ones like severe weather or heat waves. We have been speaking a lot about heat waves in this region. Now, I want to tell you something about a heat wave. A sustained, prolonged and severe heat wave can bring a whole state down to a situation of collapse. This is the impact of real heat wave that can hit every country in this region. Now, heat waves in this region are almost always regional ones. When there is a heat wave in this region, it will affect few countries. It will not affect only one of us. It will affect few countries in the region. Now, in my opinion, there is a need to develop a shared plan how to prepare ourselves to heat waves, and when they arrive, how we tackle them. I mean, how we cooperate, what kinds of humanitarian aid will we need? What kinds, airports will be shut down, ports will be shut down. Things like that will not work anymore when there is a strong heat wave. Electricity systems will fall down. There will be severe pressure on hospitals. We will have to close government, schools, etc. It will stop traffic and transport. So there is a real need to think what we do regionally and how we help one another. And I've suggested already long ago to do a simulation that will bring together representatives from different countries. Let's sit down and, do some brainstorming about how we prepare ourselves for heat waves. Another issue, which is very common, unfortunately, to Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and other countries in the region, is fires, forest fires, which are devastating the region completely with enormous effects on tourism, on agriculture, on quality of air, etc. We need to develop a regional plan how to fight forest fires. Another example, and now I will go for the long run, for the long term, is sea level rise. Do you know how much sea level is rising now per year? An idea? What's the average? Sorry? Well, unfortunately not yet. 0.5 centimeter per year, okay? 10 years ago, it was about 3 millimeters per year. 20 years ago, it was 2.2 millimeters per year. What I'm saying that sea level rise is accelerating, and it is not linear, it is exponential. And we know already by the models of IPCC that by the end of this century, there will be approximately 1 meter rise of sea level, possibly 2 meters. And this without taking into account what will happen in Antarctica, and we already see the signs, the White Glacier. If you haven't heard the name, remember it, because in a few years' time, unfortunately, most probably all will be very familiar with this name. If this glacier drops into the ocean, there will be a sudden rise of water of 2 to 3 meters. It's enormous. Now, what I want to say is that we have, as a region, to prepare ourselves for that. It makes no sense that each country will work alone and do its own preparedness plans, if at all, because many countries of the region do not have any preparedness plans. They do not have the data. They do not know how much the sea level is rising by their costs, etc. And it makes only a very strong logic to cooperate, to collect the data, to find out what we can do. And yes, we can do a lot to prevent the damages of sea level rise. It will affect huge parts of the Eastern Mediterranean, the deltas, Nile Delta, Shatt al-Arab Delta in the Iraq, the Persian Gulf, and other countries, Cyprus, etc. Look, if you walk along the beach here, and you see the beach here in Lanka is very, very low. It will, by the end of this century, by the models, it will disappear, So this is where, this place here, where we are sitting, most probably will be washed away if we do not take necessary actions, and we have to take them together. So, in my opinion, preparedness for sea level rise is a strategic issue that only by combined efforts we can do something, and we need a plan, and we need really to work on that. I will close with another example. Climate change brings also opportunities, okay? So we can use the opportunities collectively. And I want to suggest an idea. Carbon sequestration and carbon credit is something which is growing in the world. Why not to have a regional platform for carbon trading in the region? I mean, Look at all the big emitters that, you know, burn oil, etc. in this region. They will need to become net zero, okay? And others can help them by creating a regional platform. This will strengthen the economy of the region. And I want to say that we do not have a plan like this. And if I can lay down a challenge for you at the Cyprus Institute or other scientists here to prepare a platform for regional cooperation on carbon trading and carbon sequestration, believe me, you will do something very good for the environment, for the climate, for the economy, and all of us.
Thank you, Gideon. You raised a lot of issues, and I have follow-up questions, but not just to you, to everyone. But Lakis would like to comment.
I would like to comment on the last proposal, because it is also something that we're looking for the means to take the appropriate actions for mitigation. And of course, carbon trading is one useful tool. In order to do it, we have to set the carbon pricing in all sectors in our neighboring countries. So we need to discuss at the regional level how to set the carbon pricing in the relevant sectors, for example, in the electricity sector, in the transport sector, and then to see how we can give incentives to reduce emissions. And of course, carbon pricing and emissions trading is a useful tool towards solutions for reducing emissions. So yes, it's a good idea. We have to discuss it further, and we do have the platform to exchange views how to introduce this system in our region.
Thank you. Mr. Theobemptou.
Thank you very much. We have a lot of things that we can do. Let me give you an example. By 2028, all government, no, I should say public buildings in Europe should be zero-emission buildings, okay? Which means that, do we know how to do a zero-emission building in the Middle East? I mean, how do you do this in the Middle East? How do you do this in the Mediterranean area, where heat is actually the problem and not the cold like it is in Europe? So we have the opportunity to collaborate, to do prototypes, to have ready-made designs that we can give out to people. Also, we have dust storms. This affects the whole area. What are the measures that one should take? How do I build schools? I mean, if children are the most vulnerable, shouldn't I have prototypes of how a school should be built in order to have good quality indoor air in the school? I mean, how do I do this? These are all easy issues that we can handle, to come up with prototypes, have the designs, so that anybody wants to do, will have the designs ready and you can copy. And this is just one of the many, many things that we can do to collaborate.
Thank you very much. I want to move to the Mediterranean Sea, which is the sea that we all share, the countries of the region. But first I want to say a few words about the Cyprus initiative, taking the cue from Gideon, who said that we can only do this collectively in the region, and there's ways and means to do it. As you all know, this conference itself, as well as this discussion, stems from an initial idea that began in 2019, which was a Cyprus initiative to combat climate change in the region of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. The initiative had basically two pillars. One was the scientific research, and the other was the development of a regional action plan. The scientific work, which was very impressive and included 250 scientists from our region, produced and finished its work, not in terms of finality, because it's an open process and dynamic process, but now we're in the stage of doing the policy making. The regional action plan was adopted 2 years ago in Sharm el-Sheikh with the 9 participating countries of the region, many of which are represented here today. And as the President mentioned yesterday in his speech, Cyprus has decided to revive this initiative. We think it's a noble project. We think it's a pertinent and urgent project. And we, as Ministry of Foreign Affairs, will fully support this, together with the Cyprus Institute and, of course, the Ministry of Environment and all interlocutors. So this is just a small word on something that is of dear national and political importance to us. We expect, of course, the EU to be a possible supporter of this project because it's crystal clear why the EU can support. I think also the DG representative mentioned it before in his speech.
Yes, exactly. And what I want to mention is that all these ambitious targets that the European Union is setting in terms of green transition and the climate, etc., and the environment, are all collective targets. So these are targets that we all share and that we all want to achieve together. However, there are also single member state targets and single member state actions and initiatives which we also support, especially when these are more important for a whole region. And the region of the Eastern Mediterranean is very important for the European Union. It's not only our, let's say, entry-exit point to Asia and Africa, but it's also because it has a lot of geopolitical and geostrategic importance.
And because there's at least 5 countries of the EU that share the Mediterranean Sea.
Yes,
5,
the Mediterranean, yeah, even more, but
yeah.
they are not in the eastern part. Some of them, they are more to the western part. So definitely, since the start of the initiative of Cyprus to launch this initiative on climate crisis in the Eastern Mediterranean, we didn't appear just as bystanders. We supported and we tried to facilitate. We supported also Cyprus in finding its own way to, for example, more renewable energy sources or more diversity in energy sources in terms of providers, and also to put an end to the energy isolation that Cyprus has as an island nation. And these are efforts that Cyprus is making for itself, but they are also important for the region, because stopping the energy isolation of Cyprus is important for the region, is important for Israel, is important for other member states. It may prove important also for North African countries, or liquefied natural gas is not a question which is only important for Cyprus, it's important for the whole region. So we will try to facilitate this initiative. We will try to stand by Cyprus in bringing forward this initiative, because it's really a very important one.
I would like to mention that we do have the appropriate contribution from the scientific community. We do have the mechanism to work together at regional level, and now it's time for implementation. Of course, we do have the dimension of mitigation actions, and at the same time, we do have the dimension of adaptation. There is an urgent need to take action also on adapting to the impacts. And for this reason, we will further work together at policy level in order to introduce regional projects adapting the impacts. And for this, we would like to link the EU adaptation policy with our initiative in order to have an additional supporting tool for implementing actions at the regional level, actions to address the climate change impacts.
Thank you very much. I'd like to put out a couple of questions on the Mediterranean Sea, since we are in the region in our discussion. I mean, first question, I will put them together. The first question is whether the Mediterranean Sea is in greater threat from this planetary crisis than, let's say, other parts of the world. That's the first part of the question. The second part is whether pollution of the Mediterranean, because pollution is one of the elements of this triple planetary crisis, whether pollution of the Mediterranean Sea is a huge problem, and what can we do to address it? So anyone can do this question. We start from Gideon and move on.
Yeah, absolutely. The Mediterranean Sea is in a greater danger than other seas in the world because it is a closed basin with only 2 entries. So everything that comes in stays in it. There is very little circulation. Now, if you look at a few other indicators of what's happening here in the region, we have mentioned that temperatures are rising at a rate double as the normal average of the world. The temperatures of the sea is getting even higher than than terrestrial temperatures. The salinization process of the sea, of the Mediterranean Sea, is one of the highest in the world. And the Eastern Mediterranean, these shores are the ones who are most saline in the Mediterranean Sea because of very strong evaporation, because of very high temperatures. So this sea is suffering a lot, and is suffering a lot of biodiversity loss and acidification. And the sea level rise in the Eastern Mediterranean, by the way, is the highest in the Mediterranean Sea, in this region. It's not equal in every part, so absolutely. And pollution is a major issue for the Mediterranean for the reasons that I've mentioned before.
Thank you, Gideon. Mr.
I will continue from that. It's pollution also coming from land activities. There are a number of countries, a number of areas, I should say, in the Mediterranean that they collect the rubbish from the households and they just dump it into the sea. It's the area, Mediterranean area, is compared to the area, the amount of ships that we have roaming around the Mediterranean is huge. And not everybody follows the IMO regulations on how to handle ship waste. The other issue that we have, which is huge, is we do not collaborate. If you look at all the Mediterranean countries, we do not collaborate to prevent overfishing. Everybody goes out to fish, but we don't collaborate. We don't have an agreement on quotas to make sure that we maintain the species. We will deplete the whole sea of fish, and we won't have anything unless we come together and agree what we can and what we cannot do and have a program. And the other issue, we have a problem with species coming in from the Suez Canal. We have species, if you dive into the seas, into the coastline in Cyprus, you find fish that we didn't have before. And they are invading species, and they do damage to the local species. We have a tremendous loss of local biodiversity because of these invasive species. So the problem in the Mediterranean is huge. We have to get together and find solutions. Otherwise, forget it.
Just to add, we have also additional activities, the oil and gas activities, and this is another reason why we have to work together in order to set common standards protecting the environment because of the new activities that we have in our region. So yes, there is a need for a regional approach also to cover the new activities that we have.
Could you say something more about this?
Yeah, we have activities for gas exploitation, exploration, and we have to take the appropriate measures to reduce the impacts in the environment. So it's better to set common standards and practices within our region in order to have an effective solution addressing these possible impacts from the new activities.
Okay. I have another couple of questions and then we can open the floor. Since we're in the Mediterranean and talking about the Mediterranean and the salination levels, as Gideon just mentioned, I would like to ask the question about the desalination, because it's something we've been doing for many years in Cyprus, and many countries in the region do desalination. But is this really a green measure? Is this a kosher measure, as you would say, in terms of green transition, or is this a bad choice?
Okay, before you start desalination, you have to do a few other things. Desalination is only one part of a strategy, okay? First, save water. Believe me, you can save so much water. Save them in the showers, in the kitchen, in the garden, etc. Second, prevent leaks or water loss in water systems. Countries in the region, some of the countries here lose 50% of their water due to leaks. I repeat, some of the countries here lose half of their water because it leaks. I mean, so before you go into desalination, please take every effort to stop leaks, and this is doable, it's not expensive, and it's not high-tech. Second thing is, use your water better. Let's say irrigation. I mean, drip irrigation and not flooding. I mean, some farmers in the region, when they irrigate, they do flood the fields with lots of water. I mean, there are better ways to irrigate that brings higher yields. Drip irrigation is one of them. So make a better use of your water. Another strategy is to treat wastewater, okay? I mean, wastewater is a resource. It's not garbage. It's not something to get rid of. I mean, use it as a resource. In Israel, we purify 96% of all sewage water. This is a world record. And when I say that this is a world record, I'm also saying that I'm not happy about it. And do you know why I'm not happy about it? Because I want every country in the world to treat 96, 97, 100% of its wastewater. This should be the standard. And instead, I think the country which comes closest is maybe Spain with about 30% only. So where all of this water is going? Polluting the sea, creating algae, creating other problems, etc. I was walking along the seashore today. I've seen at least in three places wastewater going to the sea. You know, this is a waste, this is a resource. And only when you do all of that, think about desalination. Desalination has its effects and has its costs, but we can do much more and integrate desalination as a part of a strategy and not as the only solution to that. I just want to say another thing about water and climate change. Climate change is very much the story of water. Drought, humidity in the air, evaporation, sea level rise, water scarcity, etc., etc. Today, about 2% of the global emissions are coming from the water sector, 2%, and it will get higher because demands are getting higher. So we must address the issue of emissions in the water sector. Half of the emissions are coming from electricity and power to pump water, to deliver water, etc. The other half, you know where it is coming from? From untreated sewage. There is methane, CO2, you know, the decomposed in the water and is being released. So if we treat water, we also prevent the emissions of methane, which is 25 more potent than CO2. So we gain all the way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Behar. A very important answer. Mr. Theobemptou would like to say something?
Yes, please. I absolutely agree with you. Again, if you want to see how right this opinion goes, all you have to do is walk in the streets in any Cyprus city. You see grass. We import grass. Grass, it's got nothing to do with the Middle East. You go to government offices and you see grass, and grass needs a lot of water. This is one thing. We don't use our rainwater. If you look at the way we treat rainwater in all the coastal cities on the island, we collect the water and we dump it into the sea. We have good quality water that we could use. We simply dump it into the sea. Water leaking pipes. We had a discussion in Parliament, and the minister said to us, I will give you an area, but please don't say it in public at the time. We have an area in Cyprus that around 70% of the water that goes into the pipes is lost because there are holes in the pipes. Only 30% comes out on the other side. We have a lot of leaky pipes. It's an issue that we have to deal. The problem with desalination plants also, which is huge in Cyprus, is that you get 1,000 liters of water from the sea, you extract 500 liters and you make good quality water, and the high salinity 500 liters you throw back to the sea, and the sea dies. You have to have a very special system to distribute these over a very large area, because if you increase the salinity of the water, actually nothing will live in that area. And if you want to see a Dead Sea, you can go, of course, to Israel and, of course, to the Dead Sea, but you can also see a Dead Sea if you follow the road up here and you go to the nearest place in Normedia, where we actually killed the sea because of the desalination that is operating in the area. It's not win-win. You have to have a good plan and manage your resources properly. And with regards to sewage, we have an obligation, all the European countries, to actually install sewage treatment and collect the sewage from cities and villages. We are not very good at doing that. And the very interesting fact, because sewage treatment plants are actually one of the biggest energy consumers in the island, it appears that this is so in many other countries. What the EU is now discussing is that it will force all sewage treatment plants to get all the energy they need from renewable energy sources.
Thank you. Would you like to say something about this? No. Let me see how we are with time. Yeah, I will ask one question or just make one comment before opening the floor. I think there is a lack of understanding on behalf of citizens and on behalf of the youth on what and how they can contribute in fighting climate change. And oftentimes I find that, you know, scientific conferences, diplomatic conferences, that really people don't understand what they need to do in their everyday life to change small habits that go a long way. It could be a rhetorical question, but of course it can be answered, but it's an urge to you and an urge to the scientists that are sitting here to try and communicate to the people of our countries what it is they can do on a small micro level to offer their part in fighting climate change. And now I think we open the floor for questions before we have some concluding remarks by our panelists. Please. And if you could also identify yourself.
Yes, I am Maysoon Zabi from Jordan. Just refer to the climate finance, and it is I'm now managing the first project that won from Green Climate Fund. It's one of the climate finance. But just one thing, this type of finance, especially Green Climate Fund, it is very difficult, takes a lot of time. I don't know if anybody can get it. It does not match the urgency of a climate change, either adaptation or mitigation. And it took us like 2 years to accept or to accept this project, and then after that there is a lot of phases until we start the implementation. Although Jordan has a big issue, and it took me like I don't know how many questions to prove that Jordan has a climate change issue. To make the story short, for this climate change or this type of financing, it should be as quick as possible. As you know, maybe those are experts in climate change, the adaptation and mitigation measures, now they are good. In the future, when the temperature decreases up to 2, I think 2.5, whatever you will do, you will not solve the problem. It is a time. If I will ask for a project and it will take me now with the loss and damage, it took like 2 COPs just to announce and then to agree. I don't know with 2029, it will be, I don't know when it will be operational. And this is especially for loss and damage. And you know, those people in Korea, they don't know about Jordan and the Middle East. I have to explain our water problem. It is because of climate change. They have to have this information. Luckily now they established a regional offices. They said it will be easier. But again, if you just think about this, a lot of documents they ask, a lot of questions, many phases before implementation. They ask for co-financing. Some of the countries, they don't have even the co-financing. It is there, and the policy, it is not clear. What you said about also capacity building, it should be accompanied, especially with loss and damage, should be a capacity building even for the NDAs, those national designated authority, they have to know the process, they have to teach, and this is what you call science diplomacy, people diplomacy. You have to have special language to convey. They want to make sure the NDAs, they know exactly, and there to help others to benefit. This is very important issue in order to be able to fight the climate change. With time, then no mitigation, no adaptation will help.
Thank you very much. A very important comment, heard loud and clear. I don't think it's a comment that we all
Yes, just to say one thing, we fully understand the urgency and the fact that money needs to be dispersed quickly and that these projects cannot wait for phases and phases. This is why, as I said before, half of the funding we provide to third countries is mainly in the form of grants, so that these lump sums that are dispersed quickly and they are managed quickly by the countries themselves. But of course we have also procedures and we have... Okay. Yes, yes. Mm. I understand. So it's good that we know these things so that we take them into account in the procedures. Thank you.
And of course, your countries can press for it. Your officials should press for it when they go to climate finance negotiations. Any other questions from the floor? The gentleman there in the back.
Thank you. I believe it's a very important exchange that you're having on how to get the funds out to the ground, where it can really make a difference. And there were some stark differences in point of view, whether to give it to governments or, find other mechanisms. I wanted to make a few quick observations. First of all, research mapping the attitudes of the European population have found that more than half of the Europeans would be willing to channel funds, some funding, to sustainability projects, development on the ground, if there were financial instruments available to do so. Now, the fact is that the financial sector is clogging here. Those kinds of services are not developed because they are not in the interest of the banks, and the banks don't have the competency to connect to the ground. Just undertaking due diligence of projects is so expensive that they can only support very big projects. The European Investment Bank did a study last year on nature-based solutions, and they found that the private sector funds only 3% of the nature-based solutions in the bigger European context. The rest is public money. So the private sector is not channeling, and you made a very good also observation that the governments in these countries are very, very slow also out there. They would like to receive funds, but they are not easily dispersing. We know from contacts with development banks, and this resonates with your comment, that when they receive funding, even when the funds have been approved, it takes them years to get the money out because it's so complicated. So I think there is a very important question here, how we can make a straight, develop new mechanisms, new financial mechanisms for connecting more directly with people to the ground, record, and provide feedback on impact, focus on impact, and really, get faster, resources out where it's needed. So the question is how to do this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a wider issue that is faced with a lot of financing projects, be it with humanitarian aid or disaster aid, that processes are long, complicated, and slow. And there's a lot of intermediaries oftentimes, and it's something we hear on many, many fronts. It's an issue of diplomacy that's faced across different dossiers, but you're very right. Yes. Yes, please.
I want to relate to your question, Madam. I've suggested before the creation of regional platform for carbon credit exchange. I think this can be a good idea, because if you do project that sequester CO2, you can gain revenue, you can gain money if you plant forests, if you do rehabilitation of mangrove systems, ecosystems, etc., wetlands, rehabilitation of wetlands and others, then there can be an inflow of cash into this region. So we do not have, in my opinion, only to relate on global finance, climate finance, etc., but to try to think how we can find new sources of finance. Otherwise, we will be stuck with the same international finance mechanisms that exist for decades, and they are very much behind what is needed to be done today.
Thank you. Time for one last question, or we have closing remarks? The lady in the back.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay. I'm not sure about the rest of the countries of the region, but I know Cyprus do not issue any type of sustainability statement. So reporting on its actual or potential negative or positive environmental and social impacts coming from sustainability matters. And I was wondering if that's anywhere in the near future for Cyprus to do or the other countries of the region, because I think that would build trust and would help with the general effort of mitigating and adapting to climate change. Thank you.
The question is about sustainability indicators. Sustainability statement.
It's not about statement, it's about fulfilling all our obligation under the Paris Agreement and under the European and national legislation. So we do have a report for both mitigation and adaptation goals that we have. And I think that this is a clear picture how we address both issues.
If I may add, instead of EU forcing every country to do a sustainability statement or do whatever else, we have, for instance, the package of directives and regulations called Fit for 55. And those, if you read through them, they force a country to do a report. Within the directives and within the regulations, for a selected number of items, they force us to prepare reports. They force us to prepare policies. Apart from just passing through the regulation and the directives around this, they expect us to prepare reports. And that will be fun for the environmental groups of every country in Europe, because you will be able to check what the government is actually doing compared to what it writes down that it's doing. So interesting times are coming ahead.
Well, we don't have time for closing remarks, but I think all of our remarks were both opening and closing. If I could just speak on all of us, thank you very much for attending our panel. And if I could speak on behalf of the government of Cyprus, we are fully committed in leading the way for addressing climate crisis in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. We would like all of you to be partners with us and to help us better and improve and excel at this most urgent project that we would like to undertake. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Apellitou, Your Excellency, Mr. Behar, Dr. Isaris, Dr. Mesimeris, and Mr. Theopemptou. The final panel for today is entitled Political, Societal, and Cultural Barriers and Opportunities, and is convened by Professor Kyriakos Dimitriou, professor at the University of Cyprus, and member of the Cyprus Academy of Sciences, Letters, and Arts.
Hello, everyone. This panel is about the political, societal, and cultural barriers and opportunities This panel is about political, societal, and cultural barriers and opportunities. Even though I'm tempted to deliver a lecture about Montesquieu's spirit of the laws as a historian of philosophy, spirit of the laws and the role of climate and the role of climate in shaping constitutions, characters, morality, values, etc. And even though I'm thinking of going back instead of viewing the future ahead and searching into the little ACE era in Europe, ranging from the Middle Ages to the 19th century, that is when there were long periods of ice and rainfalls and snowing in Europe. For instance, Isaac Newton worked throughout his life in an England where the weather was so cold for 30 years of his life. And the question is how cold weather and ice affected either social class, social consciousness, movements, ideas, laws, etc. So we are dealing with the same questions, but now we are not so much dealing with cold weather, but heat waves. So it's a privilege for me to participate in this important panel concerning the climate crisis in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. You are all aware about the impacts of climate change, including rising temperatures, prolonged droughts, water scarcity, and increasingly frequent extreme weather events. The implications or the consequences of these changes extend beyond environmental degradation, affecting our societies, economies, and the well-being of future generations. Thus, addressing climate change in this context is not merely an environmental concern, it is deeply interconnected with political, social, and cultural dimensions. Culturally, our region is a home to a rich diversity of long historical traditions, religions, artistic expressions, social customs. So indigenous practices in particular can offer valuable insights for climate adaptation throughout the ages, while cultural narratives hold potential for mobilizing communities and raising awareness. However, political or cultural resistance to change may pose challenges to the adoption of new practices and policies. The decisions made today will have far-reaching consequences for the future of this region and the global community. I'm pleased to introduce our distinguished guests. Our first speaker is Thodoris Georgakopoulos. He's a journalist and author. Amongst other roles, he works as a columnist for Kathimerini, Greece, and digital media. He also works in digital media as a translator and book editor. His work focuses primarily on issues related to society, politics, technology, science, and the economy, aiming to understand how these factors influence the way people live, cooperate, interact, and coexist in our times. Anna Kyprianou, whose presentation is titled The Role of Youth in Climate Diplomacy, is a legal advisor and associate to the Minister of Agriculture, Rural Development, Environment in Cyprus, as well as the head of the Foreign and European Affairs Committee of the Sixth House of Young Representatives of Cyprus. In her free time, she engages with youth issues, gender equality, and human rights. Dr. Tarek Abu Hamed, who will talk to us about environmental diplomacy's role in the peace-building process in Israel and Palestine, is the executive director of the Arava Institute for Environmental Studies, a recognized leader in renewable energy technology and regional cooperation. He is the recipient of the 2024 American Association for the Advancement of Sciences David and Betty Hamburg Award for Science Diplomacy. He was named one of the 48 Israelis shaping Israel and the world today and into the future. He served as the deputy chief scientist and later the acting chief scientist at the Israeli Ministry of Science, making him the highest ranking Palestinian in the Israeli government at the time. Dr. Abu Hamed holds a PhD in chemical engineering from Ankara University, Turkey. He has completed 2 postdoctoral research terms, one at the Weizmann Institute of Science, Israel, and the other at the University of Minnesota. He also holds a master's degree in public policy from Hebrew University. So thank you all, and I'm looking forward to your talks. I kindly invite Theodoris Georgakopoulos to open this panel.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Papanastasiou, for the invitation. Congratulations to the Cyprus Institute for organizing this wonderful event. Now, I'm a journalist, I'm not a scientist. However, I have a scientific contribution to make here today, a small one that may change the course of the battle against climate change. Maybe, we'll see. In reality, I want to raise 2 issues. And then we can talk about them if you want. It's about, my speech is about communication. How we communicate climate change to the general public and to policymakers. My job was translating scientific knowledge to what politicians and decision makers can understand. I did that for 10 years at a think tank in Greece. I will now raise the issues I want to make and propose no solutions, like scientists do. One of the problems with climate change is that it's so complicated. So many different natural processes to understand, so many scientific disciplines. To grasp the scope and the extent of the problem, you have to have at least some familiarity with basic concepts of physics, chemistry, biology, ecology, oceanography, or whatever else it is that you do. To follow a discussion like the ones I overheard during the past couple of days, we need more than a basic understanding. And this is a problem, because it's not easy to talk about complicated things to people who are not experts. And the majority of the global population are non-experts when it comes to climate change. The vast majority of these problems, stakeholders are non-experts. Simple people, like me. But we are stakeholders. We are facing the same problem. We suffer the consequences. We want to understand it, and we want to help. We want to participate in the solutions. We have to participate in the solutions. Otherwise, you will meet us in the streets wearing yellow vests. So to do that, to help and participate, we have to understand the problem first. and it's complicated. There are two categories of professionals who have the responsibility to explain it to us: the media and the scientists. The media constantly fail to deliver on their mission to inform and to educate on most issues, but particularly on this one. They either terrify people with shocking images of destruction and mayhem, or gloss over major issues or milestones, or completely misinterpret what is going on. Now, in Greece, I don't know, maybe it's true in your countries as well. If you see media coverage of any COP, you get the sense that it's sort of like a social gathering for scientists and politicians. There's no context, no analysis, no explanation on what is being discussed there. It's just government press releases. And this has severe consequences. People either don't understand what the problem is, or they understand that it is something serious, but they feel helpless and powerless to react. It's important. No government official, we heard about from the minister this morning, the Cypriot minister. I guess that he never returns from a COP expecting a public backlash based on what he's done or not done over there. No one ever learns any of it, probably. This is what happens in Greece, at least. And thus, there's no public pressure to actually achieve anything while there. So that's one issue, the failure of media, the long-term failure of media to talk about climate change. The second issue is about the role of the scientific community. The scientists, you are trained to primarily talk to other scientists, and I get that. This is how it works. You work, you find things, you put them on a poster, you show it to your colleagues, you design some slides, some graphs, you publish papers in a language that is only understandable, that can only be read by your colleagues. No, sure, okay, but sometimes the numbers are too hard to understand. The language is indecipherable, and we are simple people. We live through the IPCC reports, and they're unreadable. They're not for us. Every single sentence comes with a probability disclaimer. It's not for us, sure, but there needs to be something for us as well, and the policy papers of the IPCC aren't readable either. So scientists must learn how to speak to the general public, not just each other. And you are the ones who have the knowledge. And with knowledge comes what? With great knowledge comes, a great man once said, with great knowledge comes great responsibility. So scientists could be, not yet, I did that. Could you put that back, please? So these are the issues, that's it. The role of media and scientists in communicating the reality of climate change to the general public. Now, to conclude, and we can discuss possible solutions afterwards in the discussion, but I have one bad example, which is also my scientific contribution. The IPCC scenarios for future pathways could be valuable tools for communication of possible futures to people that wonder what's going to happen, okay? These scenarios, you've seen them, you've heard about them in these past few days. They're based on several variables that describe what will happen to global emissions and global temperatures in the future. Now, these are their names. We are simple people. What is this? Who came up with it? Who decided this? These are like the official names of Star Trek spaceships. I wrote a book recently. I asked my readers for their most pressing questions, what they wanted to learn about climate change. And then, as a simple person, I selected 50 of those questions and tried to find the answers. I talked to some of you in this room. I read some of your work. And I tried to translate this knowledge into a language that simple people like me can understand. And I had to use these scenarios because these are great scenarios. They tell you things about possible futures. But I couldn't use these letter salad words This is nothing. This means nothing. So what I did, and what my minor contribution is, I renamed the scenarios. I came up with different names. And those are the names. And for the very few of you that don't get the reference, they are all Taylor Swift songs. So you're welcome to start using these names instead. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying late with us. We highly appreciate that. I'm here not to talk about peace, nor the climate urgency. I think we heard a lot about that. I'm here to talk about how we build peace, how we use climate change as a diplomacy tool to bring people together, to build understanding. The Arava Institute is an academic and research institution that's located in southern Israel, 30 miles, 50 kilometers from the Gulf of Aqaba, Eilat. And our mission is to advance cross-border environmental cooperation in the face of the political conflict. Here our challenge is doubled. One is climate, and the second one is the conflict. The major challenge of the region, Israel, Palestine, Jordan, that we lost the support of each other. This panel is about societal, political barriers, and our major barrier that the Palestinian society lost the support of the Israeli society. The Israeli society lost the support of the Palestinian society. And the major success of the extremists in our region was the disconnection between the two societies. And our role as scientists to use science and climate as a diplomacy tool to bring people together, to build understanding. And understanding does not mean that I agree with you. I totally disagree with you, but I understand you. And this is how we build trust and build long-lasting, sustainable partnerships with partners in Israel and also in Palestine. And why we do that? Just a very simple example. We know that all major water resources in the region are transboundary. Almost every drop of water at the part of the world is shared. What you see here is the surface water between Israel, Palestine, and Jordan. And we know that the region's transboundary rivers provide more than 60% of our fresh water. 60% of our drinking water comes from shared resources. Not only that, in this line you see every color represents an aquifer. And look carefully, almost all of these aquifers are shared. The coastal aquifer is shared between Gaza and Israel. So what happens in Gaza doesn't stay in Gaza. It pollutes Israel. The mountain aquifer shared between West Bank and Israel. Jordan Valley aquifer, West Bank, Jordan and Israel. The Nubian aquifer, Israel and Egypt. And the Arava aquifer, Jordan and Israel. So it doesn't matter where the pollution starts, it impacts everyone. That's why we have to collaborate and work with each other. How do you do that in a conflicted zone? You have to build trust. Science is a global language. Climate is a global language. And we use it to bring people together, to build understanding. And this is what we do at the Arava Institute. And we do it through two main activities. One is the academic program, university level. Students come to the Arava Institute for 4 months. You saw in the map, we're in the southern part of Israel, in the middle of nowhere. Students come, live together, go to the same classroom, the same dining room for 4 months. 1/3 Arabic speakers, Palestinians of Israel, Palestinians of Palestine, Israel, West Bank and Gaza, Jordanians, Moroccans, Sudanese, 1/3 Jewish Israelis and 1/3 internationals. They live together, they take these academic courses, and then they go back to their universities. Besides the academic program, we have what we call the Dialogue Forum, where students discuss conflict, religion, culture, identity, dignity, the Nakba, the Independence Day, the young people live in refugee camps in the West Bank. You put them in the same classroom with an Israeli who just finished his or her civil service, the army, and they ask them to talk about water rights, human rights, the conflict. They shout, they cry, very hard discussions, but they go to the same classroom. Sharing these concerns and feelings, family stories, personal stories, this is how they build these long-lasting relationships. Again, through dialogue, they build understanding. They totally disagree with each other, but they understand and they build the trust on how they become the region's environmental leaders. We also do that through research. We bring researchers in the region. Most of the research that we do is transboundary, not only basic research or applied, but with environmental challenges that are faced in the region on climate change, transboundary water management, renewable energy, sustainable agriculture. And because we are an institution that has a mission advancing cross-border environmental cooperation, we do a lot of work with the communities on the ground, in the West Bank, in Gaza. Yes, you heard correctly, in Gaza. We, as an Israeli organization, implement projects in Gaza. This was prior to the war. And why? The recipe is trust, bringing people together. We managed to work in Gaza because of that trust. We managed to implement projects in Nablus, in Bethlehem, in Hebron, in Jenin, because of the trust that we managed to build. And here in this room, we have our Palestinian partners who we implement these projects with in the West Bank. And in the last 3 minutes probably, which is very close to my heart and to everyone's heart, I think here, is Gaza and what is happening right now in Gaza. The Arava Institute for Environmental Studies managed to build a coalition of civil society organizations, Israeli, Palestinian, and also international academic institutions around the project that we call it Jump-Starting Hope in Gaza. We call for an urgent action for the people that live right now in Gaza, a few hundred kilometers from here, 2.2 million people that the vast majority of them is under the age of 30. When I say the vast majority, it's almost like 70%. Rebuilding Gaza will take years. Even the planning will take years. But people in Gaza, the 2.2 million people, actually 2,150,000 people right now, will need water, will need electricity, will need wash, will need wastewater treatment plants, will need electricity. They cannot wait for Gaza to be rebuilt. I don't want to discuss the environmental impact of the war and the environmental impact of the waste that people produce right now. No one cares about that right now. We want people to get water, energy, because our business right now, our focus right now is saving lives. And I really encourage all of you to join this coalition. It's not just a coalition or plan, no. We have track record with our Palestinian partners in Gaza that we managed to implement a lot of projects prior to October 7 in Gaza. Through this trust that I mentioned, we have the partners, we have the people who came to Israel, to the Arava Institute, Gazans, engineers and technicians, and they got the training that they need to run the projects that we had in Gaza and we will have in Gaza. What we propose here is not only propose, we have actually the projects on the ground waiting for the permissions to get into Gaza, is off-grid decentralized technologies. Off-grid wastewater treatment plants, off-grid electricity through PV, and also off-grid systems that generate drinking water. Our Palestinian partners in Gaza managed to build 4 refugee camps inside Gaza. These camps are located in Al-Mawasi, in the Gaza Strip, and we all know that there is no single centimeter square in Gaza that is safe. we know we want to take also that risk. Maybe our projects will be bombarded, will be destroyed. But even if I provide water, drinking water for Gazans for 2 days, that will worth it. And our goal is to convert these refugee camps into green refugee camps. With what? With off-grid wastewater treatment systems like this. This system is developed at the Arava Institute, runs on solar energy, does not produce smell, does not produce sludge, and it's modular and scalable. I can connect it to refugee camp, I can connect it to university campus, to a village, and I can have more than one system to serve thousands of people. People need water. Right now, it takes them 6 hours to produce this bottle of drinking water using solar thermal desalination, evaporation, and condensation. This is a meal, actually 2 meals for a baby in Gaza. We had in Gaza 7 systems like this, WaterGen, Israeli technology, that generates almost 5,000 liters of drinking water a day. These systems were installed in Gazan hospitals, dialysis centers, children's hospitals. Most of them are destroyed now. We know about one that is still producing water in Gaza. Building needs. We are working with our Palestinian partners in Gaza. Probably some of you know this. Beautiful, wonderful, strong woman in Gaza. She's an owner of a company called The Green Cake. She managed to build building blocks from the rubble in Gaza. So working with them, we want to recycle the waste. Energy needs through solar energy, a Palestinian company, internet needs, and we want to move from tents into caravans, which is more sustainable for the Gaza. And again, it's off-grid and decentralized with decentralized technologies. And this is my last slide. I'm very proud to share with you that the Arava Institute was nominated for the Nobel Prize for next year. Not only us, we have a wonderful organization here, Economies too, that were nominated. And this is really great honor for the work that we and Economies do in the region. Thank you so much.
Hello, thank you for having me here. I know I'm the last one, so I will try to keep it as short as possible. Today I'm here wearing the hat of the head of committee of the 6th House of Youth Representatives in Cyprus. And this year we had to deal with, our subject was climate diplomacy. And we were a team of 12 young people working on this issue, trying to find some suggestions and include the youth into the discussion of climate crisis. We figured that what is important is that we are the ones that they're gonna face this heat actually. So we thought that it's better if we get more involved, and we need the youth to be part of the policymakers. So I will concentrate basically on our 4 suggestions that we had. I don't have any slides, so don't worry about it. And yeah, the first actually suggestion was we suggest that we can have a team of experts being the advisors of the president of the Republic of Cyprus, and the youth should be part of it in order to discuss and provide solutions or be part of the discussion, basically. Our second proposal was to have a team of youth representatives dealing only with climate change and talking mostly under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we figured that what we miss right now is the youth being part of the discussion. So by having it under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we thought that's better if we come together with the other countries and have youth teams in all of the countries of our region in order to discuss and find more solutions. Our third proposal was based on we need a forum of youth to be a regional forum. so we can discuss a lot about the climate change, and not only that, make propositions and decisions and take it from there. That's how we thought that we could raise awareness, but not only that, we could be more involved in the policy making and the decision making, actually. And our final discussion was about the environmental refugees. This was one of the bases that we see the refugee crisis all over Europe, and we see it coming, actually, that it's about to hit the refugees due to environmental and climate changes. And we need to be ahead of this and actually make change our laws all over Europe in order to be prepared and be able to deal with this issue, because we see it coming. And I think I will keep it until here, because I believe discussion is more powerful when we have it. These were our 4 suggestions. Of course, you can find them online. I don't think they have it in English yet, but I will suggest we have it there as well. So thank you so much.
Do you hear me? Okay. Well, I prefer to open the discussion, but first, even though the 3 presentations were strikingly enlightening and obviously very comprehensive, I'll do an attempt to summarize what I have understood or what I have emphasized before opening the floor to questions. I start with Theodoris. Well, Theodoris.
Can you stand up by the microphone so we can hear you?
Okay. Do you hear me now? Theodoris raises important questions about the role of media on the one hand, and the scientific community on the other, to raise awareness about climate crisis. This reminds me of a long-rooted problem or question in academia, the role of the public intellectual, the role of the scientist or the academic as a public intellectual, and not the isolated one who works relying just in his isolation and the metrics, the so-called metrics, who all favor today, losing connection with reality or disconnected with society. So Theodoris raises very interesting and of course he understands that those issues are very complicated and not easy to solve. So my main issue is the public intellectual roles of the academics. Tarek, through a vivid, enlightened presentation, presents to us on a map the magnificent territory of such a unique region with such a long history, stricken now by wars and heat waves and all these disasters, and reminds us of the possibilities of peace building through efforts to unite nations and cultures on the main issue of dealing with climate crisis. How we can make the climate crisis a ground for sustaining dialogue and peace. And Anna Kyprianou raises a question of how, or she showed how in Cyprus the system tries to mobilize or to raise awareness, climate awareness among the youth. So both issues, all issues are very important, significantly, I would say emphatically important. So I will open the floor to questions. I think you may prefer to address questions instead of hearing me asking questions to Thodoris. Yeah. Yes, of course. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Yes. Hi. My main question is to Thodoris. I would like to ask, we see the problem we identify with the youth, and the reason we want the youth to be part of the policy making is all those, what you really mentioned, that we don't really understand what the scientists are telling us. So I would like to ask if, through your job, I mean, the journalists, how are they having any ideas on how to communicate this better and how to make small, faster reading articles that are more important to youth? Because when you say climate crisis and you open and you type it, you find really long studies and everything that is not really approachable to the youth. I would like to ask if there is any suggestion on that.
Well, there are many ways to talk about climate change and many tricks to use while communicating about those serious issues. I don't think the main problem is the length of the available articles, but their content. The reason why I think these public intellectuals, scientists working on climate change have an added responsibility is because they are more qualified to make the editorial decisions when crafting a small article or a policy brief, something that is intended for a layperson, some policy decision makers or young people, someone who doesn't know the context, doesn't know the terminology. If you want to communicate to someone, a normal person, a simple person, like I mentioned, you need to make some decisions. You need to cut some things that are difficult to understand. You need to simplify concepts. And where does this simplification crosses a line over distorting the scientific truth? This is a very fine line and a series of very difficult decisions. I found out many times during my work. I had to read and understand 300 pages of academic level work, distill the main messages, make the decisions of what to disregard, and write something new. This is very hard to do. It's especially hard to do to someone like me, who doesn't necessarily have a scientific background deep enough to make these decisions, informed decisions easily. But scientists can do that. They just need to add another attribute to their vast array of talents. They need to be able to make these decisions and be able to understand their audience. They can understand their audience when they talk to their colleagues perfectly. But they need to understand what the people need to hear and make these informed decisions and try cutting back on all these difficult terminologies and be simpler. One trick that some have found useful is imagine you're trying to explain what you do, your job, the last paper that you published, to a cousin who's a taxi driver. What kind of simplifications are you going to make? What are you going to sacrifice? What are you going to emphasize? What are the main messages that you're going to give? It's very difficult. And talking to different age groups and different audiences, you need to also modify exactly what you want to tell them. If you talk to politicians who are also simple people, you have to emphasize different things. If you talk to the youth who are going to suffer the main impacts of climate change in a growingly warming world, you have to emphasize different things. When you talk to people who are confused from what they hear, you have to emphasize solutions relating their private lives. When you talk to politicians, you have to think about what they deem important, getting elected again. It's a very difficult thing. And I think journalists have a tool set that they can work on. They don't have infinite time, especially in small countries, in small markets like the ones we live in. But I want to emphasize that scientists have an additional role to play in this constant effort. They have major responsibility on this particular issue. And I want to take the opportunity to ask another question, if I may. I don't know if I answered. My question is to you. I would like to hear a little bit more about your funding, a bit more details, and what are your main challenges currently in the work that you do, and the main obstacles, if it's not just funding.
Okay, this is a great question to receive as an executive director about funding and how we get the fundings. We are an academic and research institution who lives on fundraising. We are a non-governmental organization. We have the Friends of the Arava Institute in the US, who the main job is to fundraise for the activities. And our donors are people who are thirsty for hope, thirsty for peace, thirsty for organizations that deal with regional environmental issues. Our main challenge is a lack of real leadership in the region. We have presidents, we have prime ministers, but they are not leaders. Peace is not automatic. Peace demands action, and peace demands leadership. And this is what we lack in the region, real leadership for a sustainable region. I'm a Palestinian from East Jerusalem. I have the Israeli ID, but I'm a Palestinian. I go to Nablus, to Jenin, for those who don't know the West Bank. I travel all over the West Bank. I meet a lot of Palestinians, not only researchers or scientists, no, farmers, normal people. But also I have an Israeli ID. I go to Haifa, to Akka, to Tel Aviv, to Beersheba, and I meet a lot of Israelis. The vast majority of people wants to live in peace in Palestine and Israel. But at the same time, they doubt that there is a partner on the other side. And that's because of the disconnection that I mentioned, the lack of trust. And why? Because of the prime ministers and the presidents that we have in the region. They are not leaders. That is the major challenge that we face.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the audience? No? You're too tired? Well, one last question, because anyways, I have been requested to end this session, today's session, exactly at 5:45, so I've got only 3 minutes. I would like to ask a question. I'm addressing the question to Theodoris. I think, looking the whole issue from another perspective, there is also a climate crisis fatigue. I understand that there is this aspect, a gloomy aspect of people getting tired with this issue, however important it is, of course, and crucial. How journalism can, or art, or literature, or are there any other means to face this problem?
Well, journalism is one of the instigators of the fatigue. The constant barrage of negative news on the issue has rendered people numb, especially when most of the news that come from this area does not come with specific solutions attached to it. People feel helpless. And naturally, they don't want to hear anymore about disasters and rising temperatures and heat waves and climate and floods and all that. This is understandable. I think, well, there's a solution, because one of the main things that I learned reading extensively about climate change the past year and a half, in the core of the whole issue, there is an optimistic message rising. We talk about climate change in the past two days. We have talked extensively about the solutions that must come, the things that we need to do in the future. Silently omitting that this is not an effort that's starting now. 20 years ago, when Al Gore directed documentaries and the major discussion about climate change came into the mainstream, humanity was headed towards extinction. We were headed towards +4 degrees in 2100, or +5 degrees or something. This isn't the case now. 20 years later, many steps have been made towards the right direction. And despite the fact that activists call themselves as the last generation, what everyone here is trying to achieve, politicians and scientists and individuals, is to achieve the first generation of a sustainable humanity. The human species have never been sustainable. We've always taken more from our natural environment than we've given. We used to be a few million individuals on the planet, so our footprint was negligible, but we were never truly sustainable. What we are trying to achieve on all the solutions that have been heard here for this region and globally aim to achieve not just to solve a specific crisis, the climate crisis, but also render us a sustainable species for the first time in our species history. This is a very positive and optimistic outlook, and it's not being promoted enough. Between the floods and the heat waves, among all the disasters that we all collectively experience, I think this is an opportunity to focus on some positive aspect of the crisis without neglecting all the realistic depictions of what is going on around us. And it's an opportunity to put a positive spin on all the difficult decisions and policies that remain to be taken. Without, again, it's a very difficult balance. That's why we also need the help of the scientific community to make those messaging decisions. We don't want to create the illusion that everything goes well, everything goes smoothly, and if we proceed the way we have in the past 20 years, the problem is solved. It isn't. We need to do more, and we need to do them faster. But there is a light at the end of the tunnel. 20 years ago, our species was heading toward annihilation. Now, even in the worst scenario, the worst Taylor Swift song, we're not headed towards annihilation by the end of the century. Social collapse is more probable, but climate collapse is vanishingly, it's nearly impossible in that time frame. So I think that's a positive spin that we could add in the popular social dialogue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your exciting presentations and the discussion. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Professor Dimitriou, Mr. Georgakopoulos, Dr. Abu Hamed, and Mrs. Kyprianou. We have now concluded the scientific program of the second day of the conference. I would like to briefly remind you of the cultural event which will be held at the Larnaca Castle and which starts at 7:30, as well as the dinner to follow. Please note that there will be, there are some logistical details here for everybody who will be joining us to the castle. There will be buses outside at 7 o'clock, which will transfer you to the castle. There will be 2 buses. One will go directly to the castle, and the other one, the blue bus, will pass by the hotels that you have booked, so that they leave you at your hotel if you wish to rest and not join the cultural event. We actually call all of our delegates, even the ones that do have their own transportation or vehicle, to please join us with the buses, as parking is virtually impossible in that area. After the cultural event, the ones that would like to depart and go to their hotels will be guided to a bus which will drop you off at your hotel. And the rest will go to the restaurant, Milichus restaurant, which is a short walk from the castle. And finally, we will be departing the restaurant shortly after dinner. Yeah? Thank you very much.